YouTube and Facebook and the like. So welcome, friends. It's great to see everybody. We are rocking and rolling. Give me 1 second though to fix one thing real quick. There we go. All right, I think everyone's piling in. Welcome in, friends. Hey, it's Friday. I don't know if anyone knew that. It's the end of the week. It's Friday. It's a holiday. So I hope everyone gets to enjoy their holiday weekend. So big W for it being a holiday. And I'm going to open up the guest boxes real quick. We've got the YouTube guest box open and the TikTok guest box already open. So we should be ready to rock and roll. And shit, we already got a guest in the guest box. So let me grab our first super chat. Then we'll grab our first guest. Bean Dogs, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for being here. Says, I hope we get another fake apologist in here like last time. That was incredible. Frank Turek talking points are so dog shit. I love it. That's all they have, Bean Dogs. They just have like regurgitated talking points. They don't have anything unique. They're never going to come up with anything better. This is the best they can do. But we do what we can. We do what we can. All right, let's get our first guest in here from TikTok. It looks like it's going to be Kwaku. Is that correct?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Is your name
Yes, I can hear you, Justin.
Is your name Kwaku?
Yeah, it's Kweku. Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome in, Kwaku. Kwaku, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm over 18 and no, I'm not a believer.
Oh, well, big W for not being a believer.
I just wanted to drop a message and just leave. Yeah, that's great. Just wanted to drop a message in and then leave the guest box for the believers. Just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of your show. I really enjoy it so much. I think it's been really helpful to me. It helps me to gain some more knowledge about a lot of things, not just biblical arguments that you make, but more insight from, like, for instance, there's this Jewish scholar who joins from time to time. And yeah, it's really insightful and educational listening to you guys. So keep up the good work. Also, I am a Ghanaian, and recently I watched a video, a debate with Emperor. I think that was his name.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Emperor.
And I watched it with a few friends, and I decided to call in and
Well, we lost you for a second.
On behalf of all Ghanaians, offer you an unqualified apology for the nonsense you had to deal with from Emperor.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was a crazy conversation. But big W for being on the right side of reality, and it's great to hear from you.
Yeah, so yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, and I can't wait for you to get started with the show.
Absolutely. Big W. Have a great one. All right. Big W for atheists in the house here. And we've got a couple more filtering in. Our friend Connor is here sending out DZ gifted memberships. Big W, Connor. Appreciate that. 2 of them right in a row. Thank you for sending out memberships. That's very generous. And Dex is with us. Dex, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Really appreciate it. Super helpful, super generous. Thank you so much. And we've got our friend Planet Peterson with us. How are you doing, Planet?
Finally, it's been a while. Or I meant for me not showing up, not for you requesting me up. That sounded, as soon as I said it, I was like, that sounded really rude.
It happens all the time. Well, welcome in, and I think you came just in time. We have a guest coming in right after you, named Captain, it looks like. Did I get your name right, Captain?
Oh, you did. Aye, aye.
Welcome in. Captain,
Aye, aye.
Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am at least 18. I like to call myself barely legal.
Are you a believer?
And I believe in God, yes.
Cool. any specific God?
See, I think that's the to denote it. Well, I believe in the Christian God. If that's about as specific, I guess I can get.
Fair enough. What'd be like the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
That randomness. If randomness morphs into order, it was never random.
Well, are you under the impression that that order can't come from randomness?
Yes.
Why?
If order comes from randomness, it was never random.
Well, I disagree.
So then what?
Yeah, how does that follow?
How can randomness be order?
Well, you're the one that says it can't be. Well, I'm just
Right.
asking how does that follow?
Opposite.
So
What defines randomness is that it's not order.
this
correct?
bottle seems pretty random,
No.
right?
No, it actually seems very organized.
No,
What?
the beads were randomized, and because physics happened, when they stopped being shaken, they sorted, which is order, right?
Yeah.
So the physics
that's
that
not-
like are in our
random.
universe is what can take things that are what we would call disordered and create order.
Here's a proof of that. If you had that bottle buried in some sort of cryogenic chamber or something that was discovered, that somebody finding that would be an indication or an evidence of something, which
Okay.
is an identification.
Don't
of
don't
order.
change the subject to
Not
watchmaker
changing the
analogies.
subject. He
Yeah,
said
Yes,
that
you
the
are.
bottle-
He's definitely pivoting
Wait,
hard
are you guys
already.
on a
You
team
you
here?
you,
Is that
you went
how
to the
this works?
watchmaker analogy.
Are
Randomness
you
can
guys on a team?
absolutely produce. Well, I don't know what you mean
You
by.
two on a team? Who am I debating?
You're
Both of us.
you're clearly having a
Oh, so you
conversation
guys are,
with
you guys
two
are
of
the hive
us,
mind?
and so
You guys are a hive mind?
we're not a hive mind. There's no such thing as
So then you guys
as
are
a
objective actors. You guys are.
hive mind. So first of all, we haven't even determined what's even happening here, whether or not we're having a conversation or a debate, or whether or not you're just crashing out and running. Oh, that's what's happening. He's crashing out and running.
I wanted to talk about that because there's a lot to unpack that randomness can't create order. Well, a system that begins with in a random state, like the bottle thing you showed there, can absolutely produce order if there is some sort of sorting or selecting mechanism. The laws of physics for I've seen those things before where it's like alcohol and salt water.
Yeah.
Those are really cool. That can do it. Gravity can cause the initial sort of random and homogeneous distribution of matter to coalesce into stars and galaxies. Natural selection. So, but I don't know. I think he was a talking point generator, and I don't think he could discuss anything. I think he could just say things.
Yeah, actually, I think that was the case. I think he came up with talking points, and he wanted to rattle off his talking points. But
Yep.
I mean, that was clear by the fact that he came up and immediately ran away, because most people who only come prepared with talking points, not really like an actual full-on argument, don't really want to have a full-on discussion. They just want to rattle off talking points and sound smart. But
Yeah,
anyways,
the changing the subject was wild too.
yeah, that was so fast. Right away.
Well, if a bottle exists, then that proves there's a bottle maker.
It's like if one talking point fails, you leap to the other. Don't try to rescue the argument. Just leap to a new argument. All right, let me grab a couple super chats, and we got another guest waiting to come in. Although we don't have any guests on TikTok yet, so if you're watching on TikTok and you want to have a conversation, jump on into the guest box. Nicholas just sent out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, Nicholas. It's very generous. And also, Space Lord's with us. Says things you won't hear an apologist say. What's more likely? It's their kryptonite. Happy Friday, everyone. You nailed it. That is the kryptonite. Because remember, the goal of apologists is not to say what is most reasonable, what is most likely. It's to say, well, it could happen. That's all they need is plausibility. Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. Good to see you tonight. And Tyler's with us as well. Tyler, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says bourbon is poured. I'm sat and ready for some Christian barbecue. Happy Friday.
Bourbon and barbecue go well together.
Oh, indeed. And helping Mega also, agrees. Says praise Doug and Sharon for a Friday night cookout. Well, that's exactly what we're about to have, friends. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We've got Sano or Sano with us. How you doing, Sano?
Hey, how you doing, boss?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Can't complain.
Sano, can you get a little closer to your mic? It sounds really quiet.
I said good. Can't complain. How are you?
That's good. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Is it Sano or Sano?
It's Sano.
Sano, okay.
Sano. Okay.
Sano, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 23, and yes, I am a believer of Christ Jesus.
Cool. And what be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Lord Christ Jesus being God?
Well, one of the things that I found is the Red Sea. Just like the story of Noah, they found chariots of Egyptians, Israelites in that sea.
Wow,
And if you go to
that is
the
remarkable.
beach as well,
Who found it?
and if you go to the beach as well, archaeologists.
What's their name?
I can't remember his or her name off the top of my head.
Well,
I remember reading about it when I wanted to get into Christianity.
Where did
or
you
when I
read
was
about
thinking
it?
about it and researched it. Honestly, I couldn't tell you that either. 'Cause it was a while that I read that. I should probably have it like on the top of my head for moments like this. But if you do a simple Google search, like it'll show you. And also,
we know.
Yeah, we're quite aware of how Google works. If you did a Google search, you would see that a man named Ron Wyatt, who wasn't an actual archaeologist, made up this entire fictitious claim about the Ark being found, or also the claim that the Ark of the Covenant was found, or the claim that you're espousing, which is that there are chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea, all of which come from one man who was a charlatan, and there's not a single shred of archaeological evidence that would demonstrate any of his claims. Oh, and he's gone. Wow.
Well, to be fair, Ron Wyatt was a nurse, which, where was I going with this? He really did find all that stuff.
It's kind of heartbreaking because I love nurses. And so when I learned that Ron Wyatt was a nurse, it really hurt me to my core. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right. Well, we got another guest on the way. Let me grab a couple more super chats. We'll get our guest in here. Nick, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, happy Friday. Any chance you might add a few Bible contradictions to the cheat sheet? Shit, Nick, I added one literally today. It's on the contradictions tab. I added another one just a couple of days ago. There's 2 new ones for this week on the sheet, and I'll add more actually in the coming days. Narcissa, thank you so much for the $20 super thanks, and you are amazing. Thank you for supporting the channel. And guys, make sure you're following Planet Peterson. I can't imagine anyone following me doesn't already follow Planet Peterson, but make sure you are following Planet Peterson. And Khan with the super chat says, thinking about writing a book, Cucked by God, Memoirs of Joseph the Carpenter. His side of the story has been left untold for too long, damn it. Justice for really Joseph. I've never agreed with an idea more than that. That's actually what needs to happen. We need justice for Joseph. All right, let's get Catholic traditionalist with us. How you doing, Catholic?
Hello there. Yeah, there's seems to be one particular Christian apologist that you're afraid to speak to. Why is that?
I've never heard of a Christian apologist that I'm afraid to speak to.
Yeah, well, you were in his live the other day, and he was urging you to come up to voice, and you were afraid to go up to voice. Why are you afraid to speak to him?
Legit have no idea who you're referring to.
Yeah, Darth Dawkins.
I've not been in a Darth Dawkins live for probably 3 months.
You were in there because I remember when I was in the live, I saw you in there.
Yes, no, you didn't.
Catholic, you're probably confusing Justin for me because Darth is always going around saying that I'm too afraid to debate him.
Yeah, you're all afraid of Darth.
I literally talked to him today and he kicked me out after 5 seconds.
Yeah, you're all afraid of Darth because what you'll do is
afraid of Darth.
If you do go up and
nobody's afraid. The only people that should be afraid of him are his wife and kids.
Troll instead of having a mature conversation, and obviously he's not going to go ahead and
had a mature conversation in his life which is why you're up here
never had a-
crying on my live stream defending your daddy.
So all
if-
of you are afraid
all
of
Darth
Darth.
does
if you-
is filibuster.
Yeah,
That's
not
really
any
all
of you
there
are
is
able
to
to
it.
debate Darth. That's why you all run away from it.
Nobody
Now,
can debate
I can easily
Darth
prove
because
that
Darth
God exists.
Darth won't let
so
anyone.
with regards to everything that you perceive
Catholic,
to
So the
DM him right now
Notice
and tell him
everybody,
to
now
come
they're
up. He will gladly be brought up.
woke cancel culture.
So Darth did come
Woke
to my
cancel
live stream, and he only lasted
cancel
for
culture.
about 30 seconds.
Notice
And
everyone needs
the reason why
This is a
people
tactic.
like you don't actually get
censorship.
to have good conversations
silencing.
is because you think that
There
you own our spaces.
It's the-
Like you think you get to come into our
Athe-
spaces and take them over,
Atheist.
and that's not how that works. Because
Woke cent-
in our spaces, we tend
woke
to
cancel
have like
culture.
real conversations with
Repent or
actual
perish.
adults, and you don't actually qualify as one.
Repent or perish.
Is
No one's
this a
afraid.
mature
So here's the fact of
conversation
the
in
matter
your
is,
mind,
notice everybody
Catholic?
that every single time I said,
He
okay, I
can't
can
hear
prove God, he
anything
was
we're
muting
saying.
me.
He'll
Notice
never
that.
have a conversation
So
because
I
he
can
can
prove
never
God
shut
right
up.
now, but notice they're not going to allow.
So the reason why we can't have a
Notice they won't
conversation
allow
with
you
you
to-
is because you won't let us talk
See, this is
on our own stream.
won't allow you. Won't
So the
censorship. All
Censorship.
censorship.
okay, we had enough of that clown. It's crazy that they think that they're going to come up and literally take over somebody else's live stream and not get kicked for it.
Oh man.
But everyone's afraid of Darth. I literally have a video on my channel of the one time Darth came into my live stream and ran 45 seconds later. But listen, I've made my stance very clear on going on to other people's live streams. I don't think it's worth it. I think if we're going to have conversations in the public sphere, we should do our own live streams and they'll come to us. Because remember, within these religious texts, except for like, Judaism's a little bit different. Buddhism's obviously different. But like Christianity and Islam, like it's their job to convert the world. They have to come to us to have these conversations. We never, not once do we ever need to go out to their live streams to have conversations with them. So stop giving them, screen time. Stop giving them views and numbers. Host your own damn live stream. They'll come to you. It'll be fine. All right, let's get our next guest in here. That was a good one. Roosh or Roush, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, how do you get 8 billion people from 2 people? Wouldn't the genetics just slowly degrade? And I've actually listened to Planet Peterson talk about this before. I like your take on it.
Yeah, not slowly. It would degrade very, very quickly. No, I mean you can't. It's just there isn't enough genetic variation in 2 people. When we analyze the degree to which a population is either like threatened, critically endangered, whatever, like that ranking system we have, that's not based on the number of them. It's not solely based on that, because there are some populations that are really small but extremely stable, and the stability is gauged by the amount of genetic diversity in the population. So no, you can't do it with 2 human beings. Can't be done.
Certainly not. And Sapient Cephalopod said, Cucked Joe had to be made, a la Life of Brian. I rewatched Life of Brian recently, and I forgot how good it is. It's just a good movie. Last one from our friend Tryptamine. Thank you so much for the 666. W. Nero says, for the Christians that believe God is always good, if God asks you to do something terrible, how do you know if it's a command from God or a test? Actually, that's a great question. We ask that question every night, Trip. So just hang on tight. You're going to get your answer to that question. Welcome in, Donnie.
What's up?
Donnie, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 18 and no, I'm like spiritual. I just want to
Well,
ask, like,
I mean, you believe in God, right?
yes, yeah, without all of the clubhouse stuff,
That's fine.
you know.
So is there a specific version of God that you believe in?
Uh, no, not like just, the universe, like nature, I guess you would say. Like I would say like nature to me, the natural structure of thing would be like God, you know, because that's one thing. Like, okay, I'm gonna say, one of the most objective things we can observe that's been around before any type of narrative been put on it has been nature, and it has its own function. Even your body has its own natural function that, you know, is there already. Like when you're born as a baby, you have a natural function to breastfeed, you know, and the mom's body naturally changes to that. So, you know, that's my view on God, like the universe and natural functions of things.
So God
Anything
is the
without,
universe?
yes, that's how I look at it. Anything that doesn't have a narrative attached to it. Like you can't really attach a narrative to it.
So God is everything that has a story. So is God also a tree? Trees don't tell stories. I'm so lost right now.
No. I didn't say anything that tells stories. And
I mean, theoretically, anything has
you
a
can,
story. Like everything in the
okay, I
universe has a
mean,
story, right? Like if I told a story about how the universe came to be, then technically everything in the universe now has a story, which means everything in the universe is God.
I guess that sounds correct, you know, putting it in words.
Let me
But
ask you a
damn,
question,
I'm
Donnie.
trying to.
What answer or what problem for you does a God solve? Because it sounds to me like you probably believe in science and nature and that kind of stuff. And if that's the case, I guess I'm trying to figure out what the God is doing.
Um, what I'm seeking is just like trying to understand, you know, like
Mhm.
so learning more about my surrounding and stuff like that.
Mhm.
You know, like I would say studying nature and the science of nature and everything helps me figure out my place here on this planet type of stuff, you know, like how can I like taking a step back away from like technology, all of that, and trying to observe what's there and what we're actually getting back to the source, I say is like would help me understand more about my surrounding, you know.
Right, but
Donnie, I got.
go
Oh,
ahead,
go
Eric.
ahead. So, Donnie, I have a question. Like, can you imagine that it's possible God doesn't exist?
Um, I've been through that, yeah.
So, the problem I have with the nature is God thing is let's just imagine a universe where God doesn't exist. What would be the difference between that universe and this one? Because if God is nature, then to me, there's no difference that could be seen or known. And so, therefore, well, if the difference can't be like discerned between the two, then I don't see how you can claim to ever know or even have reasonable faith or belief that we do live in a universe where God exists. So go ahead.
Okay, so all right, when you say it, like, it's not like I'm praying to trees or nothing like that, you know, like in that type of fashion, you know.
I know I didn't say anything
Oh,
like that.
okay, but but I see your point. It wouldn't look like, but and also it's like in the aspect of God is nature. It's not like I'm saying nature is itself is sentient, you know,
Hmm.
and stuff like that. Like I would say the universe is ultimately your God in the sense that this is all we have. This is your main sustenance,
Well, let me
you
ask you a
know.
question because I like Eric's question. I think maybe we can slim it down and just say,
Release my inner druids.
so let me see if I can phrase the question. What's the difference? Like if you have two worldviews, and for you, right? Let's imagine you had two worldviews, one with God, one without God. What's the difference for you functionally in those two worldviews? What would be different in the non-world God or the non-God world? I mean,
Non-God
yeah.
worlds. Hmm. I mean, first thing that come to mind, no difference. I couldn't. I mean, if this is the God universe, I can only imagine what is the ungod universe.
Right. So that's kind of the point that Eric was getting at, right? Is if the God world is kind of indistinguishable from the non-God world, then it seems like adding a God into it is just an unnecessary extra step.
I mean, that seems reasonable, honestly. I don't disagree with that. But now, in the middle of all of this, okay, when I decided to just like deviate away from like religion in whole and did decide to pray, to something, I did get a response. You know, I did have visions of the future, like, just quick snippets, and then it would actually come to pass. There is a lot of other stuff that that has happened that I don't know how to attest that to anything, because this happened completely in my own isolation. Like, I just was asking for a show me homie moment, just any type of something. And yeah, I mean, it's hard. I don't know. It's just hard to say because I hate being labeled or judged incorrectly. But, I seen the stars move, before the vision started happening.
But stars do move. You know that, right?
Yeah, but this seemed deliberate. Like it wasn't like I'm new to astrology in a sense. Like I was always fascinated with the planets or whatever in outer space because I felt like maybe I would find the answer somewhere in astrology and stuff like that. But I was in Tucson, Arizona, and I just prayed, bro, and seen a phoenix in the sky, followed it, and seen these stars.
A, a
Like, yes,
phoenix?
it's not. Yes, I seen a phoenix in the
You mean
sky,
the
bro.
mythical
Like,
bird?
yes, bro. Like, not an actual. It was like out of the clouds. That's the only way I can describe it. It was just formed out of the clouds. It was the only cloud that turned red during the sunset. And at the time of twilight is when I noticed these two stars beyond the phoenix.
So
Wait,
cloud
you were in Arizona
formations.
when this happened?
Tucson.
Are you sure you just weren't in Phoenix and you're just misremembering?
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
No, it's not any misinterpret, because trust me, I went over this with several people and in my head, and
So you
now
were
this
In your
near.
head.
You saw a phoenix near Phoenix.
pretty above Tucson, to be specific, bro.
How far is Tucson
Nothing
from
to do.
Phoenix?
About an hour away. So 50 miles maybe.
Well, is there a chance that there was I don't know, substances involved?
No, no. And that's always the typical questions, but no. Any more typical questions about
Well,
this?
I don't think so, but I would suggest that cloud formations I don't think are good evidence for God. But let me address.
Okay, but hang on. But I also I guess I don't know how you would say premonitions or something, where I were dreaming things that actually came to pass. This happened a couple of times.
Sure. Can you
And
do one for us today?
what, like, can I and control that
Yeah.
instance? No, it just would come. These things would just happen. It's not like I did I didn't even think it was possible.
Well, let
All I
me.
know is this started to happen
I I
2011.
I think you're telling me your honest experience. Here's why I don't find a lot of these experiences to be meaningful, is
Hmm.
because uh, it basically is suggesting that there's a God that cares enough to show you a cloud formation, but doesn't care about the child starving of starvation or dying of starvation, or the kids that are born with bone cancer, or the woman that's about to get essayed. Like it's weird for me to believe that there's God that is out there that's willing to give us cloud formations and like Jesus appearances in bark and toast, but isn't willing to actually help anyone.
Interesting. Now, but this is why I say, like, what is to attest to that? Like, I don't know, but I know what I've witnessed. And it wasn't just one, this continued for some years,
Right.
especially the premonition part. And
I get it.
also just, how can I explain? A lot of affirmation, because again, I went into a neutral point and I'm still there, like where, like just independent with my own observations. I don't tie this to anything because at the time of this discovery of whatever I seen, I did it on my own manifest, and I could possibly, I don't know how it would respond if I was to sit here and just meditate and just meditate to the universe and request something. I don't know how I'm gonna get a response. I don't know, it's like a real unknown. And I'd be wondering if speaking to people, but I get a lot of these same responses of where you high, where you this, but that point right there, as far as people being ignored in very times of need, I have no idea what that is about.
Right. And we've done a lot of studies on precognition and the idea that people can witness things like before they happen. And all of the studies I've seen so far is typically suggesting that it's a little bit like deja vu, which is that you think that you thought that before it happened. I've never seen a case where somebody had a precognition, wrote it down and dated it, and then later it actually happened. It always seems to be that once the event happened, the person says, "Oh my God, I knew that was going to happen," and the brain is tricking you to thinking that it happened. We've tried to study precognition like in laboratory settings, and we haven't found any success yet.
Yeah, that right there, the scientific studies will not take away from what I've actually experienced. And I mean, that's cool and all fine and dandy with all of that, even though as far as science go into something like this, I don't even see what reference point they could start out with to gauge how this is happening, or where are they tracking it, what kind of experiment did they do to say that this occurrence was false?
Because they can't reproduce it. Like when someone says they are experiencing precognition, they can never state the thing that's going to happen and then it happens.
From my experience with this, though, it's not me doing it. Okay, from my experience,
no one's saying that you're doing it. What we're suggesting is that no serious scientific study has ever validated precognition. It's always invalidated it, right? It's always suggested.
I think that.
So in order for precognition to be proven real, you'd have to actually document your precognition before the event happened and then go back to the documentation. And that's the thing that no one's ever been able to do.
Okay, now because they're looking at it the wrong way. Okay,
no, because the way precognition works is you have to know ahead of time, right? So if you know something ahead of time and you write it down, and then you've got some sort of document to go back to say, yes, I knew this was going to happen ahead of time.
Now, but it's coming from an angle where how you was describing, you think you thought something ahead of time, but this wasn't a thought of mine.
It was in your brain, though.
Yes.
We don't care where you think it came from. Like it was in your brain. You had the thought. You were experiencing the thought. And the reason why we can't confirm precognition events is because anyone claiming to have precognition can never document it beforehand.
You're not, but this isn't something in this occurrence, at least in my experience when you're going through it, you even understand what, it's not like you're given a date in any of these.
You're not given a date, but it's happening on a date, right? So you're having an idea of something happening in the future on a specific date. Like if I dreamed
No.
tonight,
See, that's
hold
not
on,
how
hold
that
on, hold on.
happened.
It is, Donnie. If I had a vision today of something that's going to happen in the near or distant future, today is still
Okay.
today. Like I could write that down, and that's what nobody ever does.
Oh, the date you saw. Okay. The date you saw it.
I'm not.
Okay, but a
I'm not
lot of
saying
these
a dated
occurrences,
prediction.
I guess in my personal, I didn't even think it was nothing to log down until I seen it come to pass. Then it
Exactly.
was like, yo,
That's the
you
point.
know
That's
what I
the
mean?
problem. Yes, because
So
people don't recognize precognition until the event happens, which is why the event happening is likened to deja vu. Your brain thinks that you had precognition. Your brain thinks that it's happening twice, but it's not
but
really
now
happening
when you
twice.
wake up, I mean, it sounds good, but you're observing something that you've never experienced. So you can only speak off assumptions. You know, you can only purely speak off an assumption because this never happened to you.
What
So,
Justin's telling you is we know what it would take for us to believe what your account is. And it's not just you. Nobody's ever been able to do this. If somebody says, hey, I saw a red crested woodpecker. What? Those have been extinct since for the last 100 years. You saw one? Yeah. Okay. Do you have a picture? Do you have the body or anything like that? Nope. I just saw it. Nobody has any reason to believe, let's say ivory-billed woodpecker, that's what it is. Nobody has any reason to believe that because you can't give us anything concrete or that's reproducible.
Right. And reproducibility is kind of the key when studying something for the same reason that there are thousands of people who claim to see Bigfoot, but we don't believe that Bigfoot exists, right? There are many people who claim they saw a resurrected Elvis. We don't believe that Elvis resurrected. Well, I mean, I do, but most people don't believe that Elvis resurrected. So, I mean, these claims are really interesting, but they're only real to you. They're not real to anybody else.
the only thing is like, okay, how can you take whatever observational method that you're using to debunk or confirm it is actually valid enough to even make that? You think that
Because it would be valid.
the technology y'all have or whatever method is the way,
It's
pretty
not.
much
It's not
is
technology.
only
It's
way.
just documentation. You don't need any
Okay,
technology.
whatever it is.
You need a paper and a pen, and we've been doing paper
So
and
no,
pen for a
I'm
long
saying
time. Literally, all
in
you
the
have to
term
do
of
is write down at the time you have the cognition event. All you have to do is write down the date and what the cognition event was, and then see if it ever happens. It doesn't happen tomorrow. It doesn't have to happen next year. It just has to happen eventually, right? But the problem is nobody can do that. Nobody is writing down these precognition events and then watching the events unfold. It's deja vu. That's all it is.
Yeah. Reverse
no, bro. I
Nostradamus.
mean, that sounds good, but no, bro.
It is.
Again,
All right.
you're
Listen,
speaking
Donnie.
from.
I'm
But
I
guess,
think
man.
listen, I know you're
I guess
sincere
I
and I know
hallucinated
to
or
you
whatever.
like it has to be
I
real because
guess.
you experienced it, but you have to understand from our perspective it's not real. Like for the same reason that you don't believe people saw Bigfoot. I assume you don't believe that people were taken up on alien spacecrafts either. But there are people that
No, that I don't know, bro. My
you
mind is actually open
you
to
think aliens
extraterrestrial beings.
have sucked people up in beams of light?
Quite possibly so.
Oh boy. Well, that's something. Do you believe
I
Bigfoot's
mean,
real?
I don't know. I don't deny its existence. We're always discovering new life forms on this planet.
Do you think Elvis resurrected?
I don't know. I wasn't there of his death. I
There's a
don't know.
there's a
I
saying
wasn't there.
my aunt used to say, "Don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out." And that's the only advice I could give you at this point. But Donnie, at least you're polite and kind to talk to. I appreciate you coming up, but I think we're going to move on to the next guest, okay?
All right.
Cheers, man.
Good one.
Poor guy.
The
He
audience
must have
thought
met
he was
the Emperor
trolling.
of Japan once.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. Yeah, he bowed and it fell out.
I don't think he was trolling. I think he legitimately. I think he was a true believer. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure
You
it was.
kind of can't tell, and that's sort of the problem.
Yeah, that's what makes it hard. All right, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in the box. Jim says, dumb question. To the dumb question, sorry. Why me? The cosmos barely bothers to return the reply. Why not? Christopher Hitchens. Thank you, guys. I love some Christopher Hitchens. It's been a minute since I watched some Hitchens or some Hitch slaps. But Hitch is awesome. Appreciate the super chat. Thanks for supporting. And Maximilian with us tonight. Good to see you, Maximilian. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, well, that was a good start. Happy Friday, guys and fellow Duggars. Let's turn up the heat and dish out some 5-star meals tonight. We're going to do it. We're going to turn on Hell's Kitchen tonight. Thanks for being here, Maximilian. And Jimmy, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, not being mean, but this sounds like when I had LDS, maybe he was drugged. Yeah, I don't disagree. That's why I asked him if there were substances involved. I've seen a lot of these cases where substances are involved. I just like to know ahead of time if that's what we're dealing with. Cutlery Duck, interesting name. Appreciate the super chat. Says, can he win the lotto? Listen, precognition never allows you to win the lotto or guess the Super Bowl. We know that much. And Cutlery Duck again says, Giants, Anunnaki, Atlantis. Yes, all of them have been witnessed by actual people at some time. And we've got a bona fide expert weighing in. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Good to see you tonight. Says, Donnie was sincere. I agree. I think he was sincere. Says, major misattribution errors, but sincere. I agree. And Dr. Joe's actually studied a little bit on this topic. My understanding is she's done a little bit of study on the brain. She would know quite well this stuff happening with the deja vu. And T-Mass says, praise I am forgot to read Ephesians 5:18. He sure did. Praise I am has not read the book. He reads books about the book, but he is not reading the book. And Lyndon, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, hail, Doug. Thanks to you, I'm finally confident cooking Christians. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You've given voice to the voiceless. Question, there are least in heaven. Does that mean there's a class system there, some paradise? You nailed it. Actually, there are people that are going to be lower and higher tier. Remember, he says the disciples are going to be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes in heaven, which means there's like a whole system of hierarchy going on there. And if you read the new Jerusalem and the new heavens and earth from Ezekiel, that's quite clear that it's a structured system, just like what we have here, just a little bit better. Like all the bad stuff's been fixed. And Lyndon gifted out DZ memberships. I appreciate that, Lyndon. And Keith, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, how could Jesus not be real? His miracles, like curing cancer, saving people from natural disasters. Just joking. He finds keys, walks on water, and shows up on toast. That's it. That's all he does. But you know, he did get me a really good parking spot that one time, and I am grateful for that. Ignis says, let me tell you my story as atheist whose life is saved by God. Well, Ignis, no, I'm sure you're sincere. No one cares about stories. We don't do stories here. I'm sure you had a great ride, but we're here to do arguments. Johannes, good to see a friend, says not to be scientifical, but did the precog guest know ahead of time that he would flop so badly? If only he had more solid foundation. If only he had Doug as his foundation, this would not be a problem. And Kevin, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says, thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you for being here and supporting. I really appreciate that. And let's get our next guest pulled up. Looks like we've got joining what SBEVE. Is it Speeve?
Yeah, it's Speeve.
How you doing? What would you like to be called?
You can just do Speeve if you can do that.
Fair enough. How you doing, Speeve?
I'm doing good.
Speeve, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
No, I'm not 18.
Oh, well, unfortunately we can't talk to non-adults here, so we got to move on, but thanks for chilling, totally. We'll get our next guest in place. Adam, thank you for the super chat. It says, working a super long and late shift with Small Johnson. Big W, you and Small Johnson. It says, but at least we've got our two favorite creators to keep us sane. Praise Doug. Well, big W, Adam Brown. And tell Small Johnson we said hello. And thank you for supporting. Now we've got Mr. Stay in Your Word in the guest box. How you doing, Word?
Doing wonderful.
Mr. Word, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And what would be your most convincing evidence or argument for your particular God being real? I assume the Christian God?
Yeah. I'm gonna take an approach that most people don't like to take. There's really no way you can prove God is real because we are using scientific means, man-made means to try to figure him out. And I don't think it's my job to prove that God is real.
Well,
But
I mean,
would rather ask.
you are in a, like, you just joined a conversation that says, prove me wrong. I think that's kind of the goal, but I think we can prove
I get what you're saying.
we can prove the Christian God real. Like, if the Christian God made a bunch of promises and then, like, they were like supernatural promises and then like they came true, that would be really compelling to me. Like in Mark chapter 16, right? When he says, these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes. And if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover. Like if those types of things actually happened, I would be more inclined to believe that the God of this book is real.
Okay. What suggests that those things aren't happening? Is it because they don't happen every time that someone tries to do it? Because there have been reports of people doing these things.
Actually, there haven't been any reports of people having success with this. We've taken groups being prayed for and groups not being prayed for in meta studies and discovered that both groups have the same outcomes. Like there's no statistical difference between getting prayed for and not getting prayed for.
Some of those rattlesnake preachers have died too.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
There's some that haven't, I've heard.
Isn't it weird that
I don't have that?
I
don't have those reports on me right now, so I'm not going to argue that. What I do want to argue though is Jesus. Do you believe he's at least real?
I think he was real. I think he's worm food now.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Because so far as we know, death has a 100% win record, which means Jesus is like loser 400 billion.
So, are you basically saying that all the disciples that claim that he resurrected were lying?
Yeah, I'd say they're just as wrong as the people who claim that Attis resurrected or Aristeas resurrected or any of the Asclepii resurrecting dead people. I think they're all false.
That's not even a fair dichotomy. We don't know who wrote those stories. We don't know if the disciples themselves even wrote them.
We do know that.
We definitely don't.
We definitely don't. And the Gospels pretty clearly say that it wasn't they who wrote these accounts either.
Well, we know Matthew and John were eyewitnesses. Mark and Luke
Matthew
were disciples.
Matthew didn't write Matthew. What's the evidence that Matthew wrote Matthew? Because like the Matthew described in the Church Fathers is completely different than the Matthew we have. The Matthew described in the Church Fathers is a Hebrew sayings gospel. Right?
Matthew writes about the flight to Egypt. Are you saying Matthew was there writing down Jesus's flight to Egypt and then his return when his parents fucking forgot him in Egypt for like 3 days? Some blessed mother, right? And then they turn around and go find him. And he's preaching.
I mean, the disciples were hanging out with Jesus' mother after the ascension, so you could assume that Matthew had a talk with Jesus' mother, like, hey, what happened when Jesus was a child?
Yeah. So what
I can assume that, but
one of the reasons why like the eyewitness nonsense doesn't work for me is because the Gospels are anonymous and because the Gospels repeatedly say things that are untrue. So if the Gospels were inspired by God, I would expect that they were completely true. I wouldn't find things that were completely false in them, and I certainly wouldn't find like where the gospel author couldn't even quote the Hebrew Bible correctly, like where he just completely fumbles it, right? And even Jesus does the same thing. He completely fumbles some of his usage and quotations of the Hebrew Bible, which leads me to believe like this is
Can
just
you give me an example?
yeah. It leads me to believe that this is just a doomsday cult, right? But I think my favorite fumbling of the Hebrew Bible by Jesus is in Matthew 22. I mean, there are more than one, but my favorite is in Matthew 22 when he's talking to the Pharisees about, him being the Messiah. And rather than the Pharisees questioning him, he actually questions the Pharisees, which is kind of a different occasion. But he said, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. Fair enough. Then he said to them, how is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? So Jesus is saying something I think pretty simple here, which is like the Messiah is more than just the son of David. The Messiah has some part divinity. You agree with that interpretation?
Yeah, of course.
Right, yeah. Of course, the problem with that is David didn't say that shit. That was from somebody from King David's court saying it about King David. And all you have to do is go to Psalm 110 in the English or even in the Hebrew, and it's actually pretty clear. I'll put it in English real quick on the screen. And it says, of David, a psalm. You could also translate it about David, a psalm. The Lord says to my Lord. Now, this is the problem. Jesus says the Lord said to my Lord, indicating that there's two lords here. But that's actually quite nonsense. The first Lord is just the name of Yahweh. And it doesn't say the Lord says, it says an oracle of Yahweh to my Lord, meaning my master. The king is nearly always referred to as my Lord in the Hebrew Bible. And this is clearly about King David. This is a prophecy from somebody in King David's court.
But basically, this is a third person's perspective of writing.
It 1,000,000% is, because it says, an oracle of Yahweh to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Well, that was the promise made to David that actually came true in 1 Kings chapter 5. And then he says, the Lord sends out from Zion your mighty scepter, rule in the midst of your foes. Well, that's what David did. That was the promise to David. So your people will offer themselves willingly on the day you lead your forces on the holy mountain. That's what David did. All of this is about David and the promises made to David, right? So like Jesus has literally no idea what's happening in this psalm, and he totally bungles it because he's never read it in Hebrew. He's reading it in the Greek. And the Greek does say, the Lord said to my Lord, because the Greek Septuagint replaced the name of Yahweh quite often with Hakirios, the Lord, as a way to protect the divine name. The same reason why our English translations do it, right? But Jesus wasn't even smart enough to know that. He had no idea that the Greek Septuagint didn't actually mean to interpret the text as the Lord said to my Lord. Even the translators of the Greek Septuagint knew that it actually said Yahweh to my master.
Okay, that's a good one. You said you had others.
Oh yeah.
Another one for me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Let me grab one of Jesus's quotations from John 13, and then we'll do Luke chapter 4. I think everyone's heard me do John 13 a million times, Luke chapter 4 a million times. So I'm trying to get some diversity in here. But let's grab John. Is it 13:19 or let me grab it real quick.
Jeez, diversity, more woke cancel culture stuff, Justin.
That's the problem. That is the problem. If you go woke, you go broke.
Oh, that guy was so funny.
I want to say I appreciate you letting me talk to you. My dad is agnostic now, so me and him are always debating, and he told me that I should come up here and debate you. So I was like, all right.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, it doesn't have to be a debate. Like, when I first got online, my goal wasn't to debate everybody. but Christians wanted so badly to debate me at every turn. I just figured, shit, I guess what we're doing now. But Jesus says in John 13:18, referring to his betrayal, he says, I am not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, referring to Judas. But it is to fulfill the scripture, the one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. So as a reader of the book, I would expect that I could go to the prophecy he's referring to, where it says that the one who ate my bread lifted his heel against me, right? Referring to the betrayal, right? That is found in Psalm 41. And unfortunately, Psalm 41 actually is a Davidic song. And it's certainly not about the Messiah. It says, to the leader, a psalm of David, the leader of the choir from David, right? Happy are those who consider the poor, so on and so forth, right? Now, we know it's about David, first of all, because of the language, but also because he kind of tells you, it says, O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. So that clearly this is referring to a human being. But when we get to the part where Jesus quotes, he's just lamenting, right? He's talking about how he's been betrayed. And he says, even my close friends in whom I trust, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. So there's a huge problem here, which is that there's nothing in here about a Messiah being betrayed, and it's really not even prophetic. It's just King David, or theoretically another king, but probably King David, just lamenting over how he feels abandoned and betrayed.
Okay. Now, what about this position, right? Is it possible? Could it be possible that since Jesus is prophesied to sit on David's throne, he's kind of like the second David, that his life is mirroring what David's life is?
Well, I don't think that was prophesied. There's no prophecy that says the Messiah is going to come and be
it's not saying, you're
similar
right.
to
It's
David.
not specifically saying it's a prophecy, but it's I don't know how to word this, but it's layered like that. Like he's mirroring David's life in a way.
Right, but listen to what's...
And he calls it a prophecy, which you could say is weird.
But listen to what's being said in the actual psalm. It says, Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. The speaker is a sinner. Jesus didn't commit any sins in the Christian worldview.
True.
Right? So, why would I take a random psalm and think that one sentence out of the psalm is prophetic and the rest of it's not?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? It's a weird that the New Testament wants us to treat the Hebrew Bible in this fashion. It's a really unnatural reading of it. But let me take you to one more that I think kind of illustrates the point really well. Go to Isaiah 61 if you have a Bible. Isaiah 61.
Unfortunately, I'm driving right now, so I can't open up a Bible. But.
Well, lie to me and tell me that you're not driving, because otherwise I have to move on. You can't drive and live. Driving. Thank you.
I'm not driving at all.
Thank you. And anyways, Isaiah 61 says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, so on and so forth, right? You probably recognize this, but the problem is Jesus quotes this in Luke chapter 4, but he doesn't read the whole thing. He should read the rest of it, where it says, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them garland instead of ashes. And he keeps going about what this good news is all about. It's all these people that are back in Zion, right? It says, they will build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and devastations of many generations. Strangers will stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners will till your land and dress your vines. So Isaiah 61 is a prophecy about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity. Does that make sense? I think we lost him.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Right? Now, the problem we have is when we go to Luke chapter 4, we get this really famous setting where Jesus goes to the synagogue And it says, he came to Nazareth where he had been brought up, and he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor," so on and so forth. And then he stops with, "to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." And then he sits down and he says, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But the problem with this is the scripture could not have been fulfilled in his hearing, because the scripture is about the restoration and the rebuilding of Israel.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And it's impossible for it to have been one part.
We lost you for a second. Say it again. We lost you for a second there. Can you say that again?
I was saying, so it's impossible for one part of the scripture to have been for this specific time, and the other part for that specific time.
Well, I don't think it's impossible. I just think it's silly. Like, why would I take one paragraph of an entire prophecy
See, well,
and say, well, this
that's
prophecy
the thing,
can just
my
be
guy. You're saying
just
it's
divided up?
silly.
Like, if I
But
told you,
that's the thing.
if I told you that the
wisdom of men
Browns,
is foolishness to God,
if I,
according
well,
to the Bible.
well,
So
no,
it's silly. It's foolish to you.
it's
But if
it's
the wisdom of
no,
men is foolishness
it's
to
foolish
God,
to anybody, because what you're doing is you're suggesting that you don't care about the context. The context of the prophecy is very clear. It's about the restoration of Israel, and you're saying, I don't care about the context. I'm going to ignore the context. I'm going to ignore the time period. I'm going to say it must mean something other than what it actually says. It's also the part that he said was fulfilled is super vague. It could be about anybody. It could be about Simon Bar Kokhba. Shit, it could be about one of the rabbinic voices in the Talmud. It could be about anybody. It's the juicy part of that prophecy is when they actually rebuild their cities that have been destroyed.
true.
Right?
Now, what about Psalms 22?
What about it? That's also not a prophecy.
Would you like to explain why not?
Yeah, prophecies have to be actual utterances from God making claims that are testable, right? That's why we have in Deuteronomy 18, it talks about,
I don't have. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't have the verse memorized or where it is. But doesn't it say somewhere in the Bible that the Holy Spirit spoke through the prophets? So it doesn't have
yeah.
to be uttered by God Himself every single time.
Well,
It can just be
I'm not
spoken
saying
by the
that it has to
through the Holy
be,
Spirit.
I'm not saying it has to be verbally communicated to the hearers by God. I'm saying it has to come from God through the prophet. That's how we know that it's prophetic. Like, it has to be coming from God. But anyways, in Deuteronomy 18:21, the
Is the
question,
Holy Spirit not God?
yeah, listen, nobody's questioning that prophets are not hearing from God. I think you're losing track of the conversation. What I'm saying is that a prophecy is a, listen, you gotta turn your GPS off, man.
So
Prophecy is a form of speech.
it's off.
Prophecy is a form of speech. It's not just any random words on a page. Like, you don't just get to point at a page and call it a prophecy, right? In Deuteronomy 18, the question is given, how do we know if a prophet is speaking for the Lord? It says, you may say to yourselves, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. So a prophecy is something that's testable. It's an utterance from God that you can actually listen to and test. It can't just be random words on a page that you don't know are a prophecy. I don't think he's actually paying attention. He keeps teacupping.
No, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. Okay, so my question is, did David ever have his hands pierced?
The prophecy or the Psalm 22 doesn't say anything about anyone's hands being pierced, which is the first problem. Where does he keep going to? Mr. Stay in the Word, like we really need you to stay in the conversation. You can't keep teacupping.
My bad. I'm saying, am I remembering it wrong? Because something was pierced in Psalms 22.
It was not. You're thinking of the King James Version, which is spuriously putting the word pierce in there where it doesn't exist in the Hebrew text. That's why most modern languages don't say pierce.
What does it say instead?
Was Jesus surrounded by a pack of dogs?
Metaphorically, yeah.
Yeah. Was Jesus surrounded by raging bulls?
You say metaphorically, yeah.
Okay. So Psalm 22 seems to be referring to somebody's enemies metaphorically, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But you want to take that one sentence literal, even though it's not really in the text?
Iowa works like that sometimes.
I don't think it does. So Psalm 22, like in my translation, it says, dogs are all around
Jesus
me,
called
a
the
company of
Pharisees
evildoers
vipers.
encircle
Are they
me.
literal vipers?
No, I think that's the point. The point is that what's happening in Psalm 22 is that King David is likening his enemies to metaphors like animals, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
He says, dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircle me. They bound my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and they gloat over me. They divide my clothes among themselves. For my clothing they cast lots, which is a very familiar scene in the ancient Near East. If you read Josephus or you read any other ancient Near Eastern texts, that's literally what they did when they captured you in war. They would take your weapons, they would take your armor, they would take your expensive clothing, they would give it to the highest bidder, and then they would bound your hands and your feet, or you're captured. They'd take you in.
Okay, one question. What word was replaced by pierced in the King James?
Well, the Hebrew Bible says probably says dig, which is what you would expect, because you've got dogs at his hands and his feet, right? So in verse 16, it says, dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircle me. They bound my hands and my feet. But the Hebrew text that we have, we don't know what was original, because the text that we have that's the oldest is corrupted. There's a word in the Dead Sea Scrolls that show up in the Hebrew text as our oldest edition, ka'aru, which isn't a real word. It's a misspelling of a word at best. If it's a misspelled word, it could be kara. Kara in Hebrew just means to dig or to burrow, like dig in the ground, or to, or to shovel underneath a wall, whatever have you. It could also be a misspelling of ka'ari, which means like a lion in Hebrew, which is why like the Aramaic Targums and most of the Jewish sources just say like a lion at my hands and my feet. What we don't have is a Hebrew text that says dakar or dakaru. That would mean they pierced my hands and my feet. That doesn't exist. The word for piercing doesn't exist in the text.
What would it say in Greek?
Well, we've got about 5 different Greek variants of this text, and not one of them says pierced.
Oh, interesting.
Right. That's why this is translated so differently in every Bible translation, because the oldest Hebrew text we have is clearly corrupted. There are multiple words in that sentence, in that one verse, that are spelled wrong. The word that came right after it, yadi, for my hands, spelled wrong. There's a spurious H or a hey at the end of the word that doesn't need to be there. So like we don't really know what was in the original text, because the original text is misspelled. Or, the oldest text we have, rather.
All right. Just so you know, I'm going to fact check everything you're saying here.
You're welcome to. Everything that I told you, you can find probably in the footnotes of the Net Bible. They document this problem pretty well.
All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, listen, Mr. Stay in the Word, I appreciate you coming up, but it sounds to me like you need to keep your eyes on the road, okay?
All righty.
All right, have a good one.
Appreciate talking to you.
Cheers. Sounds like his pops is trying to get him to deconstruct.
Yeah, something like that.
Didn't he say his dad put him up to this?
Yeah. Yes, Dad knows about you.
W Dad. Well, let me grab some super chats, guys. We'll get our next guest right into the queue. Jake is with us tonight. Good to see you, Jake. Thank you for the 666. Hail Satan says, isn't it amazing how God arranged matters so that whenever you happen to be born, the local religion is always the correct one? Isn't that wild? It is, your birthplace is the largest predictor of your religious viewpoint. There's nothing that even comes close. And Judas, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, almost done with work today. Take me home. Take me on home, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Hate the sin. Burn the sinner, as they say. That is what they say, actually. Thank you so much. And Novak says, as someone who grew up in an atheist family with zero contact with any religion except holidays, I will forever be fascinated by believers in magic. That's kind of what it feels like. And I know when you're in it, it doesn't feel like magic. It doesn't feel strange. But once you're on the outside of it, it all just is like Harry Potter. That's all it is. Cameron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Good to see you tonight, friend. It says, at a local bar, watching the Braves, live band at this place, but Justin's show is on my left earbud. Addicted to your show, sir. Thank you for all you would do. And thank you, Cameron, for putting us in your ears, even though you're literally watching a live band. I can't imagine that'd be more entertaining than a live band. And Mere Banana, remember, bananas are the atheist's worst nightmare. It says, can you guys give your take on terror management theory, i.e. spirituality being a psychological defense against fear of the unknown after death? So you've worded it better than what I usually word it. But I think that's probably why religion is so captivating, is because people don't want to or can't find the means to bring themselves to accept the idea that we're going to end one day. What do you think, Eric?
I wouldn't suspect that as an explanation for why we have religion, but I would posit that's probably a really high predictor of people's tendency to latch on to religion in the long term. Because for me, as an atheist, this is the one thing that it doesn't make any sense. Sometimes when I think about it, I can make myself not exactly panic, but whatever existential dread is, this is the only thing that makes me feel that way. Because what you have to we don't have to accept it, but what the conclusion that I have about it is, when I'm dead, I won't even know that I ever existed, which is the same thing as nothing having ever existed. And that shit ain't make sense, chat.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can think of to put it.
The dead know nothing. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And VK has a question. It says, at Planet Peterson, are ERVs evidence for evolution?
they're like the strongest evidence for evolution. Yeah. So just without giving a big lesson on it, these are randomly inserted sequences of DNA that simply cannot be explained rationally by anything other than common descent. And humans we have around 212 of these insertions, and chimpanzees share, I think, 206 of them with us. And the odds of sharing even 12 of them is something like 1 over the number of atoms in the universe. But we don't share 12, we share over 200 of them.
Gee, I wonder if it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, we were designed with utterly pointless insertions that have nothing to do with anything.
God's testing us. He's just testing us. Carlos, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W, Carlos. Good to see you tonight. It says, Doug is the rock and roll of our salvation. Yes, we've learned that from Petra for sure. The solid foundation of our lives. Praise our cups and cheers. Bottoms up, skull and salute. Well, thank you so much, Carlos, for the welcome and for the super chat. Good to see you tonight. And we're going to do as much rocking and rolling as we can here tonight. And once it gets late, I'll probably, dip into my Kraken. You know what I mean? And Mark, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I can give a premonition and where it will happen. I probably shouldn't say this in public. Otherwise, there may be a panic. I've told some, but who else would I tell? Well, Mark, listen, you can claim your prize and prove the supernatural. Is it which foundation is doing prizes for this? What's Randy's foundation? The guy who investigates all these frauds.
Oh yeah, the great Randy. I don't remember.
Yeah. Anyways, listen. If you can do it, we'd love for you to do it. No one's going to be scared. We're not even worried about it. Benji says, "What's up with Lennox? Why do Christians love this guy so much? It's because he's a mathematician. Do you guys watch Interview with Alex O'Connor? I've seen part of it so far. I haven't seen the whole thing. And people, listen. If you're a Christian." People love it when somebody in academia or somebody intelligent is saying what you say because it makes you feel less like you're the crazy one. So I think that's why they love it when you get guys like Lennox or Francis Collins, going to the theistic side.
I think he's just so nice. He's like Winnie the Pooh. He sounds like Winnie the Pooh. He looks like Winnie the Pooh, and he's very polite. Funny enough, I got a hot content drop. Nobody knows this except the people watching Justin's live stream. Professor Dave and I are gonna go through that video next week. So
I love it. Can't wait.
Be on the lookout for that.
Definitely gonna put that in my calendar. And Master Machete with us tonight says, I was driving through Little Rock and I saw a cloud shaped like Doug. It's a miracle. It is a miracle. Praise Doug and all of his hard, cloudy goodness. And let me get our next guest in here.
Hard, cloudy goodness. It wouldn't be a religion if it wasn't a contradiction. Hard clouds.
Have to have it.
Yeah.
Well, the guest is maybe loading. We'll see. We'll give him a second to load. Khan says evolution deniers complain that we've never seen one species turn into another, but have no problem with a dude's rib turning into a whole ass woman. Yeah, it's crazy to me that if you didn't witness it, you shouldn't believe it, given the things that these people believe. All right, I think Light Skin has actually made it into the guest box. How you doing, Light Skin?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Light Skin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm
sorry, what?
Yeah.
Can you say it again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are a believer. Okay, cool. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God, yes.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would just say that the prophecies.
Sure, which ones?
I would go with the Isaiah ones, some of the Psalms.
Can you be specific?
Just one of the ones in Isaiah.
Like what? Like Isaiah 7:14?
I don't remember which one that is, but sure.
That's the one about the virgin birth. You want to read that one with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm going to put it on the screen. You should be able to see it here in just a second. So is it your understanding that I should be able to go to Isaiah 7:14 and find a prediction about the Messiah being born of a virgin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Do you know the context of chapter 7? Like, have you seen the whole chapter yet?
I have not, sir.
Fair enough. So the chapter is about the war that's happening between the alliance made between the northern Israelites and the Arameans. They're attacking the tribe of Judah, and King Ahaz is
the Africans.
I'm sorry, what?
These are the Africans.
No.
Okay. Continue.
This guy's a troll. Okay. As soon as I saw someone coming up with the name Light Skin, I was already skeptical that he was a troll.
You had Kyle Kalinske as his profile picture.
That's who that was?
Yeah.
I didn't even recognize it. I know who Kyle Kalinske is. I just, for some reason, it didn't register with me when I seen his picture.
Yeah.
That's crazy. People are weird, man.
We've had all but one guest has just been in and out real quick. We had those 3 rage quits right away.
It's been a weird night. It really has been. But we got 2 guests coming up that at least one of them I know is going to be a lot of fun. T-Maz, thank you for the super chat, says, is there really a new covenant that makes it so Christians don't have to follow the Old Testament laws? From what I understand, Jesus said no, and Paul said, yeah, you nailed it, T-Maz. Jesus and Paul literally disagree on this topic, as does the author of Luke and Acts, and possibly even the author of Mark. So that being said, yeah, it's just a straight up contradiction. There's nothing in the Old Testament suggesting that the laws would go away. In fact, in my live stream, you've heard me quote a million times, lots of verses that literally say that they're forever. So, and Space Lord says, when we recall a memory, we sort of rewrite it into memory each time so we can subtly change what we started with, especially with impactful memories. Yes, that's 100% it. And Frimple's with us tonight. Thank you for gifting out a DZ membership. I appreciate that. And the Mighty Force of Kin says, hey, Justin, love your work. How do I get access to your Google Sheet? Help save my son from the cult of Christianity that he's been dragged into. Join my YouTube channel. On the main page, click the join button at the Kraken Crew Elite level, and you'll get access to the cheat sheet. If you have trouble, just email me. I'll make sure that we get everything worked out and make sure we don't lose your son to the cult. And P-Swim, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Godwin says, hey, Justin. Hi, P-Peters. I got to start calling you P-P. I'm just enjoying some Kraken. Yes. I made an emoji for M signal. Oh, for M's, of course. How do I send it to you? I message you in Discord. How would I go? Well, I haven't checked my Discord in like a day or two. I apologize. I'm kind of backed up, but that's a good place to send it, or email is fine. Either one. And I'll definitely get it added into the rotation. Thank you so much for doing that, by the way. And Bryce, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, it literally is belief in magic, Justin. The Bible says magic is real. Exodus 7:11 through 12. Yeah, referring to the dark arts of the Egyptians, right? It says Christians hate that word, but they were intellectually dishonest to deny it. It's true. If you read Exodus, the author of Exodus is giving you the excuse for why the magicians could do some of the stuff that Moses and Aaron could do. They refer to it as the Egyptian dark arts. And Divine says, how does us running a debate sound right now? I'd love it. I've got one person in front of you, Divine, but I'd love to run a debate with you. I think we're overdue. We haven't talked in a while. I know, listen, you already know you're going to bore half my audience with philosophy, but since it's been so long, we're going to do it anyways. So just hang in tight, buddy. All right, we're going to get Zelicity, who's been waiting for a while, into the queue or into the guest box. Maybe. I have a little trouble loading. There we go. How you doing, Zelicity?
Hello, how you doing?
Good. Thank you for asking. Zelicity, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 46, and yes, I'm a believer of the word.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the God you believe in, assuming the Christian God is real?
The most would be Jesus, that he's God, when it's the spirit of truth, that words are of my God that we call.
Can you restate that? Because I'm not sure. I think that probably made sense to you, but I don't know if it did to me. What about?
Can you translate his name to God in another language? I'm just curious.
No.
That's the reason why.
The reason why Jesus is God is because you can't translate his name into God?
No.
Because by the same logic, that means I'm God and Peterson's God?
Hell yeah.
That's the war in heaven, the cup of the Father, because, he was God. Zeus.
Wait, Zeus? You believe in Zeus?
Yes.
Oh,
you have to go to Jesus. You don't know who Jesus is.
You said Zeus, not Jesus.
Yes, the cup of the Father.
You know, Zeus and Jesus are...
I'm telling you the Son.
Zeus and Jesus are different figures, you're right, you know that.
Yes, sir, but you will have to understand the definition of language and
I do know what
There's-
languages are,
for say.
and Jesus is just Spanish for Jesus, and Zeus is not Spanish. Zeus is referring to a god from the Greek pantheon. They're not related, so let's try to
Yes,
get
it would be.
refocused here. So, what would be like a good evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, it depends on how you're saying. Like I said, it's the spirit of truth. The word of God is real. You read
I don't
it,
believe
you?
that. Yeah, I read it. I don't think it's true. Why would I think it's true?
Well, don't you repent, or you're just one of those that you're God, that you could change things.
No, I'm asking why should I believe that the Bible is true?
Because the weather changes and seasons fall.
Yeah, we know that. We know how seasons work. I'm asking about the Bible. Why should I believe that the Bible's true?
Where you turn the page and you see the word.
Yeah, I know. I've turned
Your
lots
land
of
on
pages on lots of books. I'm asking why specifically should I believe that this book is true?
Go back to the beginning.
I've read
Read
every
the
last
ending,
word of it.
and you'll find out why it's true.
It's not true, though.
You're in denial of who you are.
I'm not in denial. I'm asking you for the reason why I would believe that the book is true, and you haven't given me anything yet. I don't think you came to the right place.
I'm giving you why the book is true.
You didn't.
But you're not.
You
telling
asserted
me
that it was true.
Why you believe there's no God?
Is the book 100% true or just like mostly true?
No, the book is not 100% true. The book is stories, but pay attention to the revelation.
How do you know if you're
You have to
getting
go
the
to
correct revelation?
beginning, because if you pay attention to the beginning, it'll tell you the word. Okay, in the beginning was the word.
That's not
and
the beginning.
word
That's
was
John.
With
It's literally the fourth gospel. The beginning is Genesis 1:1.
Can you go to Genesis then, where the beginning is shown, and it tells you it was with God, and where the word was God?
That's
Then
John
you know that there's only
1:1.
one word, and it is God. That's the one I bear witness to.
That's John 1:1. You're confusing John with Genesis.
No, sir.
Yes.
Go back to Genesis, to the beginning.
I'll just show it for it. This is crazy. I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
What book are you in? Yes, can you read me the beginning, please?
You literally quoted
we
John
need to.
1:1. John 1:1 says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." That's John 1:1. That's not Genesis.
Well, go back to Genesis, because it's in Genesis
It's
too.
not in Genesis.
Not.
Genesis
want me
just
to open
says,
up my
when
book?
God began to create, yes, please open your book. When God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. Doesn't say anything about the Word becoming flesh.
I'm gonna have to go get my book. Excuse me, hold on.
There's no way this guy has read the book. Alex Johnson, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Big W, Alex. I appreciate that.
Good. Let's see which one it's in. I'll have to begin in that one.
I bet you $100 it's in John 1:1.
Get it.
The verse I literally just read.
Yeah, it's probably there too, but it's been changed.
It's been changed.
My old King James.
Yeah, there you
Yes,
go.
sir, it's been changed.
King James got the answer, I'm sure.
Let me see my old King James. I have an old one.
King James ain't going to help you here. You're wrong in every translation.
That's what you think. I have one before they start changing, or when they start changing the red. You know, they gave Jesus his name.
He's got the old Bible from before they started changing the Bible.
Yeah, he's got that big family Bible. I can hear the pages. Those are heavy pages.
Do you know who Shatan is? Oh, this one.
Have you found it yet? John 1:1.
Oh, you are so right. I guess
I'll get
that's
my-
what I'm seeing it at.
I'll get my jumbo King James family Bible out just to make sure, I'm reading the authoritative. the bigger, the more authoritative it is. Obviously, they wouldn't sell me a lectionary Bible. So Genesis 1:1. Yeah.
Yes. It says God created the heavens and earth. That would be the word to me. That's where I heard it.
Yeah, but John is not Genesis.
I'm the third. I bear witness.
Also, I don't think it's true. Like, I don't think none of this is true to me, right? So, well, I'm asking, why should I believe it's true? I already know what it says.
And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't that be the Spirit of the Word upon the face of the land?
But no one's questioning your theology. We're questioning whether or not it's true, whether the book says things that are true. I don't think spirits exist.
You don't think spirits exist? So you don't believe you do?
I don't think I'm a spirit.
What do you believe you are then?
A human being. A biological human being.
Okay. Okay, within the inside of that biological human being. But the reason why we're brothers and we're not.
Just biology, that's it. No spirits.
What is a spirit, Zelicity?
There's a spirit. There's a spirit inside of that body of yours.
Funny.
And the reason why we are brothers because we're not the same color. You feel me?
Zelicity, what is a spirit made of?
It is made of with darkness inside of you. You can't see it.
Darkness isn't made of anything.
Unless you see in the outside, unless you see it in the outside, and it's one like the Son of Man in the clouds, it disappears.
What are some of the properties that the spirit that's within us has?
You die. You disappear. You rise.
One of the properties of the spirit that's within me is that I die?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell me maybe one other property?
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. You're unalive. It is of God. That's the property.
The property of my spirit is that it is of God?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
It means that you don't own it. Somebody else does.
So I'm just kind of, I'm looking for, so if somebody said, hey, there's a whatchamacallit over there, and the other person says, I've never heard of that before. Could you describe it to me? What we're looking for is 21 question stuff. Can it fit in a microwave? Is it blue? Does it make noise? What kind of noise does it make? Does it have bilateral symmetry, maybe? So you're not really giving us any useful information with regard to what this spirit that we have is. So could you tell us some of the things about, descriptively,
the spirit of a man
about the spirit?
Sin. It's adultery, Christ consciousness.
That doesn't help us understand what it is in any way by telling us what will happen in the future. Again, if you had never heard of a zebra, and I tried to explain to you what a zebra is by saying, well, you know, nobody owns a zebra, and one day the zebra will go up the mountain. Nobody has any clue what the hell a zebra is based on your clues. So, could you tell us anything about these spirits that we have?
Yes, sir. They are dark.
Okay, dark as in, are they black? Are they gray? Are you telling me what color the spirits are?
Yeah, what is dark?
Yes.
What is dark? Yes, that's your answer.
Your molecules they are based in the quantum and the physics of the inside of your body.
Okay, so the quantum molecules that are in my body are dark. What else?
Yes, to create the atoms.
So a spirit is a dark quantum molecule that creates atoms. That's what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you can't see it. It's of the earth.
I wouldn't even generously call any of that a sentence. Perhaps not even a thought.
I don't.
You can't see how it's dark?
I don't. Zelicity, I don't know.
Can you look into my eyes and see my spirit? Or
no.
Can you see my heart?
No.
No, we can't. So I don't know
because
if
you're not looking into my eyes.
I don't know if you're in the right place. So I'm sure that like deep down inside you really
Probably.
want to have a discussion on the existence of your God. I'm not convinced that you are equipped with the tools to do that. So like at this point,
May
I
I
don't.
ask a question, sir?
You're welcome to ask a question.
Who is your God, since you want to know so much about mine?
There's no God.
To you, there is no God, so how do you exist?
The same way you exist without a God.
My God has no beginning. My God has no beginning and no ending, and that's why there's a big bang, and you're in between.
That's just what a circle is.
Yeah. So the Big Bang isn't something from nothing.
Exactly, and I just described the Earth.
The Big Bang isn't something from nothing. I don't believe there was ever nothing.
What kind of dark quantum
so what do you believe there was in the
molecules
beginning?
is God made of?
You wouldn't be able to see my God.
Because
you
are
would
the
be
are
able
the
to see
quantum
my
molecules
God.
he's made of too dark? That's why we can't see him.
No, because my God is over here with me, but my God is also over there with you. Our God is together as one.
Oh dang! Wait, what? I can't see him because he's over there where you are, but he's also over here, and we're one.
Why?
Yes, you're blinded by faith, and you're walking by sight.
Why did your God make it so that when women give birth to children, they end up with chronic illnesses, and a bunch of them are unalived, and like a lot of babies don't even survive the process? Why would he do that?
Do you understand the poorness in life and the riches in the next? Maybe that's the reason why it's the best.
So little babies have to suffer just so people can appreciate the next life?
Do you suffer in this life, whether you're a baby or not?
Well, I think everyone suffers, but that's not an answer to my question. My question is, can you appreciate
what would
not
you
suffering?
For
Can
you to
you
suffer,
appreciate
like,
not
all your
suffering?
life like that, or a baby to suffer and get it over with quick?
Can you appreciate not suffering?
I mean, they're innocent when they're a baby.
Just focus up, Felicity.
When you're older, you're
just
not.
pay
Unless you're
attention.
disabled.
Can you
Excuse me, sir?
Can you appreciate not suffering unless you've suffered a horrific thing? Like, can you appreciate being alive even though you haven't been dead?
You answer your own question.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. You can appreciate things even if you haven't experienced the antithesis of it, right? So like you don't have to be given cancer to appreciate being cancer free. So you didn't really fix the problem, right?
When you were given cancer, wouldn't you want to be cancer free and get into another body so you could be me?
No, I wouldn't want to be you. What I'm saying is that you don't need cancer. You don't need.
No. So you wouldn't want to be yourself because that's who I am, myself.
No, you're you, and this is crazy. We're having this conversation. You're not me. We're different people. That's just how words work.
He is him.
Okay,
but he is me.
Listen,
sober up and focus here.
Yeah, listen. You brought the wrong boots to this hike. Listen, I'm sure you're a nice guy in real life, but I don't.
The wrong boots because you guys have like intellectual.
I don't think this is a good place for you at this point.
Intellectual mind, but don't know.
At this point, this kind of feels like abuse. So I'm gonna cut the conversation short and move on to our next guest. Okay. You can't convince me he was all there.
No. No, not at all.
I don't think so. All right, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Pizza with us tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Good to see you, Pizza. Says, I contest that magic is real and it is electricity. Come on. Knowing how magic works doesn't make it not magic. You know the runes and arrange them into a spell. Wiring, diagram, circuit, electrons equal angry pixies. So you're not wrong. Like there was a time electricity would have been viewed as magic. In fact, in the early days, magicians were clamoring to find a way to use electricity in their magic shows because it's like this invisible force that people don't know or understand. So anytime somebody doesn't know or understand something, it's always spiritual or magic or what have you. Dr. Joe, again, thank you for the super chat. Says, Felicity hurts my head. Anyone have a Tylenol? He absolutely was. I wanted to give him a chance because I think he's probably a decent guy, but like he didn't come prepared. He just, I don't know how else to say it. The Corruptor says, I've been arguing about evolution. They have so many talking points, anti-ERV, gene transfer across species. ERVs have preferred places to attach and more. Do you have anything to add to that, Planet Peterson?
I think what they're trying to say is, I'm LARPing as a creationist. ERVs aren't that big of a piece of evidence because ERVs can only certain places, so on and so forth. Yeah, we know that, but your genome is billions of units long, and there are only select places where they can insert. But still, the odds of sharing 200 in the exact same spot, it's just unthinkably vast. It's like it's like having two people guess 200 numbers between 1 and 100 million, and they both guess these same numbers. That is not coincidental. Is not an appropriate explanation.
Yeah,
it's just not.
I'm with you 1,000,000% on that. And just a couple more. Select Pete, thank you for the super chat. Big W on the $20 says, I love the show, man. You gently eviscerated a pastor when signing off a week or so back, and my 15-year-old daughter who was listening was shocked and amused. Love your style. Logic over magic all day, every day. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that your daughter could see the show, because we want to stop the indoctrination pretty early. You know what I mean? And Z-Boot, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. I appreciate that. And listen to this. P-Swim says Prophet Hadassah, by a different name, was on Joel's channel today. Did anyone see that? I didn't see it.
I definitely didn't.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna see if I can track it down. It says, is Holland security watching her at all? I don't think no one's watching her, but like she got to be on a watch list. There's no way around it. If you haven't seen the crash out, it's on my channel, and even Eric covered it. Eric's got two-part series on his channel doing an analysis. But Bob, thank you for the super chat. It says, greetings from Seattle. Well, Big W to Seattle says, what are your top 3 books that aren't biblically related? Hail Doug and Rock Hard. Hit me up if you ever make that soundboard. Voice actor. Let's see, my non-biblical books. Shoot. I mean, I do enjoy history. I enjoyed some philosophical novels. Like I liked, The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I think he's amazing. I did love reading general history. I've got a ton of just straight up history books. I can't say I have a favorite. I did really enjoy a book that was boring and long that was called God's War. It was a covering of the Crusades, but I guess that's kind of biblical. I don't know. Listen, I'm a nerd. I read electronics and biblical books. That's all I got. The Walking Dad, great name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, easy way to know if a religion was created by man is to discern how it treats women. Oof. Yeah. That's actually a really good point. Is the more it looks like a male chauvinist deity is a sign that it came from a male chauvinist and not from an actual deity. And Semicolon says, question from a deistic monotheist. If God is all powerful, wouldn't it have the power of paradox, making it both real and imaginary? Praise Doug. Great question. There have been some language paradoxes like this done on God before. It just depends on what you mean, like with your words. Like, does all powerful mean all powerful, or what kind of exceptions do we give? I think it's tricky, it kind of depends on what kind of word games you want to play. But I see your point. It's a good point, Semicolon. And Ray, thank you for gifting out a DZ subby, Big W, and also Vern as well. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Tales of the Levant, good to see you again. It says, are the Bible end times fantasies the ironic actual globist New World Order agenda? They're fantasies about the first century. They're all about Nero's time period. Let me grab 2 more super chats. Black AL Alistair Lucian says, you got to be a really gullible person to believe in something that's been rewritten and retranslated multiple times. You're not wrong. I mean, I was gullible for a long time. I believed in it, but here we are. You know. Eli Johnson, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, those for whom the Eucharist is literal, is it a body part gamble? The guy on the right may get some holy toes, and the next guy unwittingly and unfortunately consumes not sausage. Yum. That's a fair point.
Ooh.
If it's the body of Christ, there's some questions that I think people are rightly asking. You know what I mean? All right, let me grab our next guest. We got Divine Order back with us. It's been a hot minute since Divine has been with us. How you doing, Divine?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing absolutely great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. So, Divine, what brings you around?
Yeah, I disagree with the prompt that God is imaginary.
You mean you haven't converted to atheism yet? Come on.
Oh man, you haven't got me there yet. Okay, not lucky for you.
That's all right.
He's just not trying. That's what it is.
I'm in these streams sometimes, so you know I do listen. But yeah, man, I am gonna affirm God exists. I am gonna try my best not to fail, bro, but I am gonna be presenting an argument in the form of a syllogism to establish the existence of a God. By God, I just mean a maximally great being whose essence is identical to his existence and is necessary. That's what I mean by God.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to get my whiteboard ready and we'll do the premises. So let's have at it. Premise number 1.
All right, cool. Wait, hold up. Okay. All right, yeah, sure. And just to clarify, I'm using notes because I can't remember all the premises off the top of my head.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I'm gonna be real.
I don't remember half my arguments either.
Yeah, man, I'm 21. I'm getting old, so you know.
You just got your first whiskers. You're already getting old, yeah.
Exactly, man. I'm balding. All right, okay, let's go. All right, yeah. So premise 1 is just going to be pretty simple. Everything that exists either exists by the necessity of its own nature, or is explained by an external cause. PSR in brackets, principle of sufficient reason.
Okay, so you're gonna, in order to support premise number 1, you're probably gonna have to define some verbiage here, right? You said everything that exists, and then what came after that?
Either exists by the necessity of its own nature, or is explained by an external cause, something external to itself.
So what do you mean by necessity of its own nature?
Yeah, something that could not fail to exist. It doesn't exist because of something external to itself. It exists because it cannot be any other way.
Well,
yeah, just a necessary.
Yeah, I would say, I guess, to me, I would agree with that. I think the statement for premise 1 is probably like superficially true. We were just saying like everything that exists couldn't be another, like it couldn't be another way. But I think the difficulty I would have with that premise is that we don't really have a way to test it. Like we don't know what it would be like for something in our universe to not exist because we've never, as far as I can tell, we've never experienced something going from existence into non-existence.
Well, under my view, if something exists by necessity of its own nature, then its essence is going to have to be identical to its existence. So that's when I'm talking about something that's necessary. If its essence wouldn't be identical to its existence, then it wouldn't be necessary. So I can explain what I mean by that.
Yeah, so there's a couple things that you're going to want to define for the audience, which is when you use the word nature, what do you refer to?
Well, when I'm talking about the term nature, I'm referring to what that kind of thing is. For example, the essence of a human is the nature that makes someone human,
like
distinct from other beings like animals or plants.
So
yeah, so for example,
like classification.
So for example, when I say essence, I'm referring to what that thing is. But when I refer to existence, I'm referring to the fact of a thing's being, its actual presence in the world. It's the is versus the what.
No, I agree. Yeah. I think we on existence, I think you and I probably understand that the same. When we refer to the nature of something, are we referring to the individual attributes that make it thing A and not thing B?
Yeah, so that would be the way that we would distinguish those two things. But if I was to say, you are a human being, right, that would be your nature. But you being a human being is not identical to the fact that you exist. Your existence, your actual presence in the world, is not the same as what you are. So
No,
that's how we
I
affirm
agree.
the distinction between essence and existence.
No, no,
The nature would be to do with the essence, not the existence.
No, we agree. I'm just trying to understand the way you're going to be using these words.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
So nature is essentially like the classifications and attributes that put you into that classification. And
Of
then
what that thing is, what defines a thing.
right. The thing, right? So if I said, this pen, the nature of this marker is that it's got all these properties. That's what makes it a marker. We would say that's the nature of a marker, right?
Sure, and that's not the same as the actual existence of the pen. The fact that the pen is in being is different to what the pen is.
Yeah, nature is descriptive.
Yeah, I'm drawing a real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I think we haven't defined essence, right? We talked about nature, and then we talked about being, right?
Yeah,
So
essence is the fundamental nature of a thing. The nature is the essence.
Okay, so what's the difference between essence and nature?
Oh yeah, no, I'm using them interchangeably. Essence is just what that thing is, and the nature of something is what that thing is. So let me clarify. Sorry. The essence of a human is the nature that makes them human. So it's pretty much the necessary conditions that must be satisfied in order to make that thing that thing.
Right, but I'm asking, what is the difference between the word nature and the word essence in how you're using them?
Yeah, so nature would just be the things that make someone human, and essence would be what that thing is. For example, a unicorn, right? Let's say that's the essence, right? That's what the thing is. But the nature would be certain properties. The fact that it has a horn, the fact that it can produce rainbows.
Okay, so the essence is the classification, and the nature are the attributes?
Sure. That would make that thing that thing. That would classify that thing.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so everything that exists exists by necessity of its own classification. Then,
but I think everything that exists by the necessity of its own classification, or explained by an external cause. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay. What about something's classification demands that it exists? Because I can define things, I can classify things that don't exist.
Well, when we say don't exist, that would imply that it's nothing. But I would say that the concept of, let's say, a unicorn, that is not identical to nothing, because we can think of certain traits, or we can have conceptual ideas of a unicorn, but we can't have conceptualized ideas of nothing. So we would affirm a real distinction metaphysically speaking.
No, Justin said, what about things that don't exist? We can still describe what they're like.
Yes, that's the essence of something, not the existence of the thing.
Right, but
so essence is not identical to no thing.
Yeah, but then you said that's the equivalent of explaining nothing, but it's not. Like a square circle. Square circles don't exist.
Sure, but the idea does, which is the essence of the thing.
Well, yeah, the essence is just the attributes. I'm not referring to the essence. I'm referring to whether or not it exists, right? Because I can.
The essence is what the thing is.
I can describe things. Like I can give a classification. I can define the nature of something that, in fact, does not exist.
I agree, which is you are describing something that has essence but not existence.
Right. So what I'm trying to figure out is why something that has existence is existent because of its nature. Because I can define different natures of things that don't exist.
Wait, no, that's not why something exists. Something that is in existence is just the is that brings a thing into being.
That was your premise. Everything that exists by necessity of its nature.
Yes.
What about its nature causes it to exist?
What about what about the I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. What about the nature? Wait, if it exists by the necessity of its own nature, then nothing causes it to exist. There's nothing that causes it to exist if it's necessary.
But then its nature and the thing itself are identical.
Yes,
right.
Its essence is identical to its existence. That's a key point of the argument as to why.
But I don't see how that follows. Like the square circles thing.
I'm positing.
So we have essences, squareness, circularity, but it also doesn't exist. You can't say that squareness and non-existence both exist.
Yeah, but something, let's say like a squared circle, is not identical to nothing.
I didn't say it's identical to nothing. I said it doesn't exist.
And if there's a real metaphysical distinction, then I'm affirming a real metaphysical distinction between existence and essence.
We're not saying that everything that has a nature is in fact nothing. What we're trying to do is make the link between something having a nature being that means it must exist, right? Because I can define things that have a nature that don't exist.
I'm not arguing that because something has a nature, it has to exist. I never argued that. If Planet Peterson probably said the best point when he said, he's understanding me the best, he said that would mean that something's existence would have to be identical to its essence. That's what I'm arguing for. So I don't know if maybe we just...
I'm not talking about essence yet. We haven't got that far, right? We're still talking about the nature.
Yeah, and the nature of something is not the same as its existence. The existence of the thing is the is that thing brings a thing into being. Like, I would argue that there's a real distinction between essence and existence, which is what I've been doing.
Well, I don't think that follows either, right? If the essence is just the attributes of something, I can list attributes of things that don't exist as well.
Correct, because not all things that have essence exist.
Okay, we agree. Yeah. All things that have essence or nature don't exist. I mean, let me rephrase that. Some things that we would define as a nature or an essence, in fact, don't actually exist. But all things that do exist do have a nature and an essence.
Yeah, I would agree that there are things that have essence. For example, like I said earlier, I think a unicorn has essence, right? But I think the essence, that doesn't logically follow that therefore it has existence. And I'm drawing a real metaphysical distinction for essence versus existence.
But I don't think either one of us are suggesting that essence and existence are the same thing. Like, we understand what you're saying. Essence is the attributes of the thing's classification. Yeah. I'm still trying to pin down premise number one. What about something's nature? What about its essence requires that is the reason why it exists?
I'm not arguing that.
Give me the premise again. Maybe I didn't write it down right.
Premise one, everything that exists either exists by the necessity of its own nature or is explained by an external cause, PSR, principle of sufficient reason.
Well, what is the necessity of its nature?
The necessity of its own nature, I've already said, something that could not fail to exist, something which is, every single thing that has existence has essence to explain its existence. Whereas if something's essence is identical to its existence, it's self-subsisting.
Yeah, but
which is what I mean by that.
You literally just define nature two different ways now.
I don't think I have. Maybe we got
just
did. Maybe we got caught.
Divine, do you agree that existence do you agree that existence is not a predicate or not?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Do you agree that existence is not a predicate or not?
Well, existence is, like, let's say, like a prerequisite for electrons, but not the other way around.
I was just looking for yes or no.
I just answered you. Existence is.
No, you didn't. I have no idea what your answer to my question is by way of that analogy.
Sure, repeat your question. I'll answer it again. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking for a yes or no. Do you agree? Do you agree that existence is not a predicate?
Do I agree that existence is a predicate?
Not a predicate.
Is not a predicate. Do I agree that existence is not a predicate?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, to me, as someone who's very amateurish in this, I still think that's a horrendous problem for what you're trying to argue, because you're telling us that the essence of this thing being necessary to exist is a property of it, but existence is not a predicate. So it's not a property that adds to the concept of a material or something being complete.
Yeah,
I think you have a vicious contradiction there.
No, I don't think I do. When I'm saying existence is not considered a predicate, like in the same way that other properties or characteristics are, I don't understand the issue. I'm so confused. How is this an issue from my view? I'm so confused.
Because you're saying the essence of the thing is that it has to be necessary. Because Justin's asking you, what about it is the necessity for its existence?
But I'm not arguing that.
And you're saying that it is a thing that can't not exist. But existence isn't a predicate. It's not part. It's not part of what explains or justifies why something does exist. But you're telling us it is, while saying that you
You're
agree that
misunderstanding my view.
existence is
You're
not a
misunderstanding my view.
predicate. I
Yeah.
can't hear you while I'm talking.
You're misunderstanding my view. So I'm arguing that existence is not a quality or a property that can be added to an essence to make it complete, but rather existence is the act of being, something that happens to an essence, not something that's part of its definition. You're like misunderstanding what I'm actually trying to say.
I'm gonna digest what you were saying there and try to get back to you.
Go ahead. Sounds good.
All right. So premise,
continue.
I'm still trying to figure out what you're getting at with premise number 1, because I don't see how you're connecting something's necessity of existence to its nature or essence.
I'm sorry. Could you? I'm really sorry. Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what something's necessary existence has to do with their nature or their essence.
Oh, no. Premise 1 is literally just establishing the two different kinds of ways in which something can exist. There's like I think maybe you're caught up on like I've explained. I feel like I've explained what you've asked me like 3 times, but maybe we're just not. Are we clashing heads?
I don't think I don't think you and I are using words in the same way, and I don't think there's 2 ways something can exist. I think it just exists or it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but the way those 2 things would be explained would either be by it has to exist, it can't be any other way, or it's explained by something else external to itself. I mean,
that 2 modes of existence.
Sure.
Like it either does exist or it doesn't exist. Now you can make up different reasons why something exists. Then you could say, yeah, there are 2 different possible reasons, although there could be a million different reasons. But
do you reject the PSR? Do you reject that everything that exists and the principle of sufficient reason for the audience? Do you accept that everything that exists has a reason for its existence?
I don't know if I do. Like, if you're positing that everything that exists has a reason, I think we would have to first establish if you're referring to a cognitive reason, or if you're referring to just like it had a cause.
Well, I mean, we'd affirm a distinction between cause and reason. I mean, reason is basically saying that there is an explanation for why that thing is the way it is. I mean, the explanation of something isn't always going to be related to like a cause. I mean, I'd affirm like I wouldn't use those 2 words interchangeably. They're similar, but I don't know. But I feel like most people would agree that which exists typically would have a reason for its existence. Even if we don't know the reason, you would still say there is some reason. Or you could say the opposite, that the thing is necessary.
Well, I think that it could be both, right? It can be necessarily true, and it could also have a reason, even if you don't know what the reason is.
Well, no, because if there's a reason, then there's going to be... The problem is if you say that, like, I don't know, let's say you argue that something that is, let's say something that's composite is the reason, well, then you would need an explanation for the composition of that thing, which is why whatever the cause of the universe is, whatever is necessary, the necessary being its essence must be identical to its existence. If it's not, then we have to explain why it's not and why the composition exists.
Well, you're defining the composition. Now you're saying there's a reason for the attributes of the thing existing. I'm saying that
for the real distinction,
yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there can be a reason why something is necessarily existing, even if you don't know.
I agree. No,
what
I agree.
The reason
That's fine.
is.
No, I agree. I'm just positing there's a reason for something that exists. That's all the PSR says.
All right. So start back at premise 1, and we're going to circle the wagons and do it all over again.
Okay. All right. Premise 1: everything that exists either exists by the necessity of its own nature, or is explained by an external cause. That's the 2 modes of existence, and something that comes into being. And then brackets: principle of sufficient reason. We've been over premise 1, I think, quite well.
Well, so you still haven't fixed the problem where you said by the necessity. So when you say by the necessity, you're intimating causation. You're saying the thing exists because of its nature, and that's where I'm finding the disconnect. What about something's nature requires it to exist?
Well, wait, when you say what about something's nature requires it to exist, we're saying that the nature of that thing, its essence must be identical to its existence.
I did not say that at all.
If its essence is identical to its existence, then obviously its existence must exist.
No, you're just defining something that's just like speciously true. It exists. We know it exists because it exists. That's not what I'm asking. I think your phrasing is the problem. You're saying that it exists. Hold on, Divine. Hold on. You said the words came out of your mouth that it exists by the nature, by its own nature.
By
So
necessity of
when
its own
you
nature.
say those words, what you're saying to normal people is that it's the nature of something that causes it to exist. You're intimating causation. I don't know if
I'm not.
I don't know if you're trying to
I'm
do that, but that's how
I'm
words
not doing
work.
it. I'm not doing it. If something is necessary, then there's no causation within that thing. For example, whatever this thing is, it would be self-subsistent, and it would be a self-subsistent act of being. Like, it can't exist in a limited or finite mode. It must be free of any and all restrictions, like that limit its essence or its boundaries on being.
Okay,
Like,
so
I think you misunderstood what I mean.
so you have to change your wording then. You can't say that it exists by its nature or because of its nature. Those aren't a connection you're trying to make. You've worded it wrong.
No, but by saying the necessity, do you say ordered?
No, I'm saying you've done it wrong. You've used the wrong
Oh,
words.
But I'm just saying, I don't think I have, at least from the way I understand the words. Maybe we just misunderstand each other. That's fine. But I would say that when I say that something exists of the necessity of its own nature, I'm not saying there has to be a cause within that thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary anymore.
But that's
If
what
there's
I'm
cause within
saying.
the thing, then it wouldn't be necessary.
The way that you worded it intimates cause. I think you need to change a word in your premise.
'Cause you're saying it's because of this other thing.
Right.
Yeah, I can understand why you would. Yeah, no, I can understand why the contention is that you're saying that because I'm saying that the thing exists by the necessity of its own nature. You're saying that it only is necessary because of its nature. Therefore, it's only been caused to be necessary. But that's problematic because, under my view, you don't cause things to be necessary.
That's why I'm denying premise number one, because something's nature doesn't cause it to exist. But that's why I'm saying you need to reword the premise, because the way you've worded it sounds as though you're saying that something's nature is the cause of its existence. That's why we keep going in circles.
That's not what I'm trying to say then.
But that's what you said.
Well, I mean, if you misunderstand like what I'm trying to say within the premise, that's fine. But I mean, like, I don't see how that's like a rebuttal.
If I said I got to work by my car, would that not mean that my car was the delivery mechanism?
Did you have to exist? Is it necessary that happened?
No.
So,
There's nothing to do with existence. This is about how words work, right? When you use the word by, you're implying some mode of reason or causation, right? That's just what the word means, right? So if you exist by your nature, you're implying that your nature is some sort of causation for the existence.
No causation. No, you're misunderstanding. I'm saying this thing is it's a self-subsistent act of being.
Then you've got to change the wording of your premise. Your premise is worded badly.
Okay, well, how would me wording it make you feel better?
You can word it any way you want to, but you've got to get rid of the word by.
Well, if you want to imply that this thing entails causation, and I disagree with that, that's not really a rebuttal of the premise.
I'm not rebutting the premise. I'm saying the way you've worded the premise is not the way you want it to be worded. It doesn't mean what you think it means.
Well, I would understand that to be the case, that just because something does exist by the necessity of its own nature, that doesn't imply causation within that thing. I really don't see any kind of issue. I don't see the issue.
Existing by something implies that the thing that it is existing by is part of the causation. That's just what words mean. So the word by is your problem. You got to find a better word.
Everything that exists either exists by the necessity of its own nature.
You made it worse. Now you've made it definite.
Yeah, no, I repeated it. I didn't change it. I repeated it. I'm not.
Yeah, you're making it worse. So your premise is just false then, because you don't even agree with your own premise.
I disagree.
Well, you'd be wrong.
I don't see that as a rebuttal.
Your premise includes causation, and you're saying there's no causation. So
I don't think that my premise implies causation.
Yes, the word. Just Google the definition of the word by.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, let's go down the linguistics route. Let's go.
Yeah, you're saying the reason it exists is because of its necessity to exist.
Well, sure, because of the necessity, but that doesn't mean that it's dependent or contingent on anything. That's implying causation.
The word by identifying an agent performing an action or indicating the means of achieving something, which is what I said. When you use the word by in your premise, you're suggesting that the thing that by is describing is an agent performing the action or the means by which something is achieved. You've got to reword your premise. If you don't think that nature is a means of achieving something or is providing some sort of causative action, then you've worded your premise poorly.
No, because this thing wouldn't have, the thing would not have it's a self-subsistent act of being that doesn't imply causation within the thing.
I know
really
I know
don't.
what you mean. What I'm saying is the way you've worded your premise doesn't work. It doesn't work
So
with
if we
what
just
you
change- if we
mean.
just- if we just-
so
if we
you
just change premise one
so
to-
you've got to reword premise one in a way that works with what you actually mean.
Sure. So if we just reworded premise one to be everything that exists, everything has two modes of existence of how it came into existence. Either the facts it wouldn't have come into existence. Everything that exists has two modes of existence: things that exist necessarily and things that are explained by an external cause.
Okay, so let me rewrite that. We'll say
It's-
everything.
Why
to
not
me, I've
just
read the
say
same
all
thing.
things are either necessary or contingent?
Yeah.
Why is that
also-
so hard
also
to do?
works. Sure.
Because it doesn't
Okay.
sound as fancy.
Exactly. See, he understands.
Okay. All things are either necessary or contingent.
contingent.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
And those contingent things are explained by an external cause. Let's just get that.
I haven't
You know what I
spent
mean?
enough time thinking about this dichotomy to know if it's a true dichotomy or if there is a trichotomy or some other option in there. I would say that, like, if I'm defining things that exist, I think there are some things we could say exist by necessity. I don't know if those are provable existences. So this is where the Philbros and I disagree, which is you can say that something exists by necessity, which all you're saying that is that, well, it must exist because we can't explain it any other way. But if that's the case, there's lots of things I could say necessarily must exist that you wouldn't agree with, but we can give literally the same argument and end up at two necessary explanations.
Well, I mean, if there's two necessary explanations, in order for two to be divided into something, I'm going to assume that there would be a distinction between them. So if they're like distinct in any way, then if the two beings are distinct, then one of them is not God or not maximally great. If you can divide them, that would imply composition.
I'm not talking about
Which
dividing
obviously
anything. What I'm
this
saying is that, like,
thing-
the thing that you're going to say is that God necessarily must exist because he fixes problem A or problem B, or he explains problem A or problem B, and because there has to be an explanation for something, then that means that there's a necessary existence, right? But the problem with, like, the necessary existence of God is it's more probable that, like, if you believe there's a first cause, which I don't, but if you believe there's a first cause, like, there's lots of things you can say necessarily would explain it other than a God.
Yeah, no. So the problem is you already agreed earlier on that there is a real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence.
I did not.
Because you already agreed to that. You did.
I did not. I said there are two definitions of the words. Like, those words have different definitions.
You agreed that you would understand that, like, you understand the difference between what defines a thing versus what the thing is that exists into that brings a thing into being. You accepted that. I'm certain you did.
No, they're superficial. They're not metaphysical. Like, those are attributes. Like, we describe what those things are. Like, we are the ones that invented the language to define those attributes and the essence.
Sure, but we're describing something that we're describing something that really does exist.
I agree. Yes, we are describing something that really exists.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can give you reason to accept why you should accept a real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence. Like, for example, you can understand the essence of something without understanding whether such an essence is already out there. Like, imagine, I don't know, imagine describing the essence of lions, pterodactyls, and unicorns to an overly sheltered person. You then ask this person to describe which of these beings exists and now, and which beings existed in the past, and which have never existed. But obviously, from a mere essential description, a person can't know which of these has existed or does exist. So knowing the essence of a finite limited existence, knowing the essence of a finite limited instance, of a being does not entail that such a finite limited instance of a being exists. Hence, obviously, there's support for the real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence.
Yeah, but we're just talking about dictation or dictionary definitions at this point. Like, listen, we agree on the definitions of these words.
I just want to know if you accept a real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence, or do you think they're the same?
Well, I think in your worldview, you're using metaphysics to say the same thing I'm saying, which is they have different definitions.
Well, definitions are going to be descriptive.
I agree. Yeah,
I'm referring to things.
That's what I said. I started with these are descriptive words. Yeah,
but like, for example, existence, like something that exists. I mean, like, existence is obviously a description of what the thing is, but like that isn't the same as the description itself. The thing that is not the same as the language used to describe. There's a real distinction between those two things.
I agree. Yeah, what we're
Essence.
describing
Okay.
is not the equivalent of the thing we're describing.
Great. Then you agree. Then you agree that essence and existence have a real metaphysical distinction. You just agreed.
But again, I'm saying that they have different dictionary distinctions. Like we defined what these words mean, right? When you say metaphysical, I need you to understand that you're using metaphysical the same way I'm using definitions.
I'm sorry. You're using the term metaphysical. Yeah. So the way I'm using the term metaphysical is how you're using the term definitions.
You're saying they have different functions. I agree. Yes, those words have different functions. Divine. This is why nobody likes philosophy other than philosophers, because you have to go in and redefine all the words for people who didn't read your philosophy dictionary, and it's boring.
Okay. Well, when I talk about metaphysical things, I'm just referring to the nature of the thing.
I yes, we agree. Yes, they have different functions.
Okay.
Yes, but
So
we use real words here that people understand. We don't keep using philosophy jargon. That's why I keep rewording. Every time you bring up a Philbro word, I have to reword it into normal everyday people speak so that the audience can actually follow the conversation.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I'm not running tag. People are getting confused. It sounds like I am because of the conversation we're having at the minute. But if like people heard the whole argument, I'm not running tag. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. As long as we both understand that essence, existence are really distinct things in the way that I'm using them, and you understand the distinction between them in this conversation, then I think that's fine for now.
We agree. They're not
obviously
yeah, they have two completely different functions in the way they're being used.
Then we could, sure. Then I mean, later on we might get into the conversation of why you should accept a real metaphysical distinction. I mean, we could, that's the kind of conversation that it might go down. I'm not sure. Do we want to continue? Have we only got
so premise number one is that everything is either existing by necessity, or by some sort of external causation. And I don't know if either one of those things are true. How would I support either one of those claims?
I'm sorry. Could you? How would you support either one of the claims that either something exists by necessity?
I can't think of a single thing that exists merely by necessity.
Well,
I could be wrong.
The conclusion of the argument is that something must exist by necessity.
Like what?
That's the conclusion of the premises. Well, yeah, that's what we call God, the necessary being.
Can you think of anything other than God that exists by necessity?
No.
Well, then why should
that's how he define. That's how he's defining it. But Justin, like you and I would actually both agree that it's impossible for nothing to exist. So something has to exist. And that's whatever a necessary thing is going to end up being. Justin was trying to say earlier that there's no reason there can't be more than one necessary thing. And it seems like you were trying to say that that's false, but there's no logical problem with saying more than one necessary thing can exist.
Well, we can get into that conversation, absolutely. But I mean, I just want to clarify because I may have not made it clear. Yeah, I also would say that logic exists by necessity. I would say that logic is identical to God.
I don't think logic exists, though.
Well, that that doesn't make any sense even, but what's premise two?
Yeah, so we've already had this discussion, Divine. You'll never convince me that transcendentals exist.
Well, I hold to absolute divine simplicity, so that's what I mean when I say logic is identical to God, for the people who are going to misunderstand what I'm saying. But okay, cool.
But I still haven't heard support for premise number one.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to posit a third mode in which something could exist?
Well, I think mode is irrelevant. You were talking about causes, like why something exists. You said it's either by necessity or it's by external causation, right?
Or something that is contingent. Yeah, necessary or contingent things. I mean, if you disagree and you want to tell me a third one, then I'd love to know what that is. But that's just either going to be necessary or contingent, I'm going to assume.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why it has to be something necessary, because I can't think of a single thing that exists only by necessity, other than we would say literally everything. But at that point, it's a nonsensical statement, because everything is just existing by necessity then.
Well, not everything could be necessary, because there's composition, like within the universe, right? So? And obviously, because there needs to be an explanation for why something is composed of essence and existence. No, the necessary being's existence must be identical to its essence.
No, the universe is just one thing.
If I can just quickly finish, if the existence is not identical to the essence, well, then you do need to explain why this thing is composed of parts.
Well, I'm saying the universe is one thing, just like I'm one person, but I'm made up of, many tiny little atoms, right? So when we say that, like the universe, if the universe just exists necessarily, then it seems like there's no distinction between existing necessarily and not existing necessarily if everything exists necessarily.
Are you positing that everything is necessary?
No, I'm saying you haven't given me a reason to believe that existing by necessity is a thing, because I don't believe in the God existing by necessity. There's no necessity for it to exist. If you say that everything exists by necessity, well, then that's a meaningless statement.
Well, because the argument would follow that not everything does exist by necessity, and that the universe must be explained by something that is necessary.
Well, I don't think anything exists by necessity. That's what I'm trying to fill out here. So you're saying that things can exist by necessity, and you can't list a single thing other than God, but that's already a non-starter. That's the conclusion of the argument.
If there was something that is, let's say, if there's something that's necessary that is not God, then there will be something that is necessary but also distinct from God. But if those two beings are really distinct, then the original being wouldn't be God.
But you're begging the question. You're assuming the conclusion in the argument. I'm saying you can't find a single thing that exists by necessity other than God, but that supporting your premise is using the conclusion to support your premise.
Well, no, because the argument is going to lead to the conclusion that the explanation for the universe is necessary. I mean, I don't understand. You're claiming that I'm not giving you reason to believe that something can be necessary. Well, if you just go on, let's say, an eternal, infinite regress of contingent facts, and things are explained and they're explained and they're explained, well, then there'd have to be an explanation for the regress itself, right? Which would be obviously circular.
I don't think it's circular at all. Why is the infinite regress circular?
You could say the universe exists, and then that's the necessary fact.
No, because the universe can't be necessary, because it's composed of essence and existence.
No, those are descriptions.
If something is composed of essence and existence, there's going to be a reason for the composition. If you deny that,
I'm sorry. Does God have essence?
Yeah, his essence.
Does God have existence?
Yeah, they're identical.
So then he's composed of essence and existence too, just like the universe.
Yeah, but he would still have those things.
The difference is the universe is composed of those things being really distinct. Whereas with God, we would say that this thing is self-subsistent and these things are identical to each other. So there's no reason for an explanation for composition, because there is no composition within God.
There is. There's literally 3 in 1 according to your religion. There's 3 persons in one. That sounds like a composition to me. And I know you're going to do some kind of crazy talk about how it's not 3 gods, but good luck on that.
And your God has free will, and I mean there are all kinds of things. God has desires. It has thoughts.
I wouldn't say God has desires in the way you understand, but I mean that's you.
In the way we understand.
That's you now trying to talk about the Christian God. I haven't brought up the Christian God.
But we know which God you believe in. Like, so whatever you're about to say about God has to be in line with your specific God. We know that.
I'm just trying to get. I think
unless you want to renounce your religion, you can renounce your religion.
No, so the point of this argument is to lead to the conclusion that a God exists. Obviously, then you
hasn't done that yet.
Do you think it's possible that a God other than the Christian God exists?
Yeah, I think that you can form a coherent worldview. I don't run tag, so I think it is possible to form a coherent worldview that is not explained by the Christian God.
In that case, then it's fair.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not saying Christianity is the necessary precondition for things like logic and universals. I'm saying that God is the necessary precondition. But again, I'm not running tag. I don't want to do that. Okay, right.
Well, you already know not to do that because I don't believe in universals or any transcendentals. Or
I'm just not taking that route. I think this is a more fruitful conversation. Now, anyway, rewind. Okay, are we through premise 1, or are we still?
No, I'm still waiting for you to demonstrate that something can exist by necessity.
Yeah, I've already explained. If something exists by necessity, I don't need to explain to you how that thing exists by necessity.
Oh shit! Okay, then the universe exists by necessity. Then,
if I was to say why that thing exists, then that thing wouldn't be necessary.
The universe exists by necessity.
Wait, no, 1 second.
No, you say that's the logical conclusion of your own premise. I could just say that the universe exists by necessity.
The essence of the universe is that it exists.
Yeah.
No, because you already agreed earlier.
That's crazy.
You already agreed earlier that there's a real distinction between something's essence and something's existence.
Not for the universe, though.
Oh, okay, wait, Peterson. Do you think of a unicorn? Can you describe to me what a unicorn is?
A unicorn is some sort of flying horse with a horn on its head.
Okay, cool. So that would be a unicorn's essence. Now, is it true that because you described an essence, or you told me what the essence is, that thing therefore exists in an actual state of being?
Nope.
Great. So those things.
But the essence of the universe is that it necessarily exists. So by describing its essence, it can't not exist.
I'm sorry.
Definitionally.
Sorry. Repeat your point. Go ahead. Repeat that again.
The essence of the universe is that it exists. So it can't not exist.
I'm sorry. But this would be false because the universe is composite.
No, it's true. That's definitionally what the universe is.
Wait, I'm sorry, Peterson.
And whatever you come up with, I'm going to say, well, it doesn't work that way for the universe.
Peterson, you just accepted that there is composition within the universe because you affirmed the distinction between the essence of a unicorn and the existence of a unicorn.
God has properties that are distinct from God's essence, his existence, and the universe has properties that are distinct from its own essence, but the universe's essence that it exists is still maintained, and so therefore the universe can't not exist, so it is necessary.
You just spoke over me when I didn't even finish. You interrupted me.
Well, I was like in the middle of my sentence, and then you tried to interrupt it, so
I was talking, and you interrupted me. This is recorded. We can't lie.
No,
I don't think that was the case, but I think we also have a delay.
That's not what happened.
Remember, he's in Australia and we're in America, so you're going to have a little bit of...
his internet's upside down, yeah.
Yeah. They had to switch the wires, yeah.
Maybe the big spiders are on your Wi-Fi cables. I don't know, but...
Fuck those spiders. I'm never going to Australia until they get rid of those spiders.
I agree. So no, the point is, Peterson, is when you accepted earlier that you could tell me what the essence of a unicorn is, however, you recognize that doesn't mean the thing exists. By doing that, you affirmed a real. Can I please finish?
Yeah,
please.
Go ahead.
You affirmed a real metaphysical distinction between the things. When you did that, when there is a distinction, that's composition between two things. Composition is to do with parts. Now, you need to explain to me what the explanation is for the composition of the universe. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm telling you what the essence of the universe is, and it's a thing that exists, so it can't not exist.
Yeah, it's also...
that is its essence.
Again, you keep disproving the triune God. I don't know why you keep doing that.
If God's essence can be the same thing as God's existence, meanwhile, God has all these other attributes. It has free will. It has thoughts and desires. It knocked up abroad in ancient Palestine. All these kinds. If God can do that, then I'll just say the course of events that unfold within a universe are distinct from its actual essence. Nana boo boo.
A, you already presuppose that we agreed on what you mean by all those terms like free will. There are different kinds of free will. B, you presuppose that I believe that God would have those properties in the way that you typically understand them or the audience understands them, which is all obviously unjustified because we haven't been through those conversations. And
you just misunderstand the properties of the universe. It's a mirror argument.
No, you literally already accepted that the unicorn's essence is not identical to its existence. When you did
but that's not how it works for the universe.
The unicorn is within the universe.
So a set of things within the universe is not the same thing as the universe itself. The universe is everything that exists. The subset of things is different. You're doing a composition fallacy here.
There's no fallacy being committed on my end when you say that the unicorn's essence is not identical to its existence, but the universe's essence is identical to its existence. You're saying there are things within the thing which have composition. If there are things within the thing that have composition, then that thing itself consists of composition.
No, that's literally a compositional fallacy.
No, it's not. It exists within.
No, that is literally a compositional fallacy. When you say subsets of something have a certain property, therefore the thing itself has that same property, that is a compositional fallacy by definition.
What I'm doing is showing to
is a compositional fallacy. I'm just here to point it out.
It's absolute. First of all, you misrepresented what I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
Let's rewind. Okay. Does the essence of the universe? Does the essence of the unicorn? Does that exist within the universe?
I don't know.
Are you in the universe?
Probably.
Great, and your essence, the essence you just.
Well, unicorns don't exist, so I don't know what you mean by their essence exists in the universe.
Keep in mind when we say universe, we're just referring to everything that exists, right?
Exactly, and if there's something that makes up the universe,
that means God is part of the universe, which means God is part of the composition. Yes.
No.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
God's
If
essence
the
is
universe is
identical to the
everything that
universe.
exists and God exists, that includes God as part of the composition.
No, because God is not identical to the universe.
I didn't say he was. I said if God exists, then he is part of the universe because the universe is definitionally everything that exists, which means God is part of the universe. He's part of the composition. And even if you
No,
want to
I
say
don't-
he's
I
a
don't-
separate composition, you can go with a separate composition, say somehow he's outside of the universe, even though that's like logically crazy. It still doesn't make sense
No.
because the God that you believe in has parts. It's got different mind, wills, and emotions. Literally can have conversations with itself, and can
It's a straw man in my opinion.
and
This
quite
is not
literally
true.
manifest as well.
I've explained to you what I mean about a composition of essence and existence. And then when you give an attempt at a rebuttal, you're giving distinctions between things that aren't essence and existence.
No, I
It's like just
literally am.
misrepresenting the whole
God,
argument.
God
It's
has
a straw
God
man.
has attributes.
Okay.
Do you think God has attributes?
What do you mean by attributes?
The essence.
Yeah, God's essence is
Okay, so
identical to
God
his-
has attributes. What are God's attributes?
It depends what God. I mean, God is just a maximally great being.
But
Now,
what
if
are
you're
his
asking for
attributes?
specific- Well, if you're saying specific attributes, I'm not going to make any positive claims about those kind of.
Well, if he doesn't have
specific-
attributes, then he doesn't have essence.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing he has attributes, but I'm saying.
Okay,
let's
so
say,
what
like,
are
I said
they?
one of his let's say I said one of his attributes. I just don't think this conversation's like going to be going in the right direction.
No, no.
but
This
if I
is
said one of
this
his
is logically
attributes,
sound. Listen, you say that God
it's
God has
not gonna
essence,
work.
and
It's not gonna
essence
work.
in real world speak just means that he has attributes. I'm asking, can you list one of his attributes?
Yeah, so I mean, like by an attribute, we could just say omnipotence.
Okay, does he have more than one attribute?
There is virtual distinctions between attributes, but not real distinctions in the way that you're understanding them.
Right,
It
right.
doesn't
But
entail
does he have
composition.
more than one attribute?
That doesn't entail composition, but yeah.
So he does have more than one attribute. Okay, so you could say like he's loving and he's also just or whatever, right? Those are different attributes.
Well, yeah, but a virtual distinction is going to be like a type of conceptual distinction where two things are considered distinct in our thought, but they're not distinct in reality. So it's a distinction based on our understanding, even though the underlying reality remains one.
Okay, so the underlying reality of the universe is that it's one. We make the artificial distinction, just like we're making the artificial distinction with God's attributes. We're making the artificial distinctions within the universe.
So divine. So you're saying one of the facts about God is that God is loving.
I think it would be true that God is loving, yeah, sure.
So God is made of loving things.
When you say loving things, if you're affirming like a real distinction, like in the underlying reality, that would entail composition. So no. If you're affirming a conceptual
Okay,
distinction,
the universe is not contingent because it doesn't matter that there are contingent things in the universe. That would be a compositional fallacy. I'll just say it works. It literally is a compositional fallacy. And then to skirt around it, I'll just say it doesn't work that way for the universe.
No, because the things in the universe.
No, not
have
no.
No, because the things in the universe have a real distinction in their underlying reality. The things that are distinct in the universe, for example, a chair and Justin, they're not just conceptual distinctions; they are actual distinctions.
Oh no, they're not.
Is God's omnipotence and his loving, are those distinct?
Conceptually, virtual distinction, but not distinct in underlying reality.
Okay, then I'll just say the same shit about the universe.
That's exactly what I said. The universe only has conceptual distinctions.
Okay, so under your view, you would say that Justin is not really distinct to a chair.
No, the whole universe, the universe as itself has no distinctions. It's just a universe. Any distinction within the universe is conceptual. We make it up.
Okay, so to clarify, you would say that a chair is not really distinct to
Whatever you say, we will say the same thing. Yes.
So you think a chair is there is no real distinction?
Whatever you believe in, we will say the same thing. Yes.
Yeah, okay,
We
cool.
will just say
And
that the necessary thing happens to be something else.
So under your view, there is under your view, there is no distinction in reality, underlying reality, not conceptual. There is no actual distinction between Justin and a chair.
In the exact same way that you don't think there's any distinction between the fact that God knocked up a woman in ancient Palestine and the fact that he knows everything. Yes.
I mean,
So you keep actually
Right, so you don't like that.
Wait,
So
can I
yeah,
respond? Can I
when
wait,
you
Justin,
hear
can I
your
respond?
worldview, it
No, I'm gonna
sounds
repeat.
stupid.
No, I'm going to show you how what you're saying is
so
baloney.
you keep
Wait, Justin, can I
actually
respond?
straw
Can I
manning what
respond?
I'm
Wait,
saying.
why can't I respond?
So
to
you
him?
keep straw manning what I'm saying. I'm
Justin,
not
come on,
saying that
man.
there's no artificial distinction between a chair and a Justin. What I'm saying is that the universe, not a Justin, the universe. I can make all the claims about your God for the universe itself as a single entity.
Yeah, but you're within the universe, and a chair is within
So
the
what?
universe. Therefore, the universe is.
But
made
I'm
up
not
of those
talking
things.
about me or a chair. I'm
Because
talking about the
and
universe.
and the universe is composed of the two things I just listed. The universe
I
is
know,
composed of
and your God is composed of multiple parts too. Your God
No,
has a
I've
voice.
already-
Your God literally speaks.
Justin, please, can I talk, man?
So your
Yeah,
God
just let me
has
talk.
attributes,
Just let me talk.
right? So you're suggesting
can I
because
talk,
I
please?
have attributes and chairs have attributes that somehow I can't claim that the universe is necessary, but your God has attributes and he's got more than one
Justin.
attribute. Therefore, your God has got the same problem that the universe has. You haven't fixed the problem yet.
Justin, the way I've dealt with the attempt to accuse that God has composition within himself, I've affirmed that these things are virtual distinctions.
And I
I've
would say,
explained- can
I would
please
say
finish,
chairs
please?
and
Bro,
Justin are virtual
can't I
distinctions
talk?
because I've said it 5 times,
No, but
Divine.
you're not letting me.
I've already told you that the distinction between
chairs.
chairs and Justins are virtual. They're distinctions that we make. They're still the universe.
I'm sorry. If you took away minds, would a chair and a rock still be distinct in reality?
What I'm saying is they're not. We're talking about
answer
the
the question, please answer
universe.
the question.
Divine,
Answer the question. No,
pay attention.
Rocks and chairs exist within the universe.
No,
Because the
pay
universe is
attention. You're not
composed
following
of-
the conversation. You're not following. I'm talking about the universe, and you keep wanting to talk about Justins and chairs. I am saying the universe is a necessary existence that has attributes. Those attributes are distinctions that we create. The same way your God, it has a single necessary existence, but also has attributes. You keep going to Justins and chairs because you don't want to address the universe as a single thing.
I have no problem addressing it, right?
Okay, then
problem
tell me
is-
why the
is
universe
you-
can't be a necessity.
Sure, the universe is composed of things that have essence and existence. We went through it.
And so does God.
And so does God.
Why can't I
Okay.
talk?
Because you
Why
don't
can't I-
see how
What
circular
could
your
there
argument
possibly
is.
be?
Why- how
What
is
could
this
you
fair? How is
possibly
this fair?
add to that?
Wait,
You
if
you
actually
said
let me
the
talk,
universe
then why
can't be
I try?
necessary because it has nature or it has essence and nature.
Characteristics and attributes.
Characteristics
Yeah,
and
Justin,
attributes, and God has characteristics and attributes. So your argument keeps debunking yourself, and this is why we
not.
keep
Let
going
me
in
talk.
circles because you
Let me
think
talk,
using
man.
these Philbro words are going to help you, but they're not going to help you.
Bro, okay, I don't know why you're being like this. I mean, I thought
I'm
we were
not.
chill, but I mean,
I think
I'm
we
losing
are-
respect
I
in a
think-
minute because
I
you're
think-
being really rude. You're being
I
really
think
rude.
we are
When I invited
chill.
you to my live, I didn't treat you this way when I invited you to my live, so I don't know why you treat me this way. I can't even talk.
I'm not.
We are putting your ideas through boot camp. You are
No,
being
I'm
treated
happy to
very
talk.
nicely.
I'm happy. Listen, I'm already happy to do a 2v1. That was enough. But I'm then happy to just respond to your contentions and then offer a rebuttal. But you're not letting me do that.
But you're not paying attention to our rebuttals. Like
not paying
I'm
attention.
giving you a rebuttal and then you keep shifting to something I didn't say, which is causing me to cut you off and have to restate the thing that I said because you're not listening to my words. You're thinking about what your next point of argumentation is.
I have to listen to your words in order to be able to even try and respond. So I must be listening to something to try
You're
and offer a
not.
rebuttal.
You're not responding to what
I
I
am.
said because I talked about the necessary existence of the universe, and then you started talking about Justins and chairs, which means you and I are not talking about the same thing. And
So-
at this
Hey,
point,
would it be-
at this
Sure,
point,
Would it be all right if we turn
No,
this
when I-
into a 3v1, and by that we of course mean a 1v1?
is that at this point, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to
Yeah, Ian's
use.
smarter than me. I'll shut up too.
I'm going to use.
I don't know how this is.
I'm going to use the
this is-
bathroom and let you talk to Ian because I've got to.
Wait.
I got to go take care of my nature,
Okay.
and
Okay.
Ian is more in tune with philosophy, and I'm bored to tears at this point.
Is it
Okay,
the
so
argument
I
from
mean,
contingency? Is that what it is?
As it's a cosmological argument that goes into the Thomistic understanding of a real metaphysical distinction between essence and existence. We only got to premise one, but we've been on this for an hour. But I just like, I mean, if I can, respond to what was said, maybe?
I mean, I love arguments. I'd love to hear the argument. What is it?
Sure. As once I can address all the attempted rebuttals, in my view. So when the Peterson and obviously Justin, you guys tried to say there's composition within God, I explained to you that we're going to affirm virtual distinctions, right, within God's attributes, right, conceptual distinctions, and I've explained the difference between a conceptual distinction and something which isn't a conceptual distinction. Now you said to me, "Oh, why can't the universe be that thing?" But earlier on, you agreed that the universe is composed of things that have essence and existence. For example, you agreed the essence of a unicorn is distinct to the existence of a unicorn. And when you did that, you affirmed that there's composition within the universe. Now, when you say, "Oh, why can't the universe be the necessary thing?" Because you affirmed there's composition. And then you need to explain to me, according to the PSR, why the composition exists. What's the reason for that? So it's disingenuous to try and compare the universe.
I didn't affirm anything about the composition of the universe. You talked about unicorns. I pointed out that that's a compositional fallacy.
I haven't made a compositional fallacy. Okay, yes or no?
Yes, you have.
Let's try this. Let's try this. Peterson.
No,
yes or no?
Talk to Ian.
Wait, let's try this. Let's just try this. Is let's say a chair and Ian, are they really distinct?
They are distinct in the same way that God's omnipotence and his all-lovingness are distinct.
Wait, so under your view,
what does really mean there? I guess how are we rigorously cashing out really?
Oh yeah, so when I'm talking about something that really exists, I'm saying that something that corresponds with reality, right? Something that is in a state of being versus something that is only conceptual. Now, I want to clarify, Peterson, have you just conceded that the distinction between Justin and a chair is only conceptual? It's only virtual? You don't think it exists in reality? Go ahead.
Well, so we'd probably say that like Justin is arranged, Justin is like atoms arranged Justin-wise, and then like a chair is atoms arranged chair-wise, right? Like it's just like a different
but if you think that
different arrangements of atoms.
Define. If you think that two things that are distinct, saying that they're not really distinct is stupid, then you think that saying all of the characteristics that your God has, which are non-overlapping, being only virtual, therefore that's stupid. Like, this is literally what you believe in. I'm just saying, no, the universe is this thing.
Right,
and you think it's stupid.
And I want to make sure, Divine, I want to make sure you hear what Eric and I are saying, because you haven't heard it yet. We've said it 10 times, okay?
I've heard you.
The distinction between a chair and a Justin is a virtual distinction that is being made by a mind. We're talking about the universe as a whole. So the same virtual distinction that we're making about chairs and Justins, we would make about the attributes of God, right? So all we're saying is that the universe itself has, according to the argument, the same necessary properties as God. It's something that exists by necessity. In your argument, not in my argument, in your argument, it's something that exists by necessity that has attributes.
To clarify, if you're affirming that the distinction between a chair and, let's say...
it's crazy that you can't say the word universe. We're talking about a universe, not a chair and a Justin.
The chair is within the universe.
So, great, then address the necessary existence of the universe and not the chair.
I am addressing...
You haven't.
I'm addressing the whole sentence, right? So I just want to clarify. If you believe that there is no real distinction, there's no distinction in underlying reality between a chair and a horse.
I didn't say that. Divine, you're not paying attention. We're talking about the universe. We're talking about the universe. No, when we're talking about the universe, a chair and a Justin are the same fucking thing. We're the universe. We are the thing that is an attribute of the universe. Any distinction between those attributes are by definition virtual. We make those distinctions, but to the universe, we're just an attribute of the universe. Just like God has attributes. The universe itself is just as necessary as the God you're talking about.
Justin, are you animate?
Am I animate?
Yes.
Fine.
Can you answer my question if you're animate?
Define? Can you get a definition for that?
Oh, I thought you said divine.
Oh, no. Yeah. Can you define that, please?
Oh, yeah. When I say the term animate, I'm just referring that something as to something that is having a soul or something that's alive. That's what I mean.
No, I don't believe we have souls.
Obviously. Oh, wait. Something having a soul or alive?
I think Justin would probably affirm that he's alive. I don't think he'd affirm that he has a soul.
Okay, Justin, is the universe animate? Is it alive?
No, I don't think that you and I would use. Again, you and I don't use the words alive in the same way. So being alive doesn't mean you have a soul. It just means that there are like molecules that have come together and are behaving in a particular way. The same way that you would say your God is alive, but your God doesn't actually have any definition. Again, I didn't agree to a distinction because we're talking about whether or not the universe is necessary, not whether or not we can define attributes of the universe. The attributes of the universe are distinct from each other, or else there would be one attribute rather than 1,000 or 1,000,000 different attributes.
Justin, you just said that you are animate and the universe is not.
I didn't say that.
That is. Justin, are you alive?
I literally didn't say I was animate.
Justin, are you alive?
What I'm saying is, again, the way you think alive works is not the way I think alive works. Being alive just means the molecules in my body are behaving in a way that we describe as alive. It's an adjective that we invented. The same way you think your God is alive, but you can't describe what alive actually means for your God. It's just again adding more attributes. It's just again adding more attributes, right? So when we say alive, we're referring to an attribute of something in the universe, an attribute of the universe. So again, you haven't dealt with the fact that we're talking about the universe having a necessary existence, and you keep going to attributes of the universe as if that's a meaningful argument, but it's not.
Justin.
And then he also says, if you believe distinct particulars within the universe are different from each other, then you're an idiot. Because you're saying that the universe is necessary, so that can't be a fact.
Because if it's
while at the same time believing that his God is absolutely allowed to have distinct particular properties and essences about it, because they're virtual.
So disingenuous. I'm so glad this is flipped. I'm so glad. Chat.
This is disingenuous.
It's literally all streamed to YouTube, right? Like, wait, why do you think grandstanding is going to work? It's all streamed to YouTube,
go ahead.
right? Like, it's like all this is streamed to YouTube. Like,
I know.
This is all known a priori.
I know.
Like,
I
don't know why you think this grandstanding is going to work or look good.
Because I wanted to make sure.
Wow.
The sophistry is getting
slammed
right now.
is live streamed. I'm so glad me getting slammed is live streamed. It's gonna live on eternally.
Sure. No, it's just so I can't be misrepresented or clipped.
Okay. Well, listen, Divine, we spent an hour on premise number 1 and didn't get past P1. So I think at this point.
Can I respond?
No. So I think at this point...
You're not going to let me respond.
You've been responding for an hour.
No, I haven't. You have missed.
Divine,
you strawman my entire view. You are so
No, we haven't.
Divine, here's what you can't do. You can't respond while I'm talking. If you would just wait 5 seconds for me to finish talking, you can respond, but you never do. You always want to interrupt, which is why I interrupt you. But now listen. We spent an hour talking about premise number 1. We haven't got anywhere on premise number 1. And I can guarantee that your argument contains more than one premise. And I don't want to spend the next 3 hours arguing on unsupported and badly worded premises. And my chat for the last 45 minutes has been saying they're bored and they want to move on and they're tired of word salad. So I'm going to move on and we're going to engage in another discussion. You can have a closing statement.
Absolutely. Fine. How long do I get? A minute?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you're usually nice. I'll give you a minute.
Okay, cool. So I'd like to clear up a few things to end off. I did, Peterson, we spoke about virtual distinctions. I agree there's virtual distinctions within God, but no actual distinctions in underlying reality. When we did accept that, Justin is alive and the universe itself is obviously not alive, we did affirm a real distinction in reality. And that distinction is obviously not virtual.
It's an attribute.
Even if you took away Justin,
it is virtual.
It would still be true that mold is alive.
It's an attribute of something in the universe.
I'll just say that Justin can't be taken away then.
No, but the description of mold being alive wouldn't exist, but the mold would still be alive. We're affirming the description versus the thing actually existing in reality.
But being alive is an attribute. It's a description.
I agree, but alive, the state of existence alive is not just the description. They're two different things. You're conflating epistemology with ontology, right? Now, if we just, I'm going to close off. I don't want to continue just because otherwise.
No, I don't think they're distinct. I think they're both attributes.
Okay, that's fine. Right. Well, we can continue this another time. Closing statement. Thanks for having me up. Ian, if you want to talk about it on your live sometime, we can.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, for real. All right, W3V1, technically 4v3 because I had the Holy Spirit and the Father and the Son. Amen. All right, thank you, man.
All right, good to see you, Divine.
We defeated God.
All right, goodbye.
That's crazy. I wanted to talk to him about the, what's it called? Absolute divine simplicity or whatever. What did he say that was called? And because I think that you can't, or existence isn't a predicate thing. I think that was a real problem for him. And he's gone. I mean, Ian, you would probably know, but I fed this.
I don't think there's any salvaging divine simplicity. So whatever problem is in your head, it's probably true. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Well, because he was saying shit about God's essence and his nature and whatever, like being the definite. Because when you do like an ontological argument, you're just saying God is a maximally great thing, therefore it must exist because it's better to exist. But existence isn't a predicate. So I fed it through the ChatGPT or whatever, and this is all it says. To accept both ADS and existence is not a predicate, which he did say that he accepts that is true. It's not a predicate. You'd have to abandon the idea that God is being defined with predicates like good, wise, exists. You'd have to shift to saying God is not definable at all in the way creatures are. You'd have to accept that human language about God is largely analogical, not univocal. I guess that's all it says. So to me, that sounds like a huge problem to try to maintain both of those things. So
wait,
what do I know?
What specifically?
That existence is not a predicate, and this. I don't know if he was trying to make the ontological argument because we never really got through it, but I think that's what it was because he was saying all things are either necessary or contingent, or maybe he was going to make a weird kind of Kalam argument. I don't know. But he kept telling us that God's essence is identical, not to his nature, right? But he said I can't remember. Do you remember how he said it, Justin? His essence is identical to his existence.
Yeah, that's what divine simplicity states, yeah.
Yeah, but then that just boils down that to me, you're just saying God's existence is part of, like, it's like the description for like the justification for him existing. But if you say existence is not a predicate, then you can't use that. So I don't know.
So okay, I think that gosh, my understanding of this is it's not that it's saying like part of God's property is existence. Like it's not like just like blatant question begging or anything like that. Rather what it's saying is that God doesn't have any parts. Like all he is his essence. That's all he is.
Yeah, but then all he is existing then in this case. And so that's where I'm like, I don't know. You're not describing anything if it's not a predicate. Then it's not useful in any way.
So maybe, although I think probably what's being said is that. So I think probably what the Christian wants to avoid doing is like blatantly like begging the question and saying like, God exists because I define God as existing.
That's what it was doing. It was defining it into existence.
Wait till you see the existent square circle. It has the property of existing. But I think, oh fuck, my brain fog is just so bad. I need to switch up my medication. I completely lost my thread. I'm sorry.
No worries. I gotta grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We got a little bit backed up during the long conversation. I won't be able to get through all of them just now, but before the end of the stream, I'm sure we'll get through all of them. Bit Plain says, I suddenly pine for the days when there was a basic competency barrier to using the internet. There actually was a day, for those that are as old as I am. There was a time in which not any Joe Schmo could get on the internet. And unfortunately, this is where freedoms and rights have taken us. Saint Brush, thank you for the 666, says, Saint Ignaeus, big W, hath declared in the Council of Chalcedony in 451 AD that Emperor Crystalline is head of the church. Justin is a false prophet. There's a lot of rock jokes in there. I appreciate that. But Doug disagrees. I am the prophet of Doug, despite your counsel. And Baudolino says, did Jews ever use the main prophet to refer to another one on the scroll? Doug prevents me from reading the Christian New Testament scholars I find. Blessed. Doug will do that. Doug will cut through all that New Testament BS and get you to the facts. And Never Again says the caller might be using Chat G or AI to answer questions when he asks, I'm sorry, repeat that. Doesn't sound involved in the argument. Well, actually, no, I know Divine pretty well. And he studies the topic quite a bit. He does a lot of philosophy. Unfortunately, I think he's used to people giving him into all of his premises because they hear fancy words that they don't know the meanings of, and they just grant the premises rather than challenging them. Since you challenge the premises, they usually fall apart. Larry Beck says, is this existence, nature, essence? My brain is too small and is beginning to hurt. Yeah, that's why I literally force them to redefine those words in the way they're used in normal language. As soon as you redefine them, the argument falls apart. Erroneous Gaming, interesting name, says Jesus took the wheel, crashed the car, blamed evolution. You two legends keep driving. No seatbelts, no saviors, just straight facts and sacrilege. And Solar says, I don't know how you tolerate these Phil Bros yapping, Justin. Well, I don't do it very often. I only make an exception for some of them, like Divine, because he's actually a pretty decent dude. I just think he gets caught up in the philosophy and doesn't get challenged enough on it to break out of the cult. Atheist Truck Driver says, Stephen at Rationality Rules debunked Low Bar Bill and the Kalam years ago. He really did. In fact, he was my first YouTuber I ever watched doing philosophy, and he does a really good job of dumbing it down for guys that don't study philosophy. Josh says, gee whiz, you misunderstood my Philbro word salad. When I talk, the meanings of the words are open to interpretation depending on how logically cooked I am. And Josh again says, what a tired, stupid argument. Essence of idiocy. I'm with you. I don't like these Philbro arguments either. And Satcom says, I got my new Oxford Annotated Bible, Big W, NRSV, 5th edition today. I'm going to join Justin, cook as long as possible. I'm a nurse and on call tonight. Praise Doug. Well, listen, Satcom, Big W for being a nurse. Save some lives and do it without prayer. And Solar says, how Philbros think they sound, how they actually sound. Yeah, they if you use $10 words that nobody understands, you're not making good argument. You're just making word salad. Rise of Azazel says, mereological nihilism is obviously a complete blind spot for this guy. I don't even know exactly what that means, but I'm inclined to believe that you're probably correct. And Truck Driver comes in again, says there was a singularity by necessity. You could definitely say that. I think that was what we were suggesting, that the universe exists by necessity, based on his own argument. And Olive says, caller is trying to be photosynthesis right now.
I love that joke.
Oh my gosh. And Ben Q, I haven't seen you in a bit. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I absolutely love when you break down the Phil Bros BS word vomit into normal words and suddenly everyone can see how stupid what they're saying is. I know it was rough, but it was an entertaining call. But that's why I do it. When they come up and they use these Phil Bro words, I make them break them down into real world words, because otherwise no one's going to pay attention to the conversation and they're not even going to know what the argument is being had. Josh says, essence of fully loaded diaper. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm sorry. Super Nerd says, you deny being denial. Doug sees through the lies. Wilma Dickliff, good to see you tonight. I haven't seen you yet tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, guest sounds like Tommy Chong. Dave's knit. Oh, the previous guest did sound like Tommy Chong. You're right. Armageddon says, hey, Justin, Armageddon from the line. Great to catch a live show. Make me a mod and I'll help out when I can. I can't make you a mod right now, but my super mod, Benny, if he's here, can make you a mod. I don't have the stream open on YouTube to mod anybody. But shoot me an email. My email is attached to the chain. I can mod you via email if my super mods can't mod you tonight. We'll definitely get you modded up. And Johanna says, why do believers only read one book? They should broaden their minds and pick up another book in any genre and quit fixating on their badly translated fairy tale. I do agree, actually. And the translation is no less apparent than in how the New Testament can't actually read Hebrew. It always reads the Greek Old Testament, which isn't a great translation. And Goatman, thank you for the $9.99. Says Zelicity is God's ideal believer, only capable of approximately one thought per week. And Angel, you're correct. Someone get Blitz over here to discuss dark quantum molecule theology.
Maybe on the Sunday podcast.
Oh my gosh. And MRG, thank you so much for gifting out 10 DZ memberships. I really appreciate that. Very generous. Big W. And Bryce again says the reason it's called magic is precisely because we don't know how it works. If you know how it works, we call that science. And I could not agree with a statement more than that. And always a hoot. I see your message was retracted. I see your super chat. Big fucking W on the 400-hour super chat hoot. I don't know why your message is retracted, but thank you so much for supporting the channel. I do really, really appreciate that. That's a big, big support. And our friend Tally's with us tonight. Thank you so much, Tally, for the $20 super chat. It says, our father and Max going to push the car all the way to Switzerland. And maybe, maybe. We'll see about that. All right, guys, I got more super chats. I'm going to have to get back to the conversation, though. I'll catch up on the super chats after the next conversation. Tally says, oh, my God, this guy. I assume referring to Divine. Yeah, it is. It can be a headache doing the Philbro stuff. It's hard. It is hard. But let me grab our next in line. BM was next in line. And then, let's see. Oh, they did not connect.
Oop.
What happened there? Okay. We'll try the next one after that. We'll do real. I can't even. Real Liam. Oh, real Liam dropped. Okay. All right then.
Damn.
Eric is next then.
Am I?
Wow. A different Eric. Also, Eric Peterson, that is. Interestingly enough, your TikTok screen is teacup, but we can hear you.
Oh, it is?
Isn't that weird? Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
Huh. Oh, yeah, it is. I'm looking at it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's magical. Anyways,
let me... Oh, well.
I wonder how that happened. There you go. Eric, number 2, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
God. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you're a Christian.
Catholic.
Cool. What would be the best argument or evidence for the Christian/Catholic God being real?
All right. So, I went downstairs. I looked in my fridge, and I saw an Uncrustable when I thought we were out. Prove that.
Sounds like bad luck. I wouldn't want my Crustables to be out.
Well, I was out.
That just proves that there's no God. If there was God, he wouldn't make your Crustables run out.
But he gave me one more. Can't be greedy now.
Well, you're not gonna fill up on one Crustable. Come on.
My Crustable overfloweth.
Can't be greedy.
My love know no joy.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Eric. I don't think you're serious, so I'm going to move on to the next guest.
What?
But W Crustables. All right, I got to grab somebody from our YouTube queue. Eric, you'll be able to hear them, but unfortunately, they can't hear you. We've had some people waiting for a while.
I'll probably go and eat dinner and stuff. It's been 3 hours. It was a good 3 hours.
Yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out with me. Man, I always enjoy having you around.
Oh, I always like being around. It's always fun.
Well, friends, make sure you're following Planet Peterson on YouTube and on TikTok. And then I'll see you again soon. Have a great holiday, man.
Thanks, you too.
Cheers, buddy. Big W to Planet Peterson. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Marduk says he clipped it and it's his newest video. She is using a different name. Like, oh, you mean Hadassah. Okay, so it was clipped. Joe clipped Hadassah's latest. He says, like am or are maybe. I knew it was Hadassah in the first 5 seconds. Listen, you know when Hadassah's on the line. She's a special kind of crash out. I hope she comes back. And Cora Rose, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Big W, Cora. And AR says, Divine, I'm going to try not to fill, bro. Proceeds to fill, bro. Glad you came back around, mate. Yeah. Come on. The fill bro is going to fill, bro. Joanna says, if I were doing some dating online, I would avoid Christian mingle like the plague. What a turnoff. Well, it depends on what you're out there for. If you've been around Christians long enough, you know that they might be, let's just say they're fun when they're doing things they're not supposed to. I went to Catholic school. I know a little bit about this. Writing Jake says, we can think of unicorns, therefore God is real. I mean, that's kind of the argument that was being made. You know what I mean? And Joanna says, the Bible is a book of multiple choice, very confusing. Yes, actually, that's a very good point. It's really a choose your own ending type of book. You know what I mean? Like you can just pick and choose which verses you're going to follow. And Baudolino says, the Jews did Jews every... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I got to that one. I apologize. I'm reading some of these twice. I got so backed up, I'm losing track of where I'm at. Just as him, for an example of a thing that exists by necessity, is of its essence and not by another cause. Just him. I don't... Daniel, I may not fully, now that we're past the Philbro conversation, I may not fully know what point you're responding to, but I appreciate the 666. Hail Satan. And Johanna says, so sad that the majority of people in this world are atrociously lacking logic. Worse, they are, I don't know, I can't read that word because it's being covered up. Something procreating. Oh, they're procreating, making more knuckleheads every day. Yes, idiocracy is coming true. That's a real thing. The movie wasn't lying. It's a real thing that's happening in the world. And Bryce says, oh my God, all he has to do is say it either exists necessarily or it exists and is dependent on something else. You're right, Bryce. And we got to that eventually, but he couldn't do it because he wanted to use the big words. Oh, Discordia, good to see you tonight. Says, I'll try not to Philbro. Proceeds to Philbro interminably yawn. I know, none of us are interested in the Philbro. Agent said, this is the reason why I don't like philosophical arguments to prove God exists. Too messy and convoluted just to get a direct answer from any theist. And that's really the point. The point is to make it convoluted. That's the goal. Right? It's not a bug, it's a feature. The feature is to use as many big words as you can that nobody understands and hope that nobody challenges your actual premises. And Bryce, I agree. His argument disproved the triune God big time. And Michael says the Pope knew, but didn't clue. Greetings from PL. What? The Pope knew what? I'm so lost. But thank you for the super chat. Space Lord says atheist YouTuber TMM came up with the realicorn. It's like a unicorn, but with being real stapled on it. It's the best anti-apologist philosopher, in my humble opinion. I'll have to check him out. I've seen TMM a few times. He's pretty awesome. So I'll see if I can find this argument. And Odiscordia says, I think we can speak for the majority of the chat when I beg you, Justin, to never let this Philbro up again. It's so boring and we can't stand it. I know, that's why my views crashed. Nobody likes Philbro. It's not worth the effort, which is why Johanna says this guy's hurting my brain, my very logical brain. Yep, that's the goal. He is a pain in the brain. I agree, Johanna. And also, I agree with you, Dennis. Philbro stuff leaves me cold. Any God that needs to be conjured into existence via logic and semantics is just an apparition and a weak-ass God. Yes. If you have to use word games to demonstrate the existence of your God, then it's not worthwhile. It doesn't make sense that you would have to engage in that type of nonsense. And Khan says, but Justin, have you considered nuh-uh? Well, I mean, sometimes I consider that. Sometimes. That's how I became an atheist. And Johanna says, I'm out of here. I can't take any more of this guy. I don't blame you. A lot of people left during the Philbro conversation. And Conscious says, please bring back guest dump option. Praise Doug. Maybe I should. A lot of people have asked. I'm definitely going to bring back an option to dump the guest. And Erzmont says Sam Gipp School of Philosophy. Oh my God, that's such a crazy reference for those who know who Sam Gipp is. Sam Gipp's is pseudo-intellectual King James onlyist. Oh boy, that's a crazy diss, but I love it. And Johanna says, a minute is up. Bye-bye. Sorry, Johanna. We didn't mean to chase you away. We love you, but, it is what it is. The original says, crispy Christians, great I'm sorry, goes great with your Philbro salad, but warning, too many may cause you to Deuteronomy your pants. Yeah, specifically Deuteronomy 23. That's the thing. And Sean says, Justin, Planet Peterson, Doug, and Spanky, I'm in on that blunt rotation. Get in. We're doing a train tonight, friend. Jump on in. Adam says, come here to watch cooking. Tell these Philbros to get raw ass words out of my face. The sad thing is I love me some salad, not a fan of word salad. And Benji says, is the NIV a good translation? Not really. I mean, there are worse translations. It's not good. And last super chat from Johanna. Thank you so much. I appreciate Johanna. Says, God is creating Adam and Wonin. I think you mean women, maybe. She'll be a great cook, housekeeper, and fantastic in bed. Adam asks, how much will that cost? God says, an arm and a leg. Adam says, what can I get for a rib? That's crazy, but really good, actually. I can see that being turned into a Pawn Stars meme. But let's get our first guest from the YouTube pulled in. How you doing, Rockin' a River?
Doing all right. Yourself now?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. And before we get any further, since you're our first YouTube guest for the night, can everyone validate that you can hear the guest when he spoke just a second ago? Make sure everyone can hear you before we get going.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Yep. Oh, okay. TikTok heard you. Let's make sure everyone on YouTube heard you. I assume I haven't even shut my computer down since the last stream, so all the settings should be good to go. All right, so we should be good. I appreciate it. T-Mass says, Justin, someone donated $400. Better read that. I can't. They retracted the super chat. Listen, always a hoot. Thank you so much for your generous support in the $400 super chat. I don't know why you retracted your message, but if you're still here, I'll read it. Read whatever you need me to read. Anyways, Rockin' a River, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18. I am not a believer, so I won't take a whole lot of your time.
Sure.
I just had a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
And let me bring it up because I wrote it down because I want to get it right. Can a tri-omni God be all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-present and still be incompetent to know what to do and capable of doing anything, but still messing it up in the execution?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously the answer is no, right? And this goes back to like the omni paradox that has multiple issues, right? So like typically the omni paradox ends up leading with the challenge that he can't be all good because of all the unnecessary suffering. But there's lots of ways to challenge the omni paradox. And I think the omni paradox, as you're stating it right now, is a good one, which is that somebody that's all knowing, all powerful, and all good, therefore cannot make mistakes. But he does.
Gotcha. And apologies if it's coming in a little bit low. I guess I was messing with the gain a bit. So, but I guess if that's the hard and soft of it, then I think that's all I really had for it. Oh, one last thing before I do go and let you get back to someone to cook. In the beginning, you said you're wrong in every translation, and man, does that go hard.
Yeah, that's the fun one, isn't it?
I got to remember that one. But that's the only question I had for tonight, and I'll let you get back to cooking.
All right. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Good to hear from you.
Likewise.
Rock in a River. I haven't seen that name before. I do know of a place called Rocky River. All right, let's grab our sideways guest, Dan. How you doing, Dan? Oh, Dan, I don't know if your mic's turned on. We can't hear you. It says that you have AirPods plugged in, but we can't hear anything you're saying. You might have to refresh your browser. I can't hear you, man. See if the browser refresh fixes it. We'll see if the browser refresh fixes it. Yeah, you can't hear Dan, I know. All right, you came back. All right, we'll try this again. How you doing, Dan?
Hear me? Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The connection's a little bit choppy, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah. So is this Justin or is this the chair? I'm not sure.
It's deconstruction zone. And do you have Wi-Fi? Because your connection's really choppy.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. Let me.
And you're like freezing a lot. Well, we lost him. Okay. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not on Wi-Fi. We'll see if he comes back. I don't see him in the queue yet. We'll see what happens. Yeah, he's on 56K. Dude's on dial up for sure. All right, I think he's back with us. Welcome back, Dan.
Hey man, how's it going? I spoke to you a couple weeks ago, but I just had one quick question.
Mm-hmm. You're frozen again. You might have to turn your video off.
Okay.
It says you got 3 red bars. So
Damn. How about now?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Still no?
I mean, I can hear your voice.
Yeah, I just okay, cool. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I talked to you a couple of weeks ago. I sent my friend Casey here.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to him, and we were talking about the laws and how Jesus, he said he came to fulfill the laws, and these are all of the laws of Moses. But so how do you explain how he said not to stone the woman? Like he said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. If he's saying to stick to the laws.
Well, I think there are 2 very important things to say about John chapter 8. Number 1 is that I don't believe Jesus ever said it. That was added probably in the 5th century. We have no evidence of it prior to the 5th century. That being said, Jesus didn't explicitly, in that particular case, say that you shouldn't follow the law of Moses. In fact, what he did say is that if you are going to follow the law of Moses, just be aware that you're next, right? So it seems to me like he was trying to be merciful without abrogating the law of Moses. But to me, like, I don't think it matters because I don't think like those are authentic words of Jesus. But I understand why people would want that to be in John's gospel. By the time John's gospel was being written, the idea that Jesus came to do away with the law was already pretty popular.
Interesting. And then what is the evidence that it was written later?
We don't have any manuscripts of John that have that particular story until the 5th century.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay,
Now,
cool, man. Yeah.
it could very well be original. It could be that we discover a manuscript next year from the 2nd century that includes that passage, and then we will all readjust our expectations. But unfortunately, I can only go on the evidence that we have.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, man.
You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. Appreciate it.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you, Dan.
Keep cooking. Thanks, man.
Well, I'm sad that his video didn't come through, but once the video was turned off, we had enough bandwidth that we were able to get a little conversation taken care of. So let me move on to our next guest. If you want to join the discussion, there's a link in the description of the video. If you're watching on YouTube, all you have to do is click that guest request button, and or on TikTok. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit that guest request button. You'll be in line to have a conversation. And Bertram, thank you so much for the balloon. I appreciate that. And also Unraveling, thank you for the hand hearts. And I see a bunch of friends here with us on the TikTok queue. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Thank you for all the likes and the shares and the gifts. I really do appreciate that. And let me grab our next guest, someone we talked to recently, actually. How you doing, Ruby?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. I wanted to actually touch on basically the same stuff we were talking on last time. I wanted to go to Isaiah 49.
Yeah, about the mysterious servant in Isaiah 49 that sounds like it's the prophet.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah. Well, you don't think it's about Jesus, obviously, right?
No, I think this is either a reference to the remnant of Israel or a reference to the prophet being sent to Israel We have a bunch of instances in the Hebrew Bible, the most famous being Amos, of the prophets being referred to as servants. So I wouldn't have a problem interpreting Isaiah 49 as Isaiah speaking about himself being sent to the nation of Israel.
Okay. But what about the part where it says he'll be a light for Gentiles, and that his salvation will reach the ends of the earth?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. Well, how did the prophet Isaiah do that?
He didn't. That's why the prophecies all fail. All of these prophecies fail. Like if you read the restoration prophecies of Second Isaiah, none of them come true. Right? So like the interpretation that you're trying to provide is similar to what Jews in the first century were providing, which is, well, the prophecies can't fail. Therefore, we have to reinterpret them. And my position is quite clear. They just failed.
Yeah. Well, here's why I don't think they could have been fully fulfilled, because once everything was finished, then that's basically the end of the earth, right? There's going to be judgment right after that. So it couldn't have been something that was immediate, because then the gospel would have had no time to reach anybody.
Well, I disagree. So I mean, go to Isaiah 49 with me and read what it actually says, right? In verse 6, it says, "Is it too light a thing that you should be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel?" This is talking about the restoration of the nation of Israel. And we've seen it multiple times in the book of Isaiah where God says that Israel is going to be the light to the nations. It's through their restoration that they are going to be a light and a covenant to the nations, right? So when I'm reading Isaiah 49, I'm reading, in context with the rest of Isaiah, that it's what the nations are witnessing with the restoration of Israel. That's the light. That's the thing that's going to bring them to Yahweh.
Yeah, but what about, so how would that have reached the ends of the earth? Like people at that time, where does the ends of the earth? Well, like that's what I'm understanding.
Well, the ends of the earth had nothing to do with what we think the ends of the earth look like today. Let me show you world. I'm going to show you a Greek world map, which is even too big for the time period of Isaiah. In fact, I've got a map on my wall that you can't see behind me, the Babylonian map, that's probably more representative of what Isaiah thought. I'll show you real quick. So the Babylonian map of the world is quite small. And see if there's a way to share the. I can share it with you. Hold on. I'm going to turn on a feature real quick. Okay, so you should be able to see what's on my web browser. This is the Babylonian map of the world. The general idea in the ancient Near East was that the ancient Near East was the center of the earth, and then it was more or less surrounded by water. They didn't know necessarily that Europe was there. They didn't know that China or Russia was there. They thought that their region of the world was just the world. And we have the same thing with the Greeks. If you go to the Greek map of the world, it basically includes the ancient Near East with a little bit of extra. It includes the Mediterranean Sea with, Northern Africa and Southern Europe and like nothing more, right? So when I'm reading this prophecy about, the ends of the earth, to me, I think two things are true. One, they have no idea how big the earth actually is. And number two is it's certainly quite possible that they're, speaking euphemistically. But what seems not to be ambiguous is the goal of the person or the entity in chapter 49. The goal is to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel. This is a restoration prophecy, right? And Jesus just didn't do that. His people got devastated.
Okay, but that brings me back to the original point that I was making. What happens after the restoration of Israel?
What hasn't happened, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but what linearly, like after the restoration of Israel, what is to come?
So after the well, I would say during the restoration of Israel would be the New Jerusalem and the reapportioned Promised Land and the laws of Moses being completely restored.
So you think that was a failed prophecy and not one to come in the future?
Yeah.
Like, but what would that imply for everyone else? I guess I should say. So a restored Israel, what does that imply for the rest of the world?
It would imply that Israel would be taken from which they had been scattered, according to Isaiah 11, Isaiah 2, and elsewhere. They would be taken from the ends of the earth, which they have been scattered, brought back to their homeland, and all of their ancient cities will be rebuilt. And then the 12 tribes will be in a reapportioned land, according to the ending of Ezekiel. And then they're all going to live with an actual king and a restored Levitical priesthood.
But like, why don't you believe that that's something that's going to come over time? Like, why do you think it has to be something that happens instantly?
Well, because it seems quite clear that Isaiah was referring to the Babylonian exile when they come back from exile.
When they return, yeah, they rebuild the second temple, right? But it's not in the same splendor or glory as like the first one.
Well, we don't really know exactly what the first one was like. I personally would suggest that the Temple of Herod was way greater than the Temple of Solomon, but again, like the description of the temple in the Bible doesn't seem to match what we've discovered in the ancient Near East. So it might be kind of a grandiose description. That being said, I mean, the temple was pretty badass.
But would you have like, okay, so let's say, I know you don't believe it was fulfilled, but you believe that's one of the possible fulfillments of it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that there's like a possible partial fulfillment. I think these prophecies are just for the restoration of Israel after the Babylonian captivity, and they just didn't come true, which is why people had to start saying, well, it'll come true later, or it partially came true and the rest will come true later. I know Jewish rabbis today that believe all of these prophecies will come true eventually.
Well, the New Testament writers affirm this like strongly to Jesus. What do you think they were doing with that?
Well, I think they were doing the same thing they did everywhere else. They were just misreading the Old Testament and making it about themselves. The same thing they were doing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you read the Pesher on Nahum and Habakkuk, they're literally just going through the Old Testament prophets and saying, well, we're going to have to rework this. This is no longer about Greece. It's about so-and-so, right?
I kind of see what you're saying, but at the same time, like, well, okay, so why do you accept like the validity of the Old Testament, but not the validity of the New Testament?
Oh, I don't. I think the Old Testament's false. That's why I'm not Jewish. It's just that when I'm having discussions with Christians, I think the most poignant piece of argumentation is demonstrating that the New Testament simply is not a valid reading of the Hebrew Bible.
But you don't think it's because it has different contexts?
No, it certainly does have different context, but the question is, what did the author mean when they wrote it, right? So, for example, like I could say...
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That I think is very important.
when Isaiah wrote those words, what did those words mean? And what did they mean to his audience, right? And
right.
what the
but we also have to come with it through the lens that it's God who's orchestrating this plan through Isaiah. It's not just Isaiah speaking of his own accord, making his own prophecies.
No, I mean, yeah, in your worldview, yeah, they're obviously not just Isaiah's words, but they have to have actual meaning to the audience and understanding to the audience. And these words are essentially meaningless to the audience of Isaiah unless they're about his actual audience, right?
And it's possible that he is still referring to them. I mean, Isaiah 49:3 refers to the servant as Israel, but then in 49:6 it also refers to him as someone distinct from Israel who will return Israel to himself, to God.
Right. No, it didn't. Well, it says that they're going to raise up the tribes of Jacob and restore the survivors of Israel. Right. But the same thing Jeremiah said in Jeremiah 25, Jeremiah 30, Jeremiah 31. It says after the Babylonian exile, God's going to bring them back to the land and completely restore them. Same thing, Isaiah 56.
He'll bring them back to the land and completely restore them. That was Jeremiah what? 30.
It's going to be in Jeremiah 25, 30, and 31, and a little bit in 33. And you also want to see Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 37.
Actually, could you bring them up on screen, or maybe just one of them?
Yeah.
Just
So
for everyone.
I think one of my favorites is actually going to be in Ezekiel 37. I think this is the clearest messianic, one of the clearest messianic passages other than Jeremiah 33 that I think illustrates what my point is. Let me make sure that you can see it too. Hold on. Okay, you should be able to see it. Okay, so in verse 24, this is after the valley of the dry bones, right? So he's writing to them in Babylon about their restoration, and he gives them the valley of the dry bones and says, this is the whole nation of Israel, so on and so forth, talks about the restoration of Israel. Then he says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, they and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. So I'm under the understanding from the actual, like, direct messianic prophecies that when the Messiah comes, they're going to be restored to the land.
I did hear mention of a shepherd there. Yeah. You don't think that has anything to do with Jesus? Like I kind of heard Jesus all over that when you were speaking that.
I didn't hear Jesus once.
Was
David a shepherd?
David was a king. I don't know if he was a shepherd before that.
He was the great shepherding king, yes.
Yeah.
And
you don't think that could be like a foreshadowing of Jesus also being a king and a shepherd?
But he was never a king.
He is the heir to the throne. Yeah, he
certainly isn't.
God. Yeah, for sure.
Well, show me a passage where he's sitting on the throne of King David then.
Where he's sitting on the king he's sitting on the throne of King David? Why is that necessary?
Because that's what makes you a king. Like
I
can say I'm
a little bit and look it up to see if there's one.
You're welcome to.
Yeah, okay.
If I said I'm the spiritual president, does it mean I'm the president?
If you're the spiritual president?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it was a heavenly office, I guess so.
How could you? Shit, I'm the president, y'all.
Well, so Luke 1:32 to 33, he will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High.
Yeah.
The Lord will give him the throne of his father David.
Yeah.
And he will reign over Jacob's descendants forever.
Which never happened.
Well, Luke is saying this about Jesus.
He said it will happen, but it didn't happen.
What do you mean it didn't happen? Yeah,
it did.
That's the whole New Testament.
Okay, then show me the passage. Show me the passage where he sat on David's throne and ruled over the people.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But that's in the second coming.
Then it didn't happen yet.
Right, it didn't happen yet. That's
okay,
fine,
then he didn't fulfill any prophecies. So I could just say that by the same virtue, I'll fulfill the prophecy when I come back. Then.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll just have to see who comes back, right?
Right. That's the thing. Like you can make.
Okay, so here's the case then. Who is more likely? Like, okay, you're both making a claim. You're going to come back. He's saying he's going to come back. How do we compare the claims that you guys are making to see who is being honest and who is not?
All you got to do is wait to see who comes back and does the thing. And right now, Jesus hasn't done it, which means the claim shouldn't be taken seriously.
Yeah, but there were prior fulfillments to the prophecies that you're speaking about, like being born in Bethlehem.
Nope.
That had to be fulfilled
that
beforehand.
Didn't get fulfilled.
So you can't.
That never got fulfilled in Jesus.
What do you mean?
You haven't read Micah 5. What does it say about the person born in Micah 5?
Micah 5. What does it say about the person?
Because as it turns out, a lot of people were born in Bethlehem. That doesn't make them the fulfillment of it. Right?
Of course.
So what's it say in verse 2 and 3?
But you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah?
It's a tough one. I know. Don't worry.
Oh, geez.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. Though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come from me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times.
Yeah, so Jesus didn't rule over Israel.
Will be ruler over Israel.
Right.
But that's what we're talking about in Ezekiel 37. He's going to be the one who sits on the throne
of
the descendants of Jacob.
but he didn't do it. That's the problem with prophecy.
Right, but this is what it's saying.
But you can't appeal to a prophecy that you think he'll fulfill later as fulfilled prophecy. If he hasn't done it yet, that means it's not fulfilled.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying it's in the process of being fulfilled.
Well, sure.
The
When
prophecy
he fulfills it, he'll be
commenced.
the Messiah, but he hasn't fulfilled it.
It'll be the ultimate fulfillment of the Messiah. I agree. Yeah.
Sure. Listen, if Jesus comes back and does all the stuff that the Messiah is supposed to do, I'm more than happy to call him the Messiah. But until he does it, he's just not.
At that point, it's going to be too late, though, because he already fulfilled the first half of the prophecy of being the suffering servant.
That's not even a prophecy. So this is the point of agreement we had last time. Is Isaiah 53 is not about a suffering servant dying on a cross. It's clearly a metaphor about the nation of Israel.
Right, but that's just an interpretational difference.
And so is yours. You're just interpreting Jesus into it. But
I know.
My interpretation includes the context of the Old Testament and the context of Isaiah. Yours doesn't.
No, I think it does. I think it just also has a layered meaning to it.
Show me one passage other than Isaiah 53 where the Messiah is going to die.
One passage other than Isaiah 53. Okay. Can I look it up? Can it be from the New Testament or only Old?
Obviously, the Old Testament. The prophecies in the New Testament come after Jesus.
Fine. Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
But Jesus references it on the cross.
And
so
he'd be wrong.
How could he be wrong?
Because,
what are you talking about,
so
bro?
now you're providing a circular argument.
Look,
you're saying it's a prophecy because the guy that fulfilled the prophecy said it's a prophecy. I could just say that that Deuteronomy 18 is actually about a false prophecy. I have the same authority as Jesus does.
What do you mean?
We both have the same authority.
You didn't do miracles.
Oh, sure. I do miracles all the time. I've healed literally. So Ruby, I want to make sure you understand what's happening. I want to understand, Ruby. I need you to catch up. Hold on. Okay, so in order to make these prophecies about Jesus, you're saying I already believe everything the New Testament says. Well, stop doing that. Pretend the New Testament didn't get written and explain all this eisegesis. Just pretend you're reading the Old Testament and ask yourself, does this prophesy about anything? Is there a prophecy in Psalm 2? Is there a prediction for the future? Or do you only think it's a prophecy because Jesus quoted verse 1?
No, I think I don't think it reads as a prophecy.
Obviously, because it's not.
I think Revelation can reveal something deeper. I don't think that it had to be like I think that Revelation could obviously reveal a deeper message within what's already there. It doesn't have to be like, oh, just because you got the message once, like that's it. You could build upon the basis that you've already made.
So then the revelation is that it's about Simon Bar Kokhba.
Who?
Simon Bar Kokhba. He was killed by the Romans.
Okay.
He was a Messiah, a Jewish leader, and was actually a ruler in Israel for a period of about 4 years. So obviously the suffering servant, Simon Bar Kokhba.
But I think you're missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. See, the problem that you have is you're using a circular argument. You're saying these are prophecies because the guy that I already think is God said they're prophecies. But if the prophecies are the thing that substantiate him being special, then you can't start with the fact, well, they're prophecies because my special guy said so. That becomes circular because I could do the same thing. I could write myself into all these prophecies. I could say, well, they don't look like prophecies, but they are prophecies because I said so. And because you think I'm special, I must be right.
So they have to be explicit prophecies.
That have to be actual prophecies.
Mm-hmm. So I can't think of any, but do you know of any explicit prophecies in that way? Like, can you give me one even not related to Jesus so I could see a comparison between what you're talking about?
Yeah, literally every prophetic book is full of them. Like we can just go to Zephaniah chapter 2 real quick. All right, we'll do Zephaniah 1. Sorry. Wish I had my paper Bible with me. I've only got the internet with me right now.
Yeah, it's okay. That's what I got.
Okay, so Zephaniah chapter 1, verse 10. says, "On that day, says the Lord, a cry will be heard from the fish gate, a wail from the second quarter, a loud crash from the hills. The inhabitants of the mortar wail," so on and so forth. He's saying something will happen. Like this is clearly a prophecy. Now, there's other forms of prophecies in the Bible as well, where divine information is being told. For example, when David meets with Nathan in 2 Samuel chapter 12, and Nathan convicts him of his sin. Well, Nathan is technically doing prophecy because Nathan is saying this is information from the Lord, right? So like any information from the Lord through a prophet, I think can be considered prophetic, but you still know in the time that it is prophetic. Like you don't have to like hundreds of years later look back and be like, oh, that actually was prophetic and no one knew it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but then you're giving credit to the messianic prophecies.
No, I'm not.
It sounded like that's what you were just doing.
No, what I'm saying is that the New Testament is abusing the prophecies or so-called prophecies of the Old Testament. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that these prophecies will ever come true.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if you look at Isaiah 11, right? So Matthew is making an argument that Jesus moved to Nazareth in order to fulfill Isaiah chapter 11, where it says he will be called a Nazarene, which is like a little play on words to branch. But if you just read what is in chapter 11, Jesus didn't do any of that stuff in chapter 11. It says he's actually going to rule over the people. He's going to judge them. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth and the breath of his lips. He's going to kill all the wicked people. Then it talks about world peace. The wolf will lie down with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with the kid. They're going to be, they're not going to learn of war anymore. They're not going to hurt or destroy on my holy mountain. Earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord. Like these are very clear passages that are truly prophetic about, the one that's coming from David, and none of them just match Jesus, right? That's why the New Testament has to go to parts of the Hebrew Bible that aren't prophecies to make a case for Jesus.
Okay, what about like Zechariah 9:9?
Yeah, that's a quotation from Matthew chapter 21. And I think Zechariah 9:9 suffers from the same problem as Micah 5:2, because if you go to verses 9 and 10 in that chapter, just look at what it says about the person. Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Well, that's clearly referring to an actual king.
Mm-hmm. Right, but Jesus... Okay, I see what you're saying. So, I see what you're saying. But I guess the point that I'm making is if you have so many, like, you could call them hidden prophecies if you want, like where they're not explicit, you have to like kind of read them into it. But if you could read him into every single one, then isn't that just something underlying like a greater structure and not something that you're reading into it?
No,
because
I don't think
if
you
only
can.
fit like a couple of them, then I would understand. You're like, okay, you're picking and choosing. He fits this one, he didn't fit that one. But okay, so that's the point that you're making. The end time prophecies haven't been fulfilled, so he is only fulfilling like some of them. But I still don't think.
But he didn't fulfill anything. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
Yeah. What do you mean? He came riding on a donkey.
So I rode a donkey.
Okay, but in the context.
But the context is that a king is riding a donkey, and Jesus was not a king.
Jesus was a king.
No, he was not.
He is the King of Kings.
He's not. I'm the King of Kings.
Well, okay, so Paul died for the belief that he was.
Well, so what?
Paul didn't die. Paul didn't die saying I'm the King of Kings. He died saying Jesus is the King of Kings.
916 people died for Jim Jones being the second coming of the Messiah. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, hang on. I think there's something to unpack here. Why is that different? I guess he didn't have a long-standing legacy, because people could have like investigated his claims, and the fact that his claims didn't carry on is kind of proof that he wasn't telling the truth.
Well, Jesus's claims not being true has nothing to do with them carrying on. We see lots of religions where their claims are clearly untrue and they live on, like Muhammad splitting the moon in two. That's ridiculous, and people have believed it ever since Muhammad.
Mhm.
Right? We have
And
lots
they
of
believe it, but they believe it in spite of other things they saw.
Mhm.
I do believe that like Islam, there's like a valid reason for it. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't think you believe in things invisible. Otherwise, you'd believe in God. But I do believe there's something going on there. So I think that's a reason why, even though it's false, there's still followers of it. But then you could just apply the same thing to Christ. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just think the people at the time, like, it's not like they like Jesus was crucified and then they went to like other cities and were like, yeah, this person died over here. Like they preached it in the city where he was, where people would have seen him like crucified or risen. People would have been able to check with the information, and they would have been able to disprove him like very easily if he was just making it up.
No, he was gone. How do you disprove somebody existing when you can't find them? Right? So if someone says Jesus rose from the dead and the dude's not around, how do you that's an unfalsifiable claim.
Well, exactly. Isn't that the problem? They buried Jesus and then they couldn't find him.
I don't believe that to be the case, because we've got lots of stories of people in the ancient world where they just show up missing, right? We have no idea where he was buried. Nobody knows. You either believe the stories or you don't, and I don't believe the stories. But like bodies going missing were pretty common in the time period.
Yeah.
Like,
well, if you give the Bible some credit, then it says that there's a Roman emperor watching the tomb.
well, there was guards in the Gospel of Matthew.
Yeah.
And then they fell like dead man when at the sight of the angel, and then eventually they woke up and ran off to tell the leader. But I don't believe these narratives, because these narratives keep lying to me about what is in the Hebrew Bible, right? So Christianity is basically one big sharpshooter fallacy. You start with the notion that the New Testament is true, and then you work yourself backwards.
But here's the thing you have to understand is that at the time they didn't have the full New Testament. It was being like Jesus was revealing it as he was going on, and people still believed him. It's not like they didn't come with the preconception that
I don't think
we
they
have
did.
now.
I don't think they believed him. That's why Jesus only had, a certain amount of disciples, and he was rejected by the leaders of Israel. And when Paul came around, the Jews rejected Paul too. Paul could only gain ground with the Gentiles, and that's why all of the New Testament is literally written in a Gentile language, almost exclusively to Gentiles.
Well, Paul was accepted by the apostles. I think Acts, is it 3 or 15? He's accepted.
Well, in Acts, he has a meeting with them in Acts chapter 15, but like elsewhere, he's literally having like a fight with Peter over the position of eating with the Gentiles. But again, look at who these churches are. All the churches that Paul planted are Gentile churches. Very few Jewish people among them. You might make the argument that perhaps the church in Galatia had a Jewish presence, but I don't even know if that's to be the case.
Well, the thing you just mentioned in Acts 15, what they're discussing is, I believe it's circumcision, and then
For who?
Peter, for the Gentile.
That's right, yeah. Because Paul's followers were Gentiles. Paul's trying to figure out, how do I get these Gentiles grafted in? Because he sees the law as prohibitive, right? Because the Jews didn't believe Paul's message.
Yeah, but this is when we go back to Isaiah 49, you see the light to the Gentiles. How are you going to reach the Gentiles if what you have doesn't fit with them?
Because
try to reconcile it a little bit.
When you
and that's what Paul does.
when you read all of Isaiah, the prophet tells you that it's the restoration of Israel that is the light to the Gentiles. It says they will see your vindication and they will run to you. When the Lord restores Israel, that's the light to the Gentiles. That's the signal that says, holy shit, this God is real. Look at what he did for Israel.
No, it says, it is too small a thing for you to be my servant, to restore the tribes of Jacob and bring back those of Israel I have kept. I will also make you a light for the Gentiles, that my salvation may reach the ends of the earth.
I'm not quoting 49.
Oh, what were you quoting?
56. If you read all of it, and this is I'd say the biggest issue with the Isaiah apologetics, is all you have to do is read chapter 40 to the end of the book. Read chapter 40 to 66, and it is abundantly clear that the thing that is bringing the nations to Yahweh is the restoration of the people. He says it 100 times. 56 verse 1, maintain justice and do what is right, for soon my salvation will come and my deliverance be revealed. Happy is the mortal who does this, the one who holds it fast and keeps the Sabbath, not profaning it, and refrains from it. So the salvation is going to include maintaining the Sabbath. And he goes on about the foreigners joining in. For example, he says in verse 6, the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. All the prophecies about the nations being gathered in Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel includes the law of Moses, and it includes them finding out who Yahweh is through the nation, not through some guy that died.
And so you think the nation of Israel has its light has shone on the whole world?
No, that's why I'm telling you, the prophecy did not come true, and it will never come true. That your fundamental starting point is that the prophecy cannot fail, and because it cannot fail, I cannot interpret it the way it was originally written.
I think that the redemption of Israel actually came through Jesus.
I don't think it did. It says that the redemption of Israel is including the rebuilding of the ruined cities and coming back to the land, but that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Would you argue that we're closer to it now than we were before?
No.
No?
In fact, Isaiah tells you it's supposed to be back then. It says, you shall call nations that do not know you, and the nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. The idea of...
I'm not denying that it has a double meaning of being about Israel at the time, and then... Because at the time, if you're revealing it, it has to have context to what they're going through. So it can't just be about the future, or else the revelation that they're having is doing nothing for them now. But that doesn't discredit the fact that it could be something also pointing to the future.
Right. So we finally got to a point of agreement. The only way to make this a Christian passage is to apply a double meaning to it. Now, the question I would have is, why in the world would I apply a double meaning to a text when the first meaning within the original context is clear?
Because you just said it doesn't fulfill it.
Exactly.
If it's not fulfilled in the original thing, then obviously that's not the answer.
The answer is that it's a lie. It's not true. It's never coming true because this God doesn't exist. Yes.
You're just saying that. You're
that
saying,
is
okay,
the case.
Look, and you're saying in the original context, it's not fulfilled, so it's not true. I'm saying in the original context, it's not fulfilled, so they have a redeemer. And that's what's gonna so they're gonna be redeemed.
They don't.
Yes, bro. The fact that it wasn't fulfilled shows the need for a redeemer, because otherwise they wouldn't need a redeemer if they would have fulfilled it themselves.
They didn't need a redeemer in the first place. What didn't even know?
Israel
This actually is going to come to the biggest difference. And we didn't talk about this yet. The biggest difference between the New Testament idea and the Hebrew Bible idea of the afterlife, which is, why do we need redeemed?
Bro, Isaiah 49:7. This is what the Lord says: the Redeemer and Holy One of Israel
is Yahweh. I know, but why do we need redeemed? We need redeemed
No. They actually apply this to Jesus here, or the servant. This is what the Lord says: the Redeemer and Holy One of Israel, to him who is despised and abhorred the nation.
The Lord is the Redeemer, Holy One of Israel.
Kings will see you and stand up; princes will see and bow down, because the Lord who is faithful, the Holy One of Israel, who has chosen you.
Yeah, God is the Holy One who's faithful, but he's also not real.
Also applying it to the servant here.
But he's not, though. Again, this goes back to double meaning.
Yeah.
Right? I don't believe in double meanings. I have no reason to believe in double. Like, if there's a double meaning, then how do I know there's not a triple meaning?
Well, you would have to see. If it fits, sure.
Well, the Mormons have triple meaning to these prophecies. Did they get it right?
Do they fit in the context?
Yeah. No, you told me the context doesn't matter.
No. I see. Okay, so they fit the description perfectly.
Because Well,
There's many prophecies.
first of all,
There's multiple prophecies.
your secondary interpretation does not fit the context, and it certainly doesn't fit the prophecy perfectly. You have to pick and choose one verse here and another verse there, and then ignore the rest of them. So you can't say that your secondary interpretation fits perfectly, because it doesn't. It's just a cherry-picked interpretation. What I'm saying is that the only interpretation we should be holding is that which seems to be in accordance with the context of the original intention of the passage, and not make up secondary interpretations. And I think, as I pointed out earlier, I think the biggest difference that could be, I think, a symmetry breaker for this conversation is just this idea of, you have a very different idea of what salvation even means versus what the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible means with salvation, right? So if I ask you, what does salvation mean to you? What would you say?
Yeah, being saved, not going to hell.
From what? Okay, saved from hell. Okay. Can you find me a single verse in the Old Testament that says anyone's going to hell?
I'm not sure the point, but no. I not off by hand, I should say.
Right. So my reading is that the New Testament and people of the New Testament time period, like you can see a little bit of, creeping up in the Dead Sea Scrolls, invented this notion of eternal punishment. But it wasn't until you get to the New Testament that you have this crazy idea that people are going to be eternally punished for simply not believing the right thing. According to Jewish theology, the punishment in the afterlife is temporary. It's a maximum of 12 months, and it's for only the truly wicked. Whether or not you believe in the God didn't necessarily make you wicked. So, for example, there's a reason why Jews don't proselytize. It's because they don't believe that God's going to send everybody to hell, because they didn't believe in the right God. That's strictly a Christian belief. You won't find that in the Hebrew Bible.
I agree. Yeah.
Right. So when we get to the New Testament and they're saying, well, no, you have to believe all these things, even though they're rather unbelievable and they're going against the context of the book itself. Like, I don't see a reason to believe that and be like, well, you have to, or else you can go to hell. Well, I don't believe that hell exists, even if I am Jewish. Like, I don't believe that notion of hell.
I understand. The way that I think about it is like, sorry, I just had a total brain fart right there.
It's okay. We all do.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock. Like, I'm going to have some soon. Just
yeah. Sorry, just bear with me here for a second. So could you just repeat the last part you were saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's hard for me to, like, the prophecies in the New Testament themselves are problematic for me, but just like the theological differences between the Old and the New Testament, this idea that if you don't believe the right thing, that God is just going to torture you either temporarily or for eternity, that's really not a Hebrew scripture belief. Right?
So it's important to them, yeah. I think that mode of salvation actually makes sense. I understand what you're saying. Your point is that it doesn't really align with what they believed in the past. But I think that mode of salvation is more easily like available to everyone, and that's why they did the transition. I think that, like you said, the Gentiles had a lot of problems with the laws that they had to uphold, and so they weren't too happy with the strictness of it. And I think God basically obliges
to what?
To helping people reach their own salvation, not by their own works, but just by grace.
Right, but
faith.
But my point is, the mode isn't a meaningful distinction to me. I'm saying that the idea that you need salvation in Christianity is essentially that you need saving from God. Like, God's going to do something horrible to you for like the most ridiculous offense.
It's not so much that God's going to do something horrible to you. It's that you're not going to be with God, and that's going to be horrible.
Can God make it not horrible?
So I think God is what is good. So it's like a thing without God could be neutral, maybe, but it couldn't be great. It couldn't even be good.
So God's not capable of creating some place in between heaven and hell, where you would go and you weren't tortured.
Yeah.
Okay, so he could do that.
I don't know. To me, I see what you're saying. It would make sense. Like, yeah, you could just like create like a place where it's like, you don't want to hang out with me. You could just go over here, and you don't need to like have something horrible, or it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be horrible. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So, like,
I don't know why God didn't do it that way.
right. That's kind of the problem. That's where Christian theology falls apart for a lot of people outside of Christianity, is they don't understand this whole hell concept because it's a false dichotomy, right? It's like,
that's the thing. I don't even fully understand it as well. Like, if I'm being honest, I just know that my idea of hell is separation from God, and I don't want that.
I get that. And there is a Bible verse that kind of touches on that. It says that there's going to be suffering and also separation from God. But the problem for me is that I just don't see why a God that's all loving, all knowing, and all good would explicitly create vessels of wrath to be tormented in the afterlife. That's a nonsensical idea to me. And it really doesn't even line up with the Old Testament. Like, as far as I can tell, this concept of hell that is cooked up in the New Testament was legitimately only done so to give people a reason why they should convert to Christianity.
Well, I think it is a scary idea. I'll give you that. Like, it does strike fear in you, but I think the Bible is also very clear that, like, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So I think in that case, he's setting up this thing. It is scary. Like, the thought of not being with God is scary, and it's supposed to be to deter you from not wanting to, be away from him.
But
maybe, yeah.
If I wanted my child to spend time with me, is the appropriate way, what's better, that I would show myself through acts of endless love and being present, or I should just threaten him?
Okay, well, that's where Christ comes in for us. As a Christian, we believe that Jesus actually, or God actually, came down in the flesh.
But I don't, because he's not here. God could reveal himself right now to every individual on the earth, and he wouldn't even break a sweat, right? What he did was sent this illogical human sacrifice, even though in the Hebrew Bible, he literally says, no man can die for the sins of another. And he says, in Jeremiah, he says, I didn't even conceive.
He's not just a man. But yeah.
Well, I mean, the logical problems of the Trinity, I think, is another side topic. But so it's convoluted to say that, well, this guy that was killed by the Romans, that was God, and that's the sign that he loves you. No, bullshit. If he loves us, he should fix bone cancer in babies. He should fix the children that are born blind. Like, he should fix earthquakes and volcanoes and tornadoes.
Yeah, but that's the promise of the new earth, the new heaven.
So what?
So what? Like, you would have nothing to look forward to, and also,
yeah, I would.
Okay, so look, I think about it like this. So if we were in Adam and Eve's position, we had everything, we were in heaven, or like the garden, whatever, it was still perfect, we would still have eaten from that apple.
So what?
No matter what.
So what?
So if we were given heaven right away,
what's that got to do with natural disasters?
My point is, if we were given heaven right away, we would take it for granted and we would wonder what it would be like to be without. So God is showing us what it's like to be with sin.
So babies don't go to heaven.
What? No, of course babies go to heaven.
But they can't appreciate heaven. You just said it. You just said we have to experience the horrible shit so we can appreciate heaven. But babies, like, if you died in birth, you don't get to experience the horrible shit.
Yeah, we could also have a collective understanding, though.
Okay,
but
so you don't have to experience horrible stuff to enjoy heaven.
And not everyone does. It's like you said, some babies die and still go to heaven.
So then the natural disasters aren't necessary.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, they wouldn't be necessary if it's not necessary for all people.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think, in general, as a people, we had to experience it.
Why?
Well, because if your baby's like, well, I want to know what hell is like, you just like, all right, well, that's dumb. We know what it's like. We don't need to go back to that. Like, you have other people, even if you didn't experience it yourself. Yeah, I guess we could just take God's word for it, but Adam didn't take God's word for it. Neither did Eve. That's the story. It's like, we're kind of rebellious by nature, right?
But it's still missing the point. Rebellious or not, natural disasters don't need to exist for anything.
No, I guess you're right. They don't necessarily need to exist for anything. But again, I don't, like, I'm not God. I don't know why he has natural disasters. We can question about it, obviously. I mean, we are now. I think we probably could have done without, but I think God knows better.
Why?
Why does God know better? Because he knows everything and I don't.
See, a lot of and when I was a young apologist, I made a lot of these same statements you're making, and an atheist, a friend of mine, pointed out rightly that all of my arguments start with my belief is already true, and then I work myself backwards. He says start from the opposite end. Start as though you never learned any of this nonsense, and then with every single.
I started there, and then I came here.
Well, it sounds like we took different paths. So the problems, if you start at the very beginning and assume that there's no God, there's no good reason to get to a God.
Yeah. Right. Well, when I was younger, I didn't believe in God.
Sure. But what would convince me? What problem does a God solve? What do I need it for?
What do you need God for?
Yeah, what does God explain?
If God is real, it explains where we came from.
But again, it doesn't explain where God came from. Like, I believe that the universe always existed, so we didn't come from anywhere.
Yeah, that's fine. So in your view, it doesn't really make a difference, I guess.
Right, yeah, God doesn't really solve a problem in my worldview, right? In fact, I think it introduces more problems. And I think specifically the biblical God.
I agree with that, because the reason God introduces more problems is because it forces us to face our own shortcomings.
No, it forces me to face the shortcomings of the God explanation, because as soon as you introduce a God, now you've got to introduce attributes of God. You have to introduce reasons why God does certain things, and then you've got to make apologies for the things that he does. So, for example, and I know people who watch me regularly are probably tired of me saying it, like the idea that God would have, and you and I might have talked about it, have 10 of David's wives graped for David's sin is a horrific move. There's no explanation for that.
Oh, yeah. We actually spoke about this. So we spoke about this last time, and I kind of conceded the point, but that punishment was actually suggested by his advisor. It wasn't God who, I know you had said that it was God who did it because he says he's going to send the punishment, but he allows the punishment to happen.
He says, I'm causing it.
I know, but again, I'm going to stand. Last time I gave you the ground, last time I conceded, but this time I'll stand my ground. Even in 2 Thessalonians 2, it says God's going to send a powerful delusion, but it doesn't mean he is the source of the delusion.
Yep.
It just means that he is allowing it to happen.
Nope. It's definitely true. If God was just allowing it to happen, he would say, I'm just allowing it to happen, but that's not the case, because in 2 Samuel chapter 12, he says, I will raise up trouble against you and I will take your wives. He's giving the causation to himself.
But which one is it again?
Yeah, 2 Samuel 12. And keep in mind, this is a punishment. Punishments are a reaction to something. Like, punishments don't happen by accident.
Mm-hmm. Right, but you could punish someone and then just allow whatever, if I say, okay, go punish this person how you see fit, is that on God, whatever that person does?
If God says I'm causing it, yeah.
No, if God says this punishment is going to come upon you, and then, because, hang on, I don't see isn't it someone else who, advises him, his advisor tells him to do that or something?
So Absalom consults Ahithophel, and Ahithophel says the thing that you should do is go in and sleep with your father's concubines, and then you'll make yourself odious.
So that wasn't God.
It was.
Maybe God put that in the heart of the man to go say that.
Well, it says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your house, and I will take your wives. He's taking the blame for it because it's his punishment.
Yeah, so let's go to 2 Thessalonians 2.
Is 2 Thessalonians 2 referring to David's sin?
It's referring to a powerful delusion that God will send, but it's not God that's the source of the delusion.
Did he send it?
Mm-hmm. But
then he's the source.
He's not the source.
Yeah, you are. If you send it...
He allows... I know the wording
if you're sending it, you're the one doing it.
The wording implies that he's the one.
Words mean things.
But, yeah, of course. The wording implies that, but God is not a deceiver. So how can God say, I'm a deceiver and I send a deception.
He literally does.
That's an internal contradiction.
I know, the Bible's full of them, hundreds of them.
No, so obviously you have to interpret it in light of the other verses. Otherwise,
I do, and the Bible contradicts itself all over the place.
You're obviously not. If God is sending a powerful delusion and he's not a deceiver, how
He
does
is,
that line up?
because it's a contradiction. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
See,
You have to resolve
so
the
again,
apparent contradiction.
all
Well,
of your
you're not-
arguments begin with the Bible is true. That's the problem. If you don't start your argument with the Bible has to be true, then none of these arguments work.
But you're just saying,
Because I could do the same thing with the Quran. I could say I can say everything in the Quran is true because it can't be wrong. And then every time I find a contradiction in the Quran, I can say, well, it can't be a contradiction because then it wouldn't be true. Like you wouldn't accept that argument, and I'm not going to accept it for the Bible.
No, because you then try to resolve the apparent contradiction, right?
But you can't resolve it. It's just a contradiction. If God says that I'm not the author of confusion and that he's not a deceiver, and then he sends deceiving spirits, then he is literally the author of confusion. But I think the real answer, the one that you should use if you're going to make this argument, is that when it says God is not the author of confusion, you should go back to the original context of that passage, because I don't think it was actual making a blanket statement that God can never cause confusion. I think people mistake that.
Yeah, but I mean, just in general, God is not called the deceiver. The deceiver is called Satan. I'm sure there's a verse about that.
Yeah, he was a liar and a deceiver according to Jesus and 1 John. But my point is, in 2 Samuel chapter 12, God says, I'm causing the thing to happen. So you can't take God's agency from it.
In 2 Thessalonians 2, he's saying, I will send a powerful delusion.
Then he's the cause of it.
But then you're saying he's an idiot. You're saying that he doesn't know what he said before, where he's saying that Satan...
It happens all the time. Yes. Again, your starting point is God can't contradict himself. And my starting point is words mean words.
No, even if I just take a blanket, like if I just read the two verses, okay, so God sends down a powerful delusion, but Satan is the deceiver. How is that apparent contradiction resolved?
Did God send it?
Into it. Right. What does that mean, that God sent
That
it?
means God's the one that sent it. He's the one in control of it. Just like if I said, listen, I'm
granting you that at face value, it's a contradiction, right?
Yes, I know it's a contradiction on face value.
Yeah.
If I said I sent my army into Iraq, I'm responsible for what the army does. I didn't go there. I didn't pull the trigger, but guess what? I sent the army. So if you're the one sending the thing,
if I send an army to Iraq and then you start murdering unborn babies, you start murdering babies, that's not the person who sent you's fault.
it is. Listen to what I'm saying. If I send an army and the army does army things, I'm in charge. I'm on the hook for what that army did. If you send a lying or a deceiving spirit, and you know that it's a lying and a deceiving spirit, and you know what it's going to do, because remember, God's all-knowing, then you're responsible for it.
Okay, so God is also responsible for all the good we do?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying in the passage you cited, when God sends the lying or the deceiving spirit, which is quoted in the Old Testament and slightly in the New Testament, when God does that thing, it just means God did it. That's all it means.
At face value, that's what it means.
I know, yeah, that's exactly what that means.
I know, I'm agreeing with you at face value. That's what it means.
That's all there is. All you have is face value.
The apparent contradiction. No, because
you can't resolve it.
Yeah. Okay. I guess you're pretty consistent. Even in Isaiah, like you take it in the literal context, you take everything like very literally, and like I appreciate that because you do kind of need that.
Like you don't think the Bible is lacking contradictions, do you?
Show me an example. Other than another one other than that one.
Okay. Have you ever read the conversion story of Paul on the road to Damascus?
A little bit, yeah.
Sure.
So he met the risen Christ.
Yeah. So there's some questions about what actually happened, because it says he fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, who are you, Lord? And the reply came, I am Jesus whom you're persecuting. Get up and enter the city, and you will be told what to do when you are there. And then it says, the men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice, but saw no one. Okay, so in Acts chapter 9, the men traveling with Paul, they hear a voice, but they don't see who's speaking, and they're confused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, in another retelling in chapter 22, says, these who were with me, this is Paul speaking now, these who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice of the one who was speaking. So in this particular case, they see the thing, but they don't hear the thing.
Yeah. Okay, so is it possible that there's a group, like in the group, there's just like half of them saw it and didn't hear it, and the other half heard it and didn't see?
It says those who are with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have a lot of like language like that in like in the New Testament, when they go to visit the grave, like Matthew says he saw like one person, or Mark says he saw two people, but like even though like they're giving, this is actually used in an actual evidence case. If you have multiple witnesses, if they're giving the same details of something, then it's less less of an honest take than if the people have different details of what they saw.
Right, but these are definitive claims. It says the men who were traveling with him stood speechless. The other one said those who were traveling with me. Doesn't say some, just it says the people traveling with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm actually, hang on, let me just pull this up. I'm looking into it a little more right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just to...
Keep in mind that the correct answer is that it's a contradiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically saying what I just said now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of things in the Bible that at face value seem like a contradiction.
They are a contradiction.
I'll even grant that they are a contradiction on face value. I'll even grant that. I'll even grant you that they are a contradiction.
That means they contradict.
On face value, yeah, for sure.
Mark chapter 1, very beginning of the first gospel, Mark makes a blunder. It says, in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending you my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way, the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord. Fortunately, he misremembers. The first part of that quotation doesn't come from Isaiah. It comes from Malachi. It sounds like Isaiah chapter 40, but it's not.
Okay, so wait, in Mark 1 you're saying?
Yeah, Mark chapter 1, verse 2.
Yeah, for sure.
He says it's from Isaiah, but it's not. Also, horizontal stream is crushing it tonight. We got 750 people on the horizontal stream. Horizontal is going to be catching up to vertical stream. We've got 1,000 people on a vertical stream, 750 on horizontal. This is only like our third or our fourth horizontal stream. Vertical stream people, don't let horizontal overtake you. Let's see who's going to win this battle by the end of the summer. I want to see who wins. There's a lot of people asking for horizontal streams.
Yeah, it's also in Isaiah.
Oh,
It's in
sure.
both of them.
Show me where.
Isaiah 43.
No, chapter 43 is a quotation from Mark chapter 1:3, the voice of the one crying in the wilderness.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet. Oh, I see. So you're saying he applies both of them to Isaiah.
Yeah, one is from Malachi and one is from
Yeah.
Isaiah. He says both of them came from Isaiah. They sound similar, but they're not.
But Isaiah still makes reference a voice of one calling.
Yeah.
In the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord.
But he
I will
doesn't-
send my messenger who will prepare the way before me.
But he doesn't say, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That's a quotation from Malachi chapter 3, verse 1.
Oh, yeah, literally. It is literally.
Yeah.
I see.
But they sound so similar that Mark just goofed. Mark just thought they were both from Isaiah. He misremembered.
He misremembered. Maybe that's one way to look at it. Yeah, you could you could always grant like the not so pleasing outcome like the one that makes him look bad or the one that actually makes sense and reconciles it. But
Well,
I understand from your perspective, you're not going to grant the one that looks good. And
how
I'm not
do you
gonna grant
reconcile the fact that he said Isaiah said it when he didn't say it?
because Isaiah still has those words, but they're paraphrased. They're not in the exact wording.
He doesn't have the wording that is in verse 2. Those words are in Malachi, which is why every single study Bible you've ever owned says those are from Malachi. He just mashed them up. He gets a lot of stuff wrong.
I agree with what you're saying. He just mashes them up, but I think Isaiah is also has the same like paraphrased. It's the same context, even if it's not written exactly the same. You're saying he's quoting it from Malachi. I agree, he's quoting it from Malachi, but the meaning is still the same. I will send my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way.
Well, no one's questioning the meaning.
Prepare the way for the Lord.
We're questioning who wrote the text. He's quoting a text, right? He's saying this text that I'm quoting was written by Isaiah, but it wasn't. It was written by Malachi.
Right. But the second part he gets right.
I know. The first part he doesn't. That means he got one thing wrong and one thing right. That's what that means. Now, he gets something wrong again.
Here's what I'm saying, though. Isaiah did say that. He just didn't say it in those words.
I know. But who said it in those words? Malachi, which is why he made the mistake, because they're so similar. His brain was like, he thought it was Isaiah. It's easy to do. Anyone can do it. The problem is that God's holy book shouldn't do it, which brings me to the very next chapter. He does another blunder. In verse 226, talks about David entering the house at Nob of the priests and eating the showbread. It says, entering the house of God when Abiathar was the high priest and ate the bread of presence. But in 1 Samuel 21, Abiathar is not the high priest. It's Ahimelech. He gets the wrong priest.
Sorry, I got to look up a lot of stuff tonight. You always bring up a lot of good points.
People asking where the horizontal stream is. I apologize. The horizontal stream is at DZ Debates. That's my horizontal channel. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with channel number 2 right off the rip, but I think the answer is that channel number 2 is obviously going to be nothing but horizontal from this time moving forward, and channel number 1 is going to be the usual stuff. But yeah, go over and watch the debates on, if you want horizontal, on DZ Debates. You'll find a link to that in my main profile if you want, or you can just search it up.
Yeah. So it's saying that in the days of Abiathar, the high priest, does not mean that Abiathar was the priest at that moment. The Greek phrase in Mark is, I don't know what that says, but in the time of Abiathar, the high priest, which just means, can mean like the area associated with him.
But he was never the high priest when David ate the showbread.
The other one says Abiathar was present at the time and later became high priest. But
actually,
he was never high priest.
He couldn't have been present at the time. He was alive at the time. He couldn't have been present at the time because shortly after that, all of Ahimelech's household gets murdered except for Abiathar. He's the only one that escapes. Also, I would point out that the translation of "in the days of Abiathar" is spurious. That's not in the Greek text. People are adding that to the text. It's not. It's only in English, not in Greek.
Yeah, it says "in the time of," and it says it's a Greek phrase.
The Greek phrase "epi" doesn't mean "in the days of" or "in the time of." That's why my translation just says "when."
When Abiathar the high priest.
Right.
Oh, I see. Okay. Anyway, I won't take up too much more of your time. I feel like we had a pretty good talk today. It was fun again.
Yeah, I think we have fun. Ruby, you're a good guy, and I know it's hard listening to the stuff coming out of my mouth as a believer, and you take it pretty
No,
well.
I fully, yeah, I get it, bro. Like, I don't think you're coming at it from a malicious way. I think you're just very literal. You're very, me, I'm more of like a symbolic guy. So like all these double meanings for me, it's like, I see them everywhere, even without like the preconditioning of like Christian beliefs. Cause I didn't have that growing up, but just like upon doing my research now, I start seeing that. But like, I think you're very literal, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You want the evidence to be straightforward, and that, I agree, man. For someone like, we all have different ways of like taking in information, and if it's not convincing for you in this way, then I don't know. There's not really any way to convince you, but I think we still have fun conversations anyway, and it's always fun to learn, man. So I want to thank you for letting me on the platform. Thank you, everyone in the chat, and yeah, that's it, man. Thanks.
Yeah. Big W, Ruby. Thanks for hanging out with me. Cheers, man.
Thank you. Peace out. Cheers.
Ruby was really dope last time we talked. He's a nice guy. Let me grab some super chats. Shit, Adele's with us tonight. Good to see you, Adele. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, late to the cooking tonight. I was out of town getting more ink. Oh, getting tatted. Glad to make it now for some entertainment to take my mind off the pain. Listen, I'm sorry that you're in pain, but put your mind on Doug, the rock of salvation. And Doug's always cool. In fact, go outside and find a cool stone and just lay it on your burning arm. Make sure it's covered. Don't get dirt in your new tattoo. That should help. Let the coolness of Doug help ease some of your pain. And Mindful Barbarian, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I want to minimize gullibility. These used Christian salesmen demonstrate extreme gullibility when they try to sell us their versions of the book. That is kind of the thing, is that they have a version of the book, and it doesn't seem to match the authentic Hebrew Jewish reading of the book. And that's, I think, one of my biggest complaints. Roland the Closet Goblin, great name. Big W says, praise Doug, I'm rock hard for him, and I bet Forrest Valkai is too. Forrest is rock hard. I think we're going to be hosting together again soon in the near future. I got to look at our schedule, but big W for Forrest. He's awesome. And Atheist Truck Driver, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, it was written at least 40 years later. You can say he did anything. So that's actually a good point. I don't bring this up often because I feel like it's such a commonly talked about point when it comes to the prophecies, which is that, I mean, listen, theoretically, you can write Jesus fulfilling anything. Like that's easy. But to me, I think it's more fun to go through the actual prophecies and be like, listen, even if you just grant that the New Testament says he did some shit, it still doesn't match what the Old Testament says. Now, I do agree with you, Atheist Trucker. I think most of what's written about Jesus is purely made up. And a lot of it was, in fact, made up in an effort to make it look like he was fulfilling prophecies, but obviously we don't think he did. Roger Wenzel says, thanks so much for the education. Well, Roger, thank you so much for supporting. And listen, I want to educate. That's what we're here for. We all want to learn and grow together. And Truck Driver again says, Ruby, please look up the actual history. Yeah, unfortunately, that is hard. When you look up history of Christianity or religion or anything of that nature, all these apologetic websites come up. We are inundated with apologetic websites. It's hard to find good, non-apologetic historical documentation on the religion. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, any keyboard warrior want to summon the Holy Spirit? They're not going to do it. Not going to happen. Oh my God, why am I yawning? Not going to happen. It's not even late yet. I'm getting old, guys. Joshua Jamie, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, if God is love and love keeps no record of wrong. Oh, there we go. We're going to see it. 1 Corinthians 13. Why does God keep a record of wrong in Revelation 20 called the book of life? You nailed it. You know that. Also, if there are no judgment for those who are in Christ Jesus, then why does Paul and Jesus repeatedly say that all men will die and be judged? Just the direct contradictions are endless. They abound. And Fierce Interaction, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Good to see you tonight, friend. Says, God is not a deceiver. Citation, the book he ghost wrote. And Nixon wasn't a crook. Lance Armstrong didn't blood dope. And Trump really digs 2 Corinthians. Shrug. Yeah, I think you nailed it, right? But listen, I get it. Like, if you believe in the God and you're like, well, I already believe in the God, and the version of God I believe in can't lie or deceive. I've got to rearrange everything around that, you know? Michael, thank you for the super chat, says, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Thud. Mom, I told you to stay home. Oh, shit. Guess that was Jesus. Silver says, do you believe that there are truths that exist regardless of individual subjective perceptions? I think that would be the case, that like existence exists. Like, I believe that to be the case. But you can't say that truth exists independent of the subjective perception, because truth implies that there is a subject. A truth is anything that is in accordance with reality, but the anything that we're applying the attribute of being true to is coming from the human brain. So the question assumes humans already exist. Johanna says, why with so many interpretations of hell to choose from do believers go for the worst version? This is a really good question, because the New Testament does have multiple ideas. You can read the New Testament and get to an idea of a hell that is more Catholic and Jewish in nature. Christianity has chosen the opposite. They've chosen the conscious torment, most likely because that's the thing that scares people enough to stay in the faith. That's what I think happened. Eric Capel, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you for another wonderful session. Although I've been an atheist for a long time, I still have a soft spot for Christian universalism. What are your thoughts regarding the arguments for Christian universalism? I don't think they're good. I get universalists up here from time to time. They have to rely on words don't mean words. They want to change the meaning of age and forever and everlasting. Like, they want to play with some of these words. There's not a good case to be made that everyone goes to heaven eventually. In fact, Daniel chapter 12 literally says the opposite. Matthew chapter 25 says the opposite. And in fact, Revelation 21:8 says the opposite. So I don't find it to be a very good argument. Although I must say, of the Christian denominations, that's the most pleasant of them. And I'm glad that they have arrived at that position, at least. Joanna says, what a beautiful world that would be without religion. What a beautiful world would it be without religion, like heaven on earth. I agree. That's why I've been hoping for this rapture business to come true. Let's get them out of here. Let's go. Let's get the troublemakers gone. Steve Harvey Oswald, interesting name, says, I spiritually fulfill my wife in the bedroom. I think I've spiritually fulfilled a few people myself. The Walking Dad says, Doug will come back to Idaho one day. There, I'm a prophet. He absolutely will. Doug is in Idaho. I know it. I know he is. And speaking of Doug, welcome in, Rock Hard for Doug. Good to see you. We were just reading your wife's super chat. It says, there is no one holy like the Lord. There's no one besides you. There is no rock like our God. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Doug and Sharon Stone forever. And Carlos, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W. It says, Ruby drank too much Kool-Aid today. Well, he's doing the best he can. You know, he's got the apologetic bug. You know what I mean? Like, he's not ready to let go of it yet. He's going to do what we all did, which is he's going to fight it tooth and nail until every last brick has been removed from the wall. And then finally it's just going to be, coming to grips with reality. That's how it went for me. That's how it went for a lot of people. It is unfortunate, but that is the way it is. That's why we say, everything that we left behind has claw marks in it, because that's the reality of what happened. Johanna says, what drug was John on when he wrote Revelation? I think magic mushrooms. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but I think it's a pretty good case to be made that he was, definitely high out of his mind. And Rock Hard for Doug again. Thank you so much. Says, didn't mean to all caps Sharon in my last super chat, but she deserves it. No cap. I agree with you. Sharon deserves as much recognition as Doug. She is the co-redemptrix, the matron of reality, the lady of the universe. And Jim Nasty says, I think the redemption of Israel came through Jesus, but Then they were completely defeated by the Romans. Some redemption. I know. That's the problem you have with the reinterpretation of some of the words, is you have to really redefine, what it means to be redeemed. But welcome back, welcome back. Welcome in, Double Yo. How you doing?
Hey, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Double Yo, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Cool. What'd be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah. Well, sorry, I'm not prepared enough to. I don't know if I have like a number one, but I did just have a thought. Just when you're talking to Ruby, kind of talking about divine hiddenness, right?
Yeah, I do think divine hiddenness is a problem. What about you?
Yeah, well, that's what I kind of wanted to talk about. And then you mentioned like bone cancer, right? And then just into morality, etc., right?
Well, I mean, it kind of dovetailed into morality. I don't actually know how we got there. But yeah, I mean, I think we've got two good problems to solve. One is divine hiddenness, and another is the problem of evil or unnecessary suffering, as I usually do it.
Unnecessary suffering,
yeah. Can you get closer to your microphone, though? We can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's better. So what's your take on divine hiddenness?
Yeah, right. Well, I find it just a little interesting because, and sorry, quick preface, I'm not really much of a debater. Just want to ask a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it interesting, what would you, I know this is a little bit backwards in terms of putting the I know I have to prove, right, in this example, but what would it look like for you to have a God that, without divine hiddenness, it kind of, in a certain, you can't really imagine it, I guess.
I can.
I know that's not much of a, okay, yeah, can you explain how you imagine that?
There's a lot of ways to imagine it. Do you think Abraham spoke with God?
Yeah.
Do you think Moses did?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that God could speak to everybody that way?
Could.
Yeah.
I guess. Yep.
Sure. Okay. So God could just reveal himself audibly to everybody.
Okay. Yeah. So this kind of dovetails, I guess, into unnecessary suffering. Maybe or maybe it doesn't. But I guess this is a crazy point of view for some people, but I kind of think things are how they are, and I'm confused why a literalist such as yourself can't accept that point of view.
Accept what?
I guess that even the atrocities in the Bible that I've heard you bring up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say God is evil. Okay, God is evil, and we have to reckon with that, right?
Do you think God's evil?
I don't personally.
How do you know? How would you know if he's good or evil?
Well, yeah, that's a huge question. I'm simply trying to say that is a huge question, and to assume we can know even that.
But in your worldview, the Bible says that we know good and evil. We have become like God, right? So we should just be able to instinctually know if God is evil. And I think a God that condones slavery and rape is evil.
Well, you kind of made a jump there. You said that we can know evil, good and evil, right? And
well, the Bible said so.
God, yeah, right. But then you jump to know if God is, right?
Yep.
That's a kind of a big philosophical jump, right?
No.
Well, it's kind of like this. This is how I think about it. I have a conscience, right? And I can even just like natural law or like moral law, I can sense, right? I have a conscience. That doesn't mean I know why bone cancer in babies, right?
Yeah,
Like,
why does God allow bone cancer in babies?
yeah, I guess, excuse my, I guess philosophical naivety, but I find it pretty easy to answer. Like, even just in relation to hell, like you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I'd love to have an answer if it's easy. What's the answer? Why does God allow bone cancer in babies?
Yeah, well, I'm sure you won't be satisfied. It's just that it's the same answer I've heard other people say. It's just that we can't know the scales of everything. And I think
We can't know what?
like the eternal scales of what's good for everything and everyone, right?
So why do we need bone cancer?
Well, I don't know about need, but it's simply.
Well, if we don't need it, that means it's unnecessary.
Well, right, but that's my point. I'm saying
there you go.
Here.
You just walked into the problem of evil. If God causes unnecessary suffering, then he's evil.
No, I'm just trying to say, how do you experience? Okay, I guess I can't talk not in transcendentals, which you don't believe in, right? But let me for a minute. Like, how about just you can't experience love without free will. You can't have free will without. How about the absence of good?
I disagree.
Yeah. Well, that's just because.
Are you going to have free will in heaven according to Revelation 21?
Well, yeah, that's a big discussion. I think so, to a certain degree, right?
Okay, so you'll have free will, but there won't be any suffering?
It's complicated, right? But I think
it's not complicated. It's yes or no.
I think that, okay, put it like this. Because here, if you walked out into the sunlight after being in complete darkness for 10 years, right? Could you even see that someone was wearing, I don't know.
If you're in complete darkness for 10 years and you walk outside, you're likely to get partially blinded. That'd be very bad for you.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be that little. I'm trying to make a point. Like,
yes, I think you can know good without bad.
Yeah, so I don't know if there'll be like complete lack of sin in heaven, right? But I think that there can be.
So you can sin and it's still there'd be no sorrow, no pain.
Well, yeah, let me clarify.
Isn't free will and sin the reason why there's sorrow and pain here?
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean sin. I mean choices or potential choice, right? That's what I was trying to say.
Right. But what I'm saying is whatever mechanism that allows people to have free will in heaven and also for there to be no more sorrow and no more pain, that could just be here. Like we don't have to have this world full of suffering.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is reality. That's how I see it, right? And I know that's not satisfying.
Well, we agree it's reality. The question is, what's the best explanation of the reality? My explanation is that we are just a product of a chaotic universe, which is really parsimonious with the data. Your explanation is that there's a God who's all-knowing, all-loving, all-powerful that created this suffering, which has got a lot of problems.
Yeah, I guess, like, well, here, I think it just comes down to your complete lack of transcendentals, as you put it. I think, in certain words before. Like, I don't think you know, when you mentioned data, I don't think that's primary in a certain way. Like, I'm just not a materialist, so there's certain ways we just can't talk to each other in that way. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't believe in quote unquote logic or like.
I think the logic is just like the alphabet. It's a language that we develop to describe the world around us.
Yeah, okay. Same with 2 + 2.
Yep. Just a language we developed.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just can't come to understand that. I get the, you know, the through line of it, but I'm just not on the same page there. Like, and then you can go into moral law and beauty and then consciousness, right? Like, those are all above like atoms and materialism.
Well, I
to
don't think
me.
so.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess, like, all my thought and explanations kind of go back to that. So
if God was all good, why did he say you can own slaves?
Well, yeah, I don't claim to be a Old Testament scholar, but obviously there's context, and I don't want to get into that debate right now, to be honest.
You know, like he punished the Israelites by having them cannibalize their children. Do you think there's ever a scenario in which the punishment for a crime should be cannibalizing your own children?
Well, I think, again, I'm not a Bible scholar. I believe there's all types of genres in the Bible, right? And I know you've heard this all before. And in a certain way, yes, I think that certain punishment can be justified, I guess, you know?
So there is a world in which it's justified to punish human beings by having them cannibalize their children.
Listen, I don't want to get into an Old Testament debate.
It's not an Old Testament debate. It's a debate about whether or not forcing someone to cannibalize their children is an action of an all good entity.
Right. And I'm just trying to say that I can justify evil, and I understand that you can't with an all, loving God, and I kind of have to leave it at that. So,
okay.
But you can understand where I'm coming from in terms of, or I'll ask you that. Can you see where I'm coming from in terms of, if I believe in things that exist outside of, atoms and energy, then,
Well, I think if you believe in transcendentals, you can believe in some sort of transcendental force. I don't think it still leads you to a God. It certainly doesn't lead you to a biblical God. I think if it led you to a God, it would lead you to a deistic God.
Yeah, sure. Well, I have other thoughts and arguments in terms of, specifics. But I'm most interested in like the starting point, because so many people I talk to are so like, they're just materialists. Like you mentioned, like starting from a place as if there's nothing. And I just don't see why that's the starting point when that hasn't been for.
It has to be the starting point. Because otherwise your logic falls apart. You can't start with the assumption that something no one's ever seen or heard or can validate is real. Like you have to start with the assumption that all claims require verification.
Yeah, well, I don't mean like starting with Yahweh exists. I mean starting with an open mind in terms of, transcendentals could exist. A God could exist.
Listen, if there was a good argument for transcendentals, I'd be open to it. I just don't see one yet.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm sure you won't like my main one, like intuition. How about moral law? Like those are.
They're from the brain.
Well, no, we can't equate everything to like just.
I can.
You know.
Animals have them.
Yeah, animals are, you know.
They're conscious beings just like us. They have morals. They have intuitions. They have instincts.
Yeah, this is where we'll just we'll drift apart because I just can't get behind that. I guess, you know, if I give you, if I grant you like animals have a certain level of consciousness, and then, you know, more and more intelligence gives that amount more of consciousness, sure. But even then, I'm just completely skeptical. Like, there's something more to consciousness than just neurons firing.
I disagree.
Yeah. Well, again, with most of the things we disagree with, I think it does come down to those foundational transcendentals. So
It does, actually. All right, listen, Double, thanks for coming up and chatting with us. I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay?
yeah, hey, thanks for talking.
Sure
Have a
thing.
good night.
Cheers. Have a good one. And this is why philosophy never gets you to God, because you just have to accept presuppositions, and there's so many of them that you have to accept. Atheist Black Woman, thank you for the super chat, says, so happy you got rid of those hiccups, Justin. those hiccups fucked me up bad. Yeah, you have no idea. Even after I ended the stream, I had like another 10 minutes of hiccups. They literally were going to ruin my night. It was horrific. I was chugging water. Then I was up all night because I had to pee all night because I was literally chugging water for 5 minutes trying to get rid of them. I got my ass kicked by those hiccups. And Helping Mega Deconstruct says, are there mods on the horizontal? We don't have many. We really need more mods on the horizontal. Send me an email with the email address you want. If you're a mod on my vertical, and I can plug your email address in as a mod on the horizontal. Yeah, we got to mod up the horizontal. If I didn't worry about it at first, because we only had 100 people there, but now we've got 700 people on the horizontal, and we're going to keep getting more. So we got to get some mods over there. Thanks for asking. Noah's Lions, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, didn't feel like driving for an hour for a piercing, so I prayed to Doug, and he told me to do it myself. Praise Doug for saving money. Amen. And a Doug for such good advice. I remember as a young person getting piercings in the exact same manner, basically myself. Usually it's okay. I made one mistake. We don't have to talk about it now. Let's just say it didn't turn out well. It's a story for another time. Also, don't pierce your nipples right before football season. It's a whole thing. The Mark of the Beast, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, for Leviticus 20:18, will they receive divine punishment, excommunication, or execution? So Leviticus 20:18 is a little ambiguous. I assume it says cut off. Actually, their blood will be on them. In Leviticus 20:18 was the verbiage. Let me pull it up. There's a couple punishments described in the Hebrew Bible, and the one you're likely referring to just says their blood beyond them, right? Both, and they'll be cut off. Okay. If a man lies with a woman during her period and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow. She has laid bare her flow of blood. Both of them shall be cut off from their people. So there's a couple ways to take this. It seems to be in the ancient time period that this just meant they were no longer part of the people of Israel. But we have so many references to people being cut off, meaning that they were literally executed and removed from their people, that it could be interpreted as execution or as removal. It can be either one. It's really the context of the passage that's going to let you know what they're talking about. And even then it's not always clear. We have lots of passages where it talks about being cut off, and it's clear that they're being stoned or they're dying. So it's hard. You have to use a little bit of guesswork here. And personally, I'm not sure in Leviticus 20 if they're going to die, but I do know that in Leviticus 20, a bunch of people committing similar acts die. right? So I don't think it'd be far-fetched to believe that they're going to die. You know what I mean? But again, it's hard to say. So, for example, just 2 verses prior, it says, if a woman approaches any animal and has sexual relations with it, you shall kill the woman and the animal. They shall be put to death, and their blood guilt is upon them. So this is explicit, right? Why would the author go through and explicitly state that this crime is going to be death and this other crime is being cut off? So that's why scholars will go back and forth on what is actually meant by being cut off when there's not the explicit mention of death. I think it can go either way. This particular question is a good one that I might not be able to give you a satisfactory answer, and I apologize for that. Usually I can try to give pretty good answers, but this is one of those ones that's fuzzy. There's some gray area. And Adele, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you again, my friend. Says best explanation of reality. My God, obviously, every Christian. That's 100% it. And remember also, every Christian, their interpretation is the only correct interpretation. Every Christian I've ever met is the only Christian doing it right. And Atheist Truck Driver says pivot emoji needed. Shit, I didn't add the emojis or the membership levels to the horizontal yet. I'm working on it. I will get memberships and emojis and the cheat sheet, all that stuff loaded up on the horizontal stream this weekend. Just one of those things I didn't get around to it. But anyways, Johanna says prophets and apostles must have a very unsatisfactory sex life. Their huge buildup must be responsible for their ridiculous visions. So true. The reason why they have these crazy visions is either because they're on drugs or B, because they're so ascetic and sleep deprived. We do have evidence from the temple at Arad in Judea that they were burning cannabis during the services. So there's that. And Johanna, again, thank you so much. Says, no wonder the Jews didn't want to convert to Christianity. They probably figured that their religion was restricted enough. Why go from bad to worse? That's pretty much it. And remember, the whole time in the Old Testament, God's like, follow this motherfucking law or shit's going to hit the fan. And then Jesus comes along and Paul's like, well, you don't have to follow the law. I'm like, whoa. The God who gave this law said, I'm going to fuck you up if you don't follow this law. You're not going to convince me to not follow this law. I already saw what happened to the ancestors. They got rocked. Yeah. Anyways, Andy Pete, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Johanna says, believers becoming atheists, kudos to them. Atheists becoming believers, please check ourselves into a mental facility. Unfortunately, it does happen quite often with age as they get older, I think. But then again, they're probably never real atheists, the ones that just convert to religion when they get older. They probably already kind of believed a little bit. And Jim Nasty says this clear contradiction can't be one because it can't be a clear contradiction because it totally ruins my argument. And Valerie, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm new here. Is this the usual topic? I'll be back. Well, Valerie, it is one of the main topics because it's a good catch-all. But we have other topics. Like my favorite is probably God is not good. And Newsy, thank you for the super chat. Says, caller faceplants in the premise and is shocked at pain. Yeah, pretty much. It's funny how often you can walk into a wall and then get shocked that it hurt you, but Christians do it all the time. Johanna says they all know that God, what God wants and needs, but they don't know what their spouse, family, and close friends need. That's a very good point. People spend so much time worrying about the God, and they should be worrying about like humanity and their friends and family. Let's get one more in here. Discordia, good to see you. A friend says, I've got the horizontal stream on my TV and the vertical stream on my laptop muted. So I'm on both streams. Hell yeah. Listen, if you guys double stream, I'm all for it. Double stream and don't worry about the Ghostbusters. You can even cross streams. It'll be okay. That's the official word of Doug. All right, so we've got Student with us now. How are you doing, Student?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Student, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes, to both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I would say the God of what's known as the Bible. I'm more so Jewish than anything, I guess you would say, for the most part.
Do you believe in the New Testament and the Old Testament?
No, I don't believe in the New Testament.
Okay, so just the Old Testament then, or the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, I take issue. I take my own issues with anything outside of the Torah. I still take issues with things within the Torah, but my perspective is that it really doesn't matter who said what prophecy is talking about what. If we were given laws that were beneficial for man to follow, that's what we should be doing. It doesn't matter who shows up, whether it's David or Jesus. We should be good as long as we're doing what we're supposed to.
I agree. So do you believe that all of the laws given by God in the Torah are good then?
All the laws given by God in the Torah are good. Yeah, I would say they're beneficial. I would say they're beneficial. They're profitable to man. Yeah, I would say that.
What about in
Good
Leviticus?
is more subjective.
We agree. The word good isn't inherently subjective. When God says in Leviticus 25 and Exodus 21 that you can own slaves and for life, they'll be your property. Was that a good thing to you?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. The reason I say that is
Not a bad thing?
No, because when we're talking about slave, what we're really talking about is servant. We also have
No.
laws.
I didn't say
There's also
servant. I said
laws in-
slave.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying the word that's also being used there is what do you say? It's also the same word used for servant.
So what?
Correct.
The context describes a slave.
But this is my point. There have been people that have given themselves over to be a servant or a slave.
Well, it doesn't say that, and also I wouldn't care. Like if somebody said that I want to be your slave, I don't think that still makes it okay. I don't think you should own another human being as property. That to me doesn't follow. And in the Bible, we're not told that all of the slaves were voluntary slaves. It's quite clear that many of them are not. Some of them are kidnapped in war. Some of them are sold off as children. Some of them were born to other slaves. And because they were born to other slaves or permanent slaves, I don't think any of these are necessarily good.
I can understand that, but like I said, that's why it's subjective. So it's similar. It's a law in there. I forget exactly where it is, but it says if that man does not want to leave you, you shall bore his ear, and he shall be yours for life.
Exodus
That
4.
man, that man did not want to leave
He
his
did.
master. He chose to stay.
No, why? Why did he choose to stay? I don't think he read the whole thing.
Okay, so let's read it.
Exodus 21. He's only staying because otherwise he loses his wife and his kids because they're permanent property of the owner. That's exactly what I was saying. Says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years. In the 7th year, he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out alone. So if he goes into slavery for 6 years, and while he's there, he gets a wife and he has a family, he can't leave with his wife and family. They're still permanent property of the master. So he has to agree to lifetime servitude.
He has to
keep his wife and kids, yes.
So wait, you said he has to do that?
Yeah.
No, there's contingency. See, all of these things are choices. I'm not as, I guess you would say, sensitive as most people are. There are choices that are made.
It's not a choice.
The same way he wants to,
that child that was born into slavery didn't choose to be there.
The same way he would like to give you a woman, you understand the conditions that come along with this woman. You understand the conditions that will come along if you bear children with this woman.
And did that child born into slavery make a choice?
You're missing my point. You're not.
I know your point exactly, and I'm not going to let you pivot. Did the child born into slavery make a choice?
You're pivoting. I'm talking about.
To answer the question, I'm not talking about the man. I was never talking about the man. I'm talking about the children and the woman that are permanent property, because that's the definition of a slave. The man is not a slave. The man is a temporary servant.
What does that have to do with the initial point?
The initial point is that God condones slavery, owning people for life against their own will.
Okay, now we're back on track. I said about the man in Exodus 4. We got here because we were talking about the man, and we were talking about the man's choices.
You were trying to use the man in Exodus 21 to redefine what slavery is, and I'm not going to let you do it, because the man in Exodus 21 is not a slave. He is a temporary servant. He's a temporary slave. He's indentured servant. The
So he's
woman,
a temporary slave, which means he's a slave.
a temporary slave is an indentured servant according to the Hebrew Bible. I'm talking about the woman and the child. Those are
Okay, we
permanent
can.
slaves. That's the definition of slavery.
All right, let's talk about the woman and the child. I just want to say this. We can go right to the woman and child. I just want to say this about the man. The man makes a choice.
No one
He made a
cares.
choice. Just cool. We can get right to that. Let me finish my
The
statement.
choice is a
Let me just make my
deception.
statement.
His choice is
Let me
you
just make.
can't keep your family unless you become my slave. That's not a
Allow me
fair
to make my.
choice.
Allow me just to make my statement on the man. Then we can get to the woman and the child like you want to. Let's get right there. The man has a choice. You can reject that woman because you understand the conditions that come along with having her and bearing children. You have a choice to make. You then want to blame someone else for a choice that you made. That's not how that's going to work. I don't agree with
That is how that works. Yeah, because the only way to keep your
That's not how-
family is to become a permanent slave. God could have said, listen, after the 6 years of service are up, if a man has a family, send them away. Which would be better?
He could have said, when the service is up, kill him.
Student,
Either way, you made a decision.
answer a
That's my
question.
point.
Which
You
would
made
be
the
better? Which would be better, to allow the child to go free or not?
I would say, yeah, to allow a child to go free. Me
Okay, so
personally,
God did the thing that was not preferable. He said, if you give
In
a
my
temporary
eyes- in
servant
my eyes,
a woman to
In my
marry,
eyes, yes.
and you have children, then that child, or multiple children, will be permanent slaves. God did a non-preferable thing. So
In my eyes, yes.
So you're still
In
back
my
at square
eyes,
one. It doesn't matter if the man agreed to the horrible thing that he had to agree to keep his family. Fact of the matter is, God could have set up a better system. He didn't set up a better system. He set up the system that says women and children are permanent slaves.
Okay, are you a father?
I certainly am, which is why I think it's horrific that you could think that
hold on.
a child
No,
should
hold
be
on.
born into
Hold on real
slavery
quick.
and that's okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You had children knowing one day they're going to die. You had children knowing one day they're going to get sick and get illnesses and they're going to suffer and feel pain. You had children knowing that. So how horrible of a person for you to be to bring people into this earth that didn't ask to be here. You asked them to be here.
That's
And now you're
unavoidable.
gonna allow- they're gonna
Everybody's
suffer.
going to
That's my
die.
point.
The fact that we all die has nothing to do with whether or not it's wrong to have children. I'm asking about slavery. So God didn't have to enslave.
Very clear points.
You didn't make a very clear point. You have
That
no
was a very
idea.
clear
You have
point.
no idea what your point is even on. We're talking about slavery, not about whether or not children should be born in the world. I'm asking.
I can see you talk to too many people that don't make good points.
You don't
because
make
keep
any
cutting
good
me off every
points.
time I make one.
I'm trying to redirect you to the actual topic. The topic is about slavery. I'm asking you, how is it just that this child who has no choice in his or her enslavement, how is that a good thing?
I didn't say that was a good thing.
Okay, was it a bad thing?
I would say it's not profitable. Yeah, you can say that because I say it's not unprofitable.
Okay, so then if it's not a good thing, then why didn't God just say, if you have a child, send the child away with the family after the years of service? Why is he saying that you can be a slave or they will be a slave for life?
That's like me telling you why God made grass green. I can't tell you
Okay,
why
so
God
you don't
made
have an answer for it. Yeah, the real answer is that it's a dick move.
Okay, you don't have an answer for how far the moon is from the sun and from other stars. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, I certainly do have an answer. We've literally calculated those distances.
What you can do is Google an answer that somebody has provided you with. You don't know the accuracy of that.
Well, I've never
So
looked
you're
it
trying to
up. How?
provide me with
Why,
something you
why
don't
would
actually
I?
know either.
Why
That's
would
my
I? Why would I know it if I've never bothered to look it up? Like the information that I know is the information that's relevant to my life, which is why I know it. Whether or not the moon is a certain distance from the sun, whether or not the moon is a certain distance from the sun has no effect on how I live my life. It's a completely meaningless fact. I literally could know it. There's lots of people that do cosmology that can tell you exactly how we know how far the moon and the sun are away. It's not even a difficult measurement. You can use basic geometry to do it. It's not even difficult. The fact of the matter is,
that measure the moon from the sun.
It's literally crazy that you're pivoting to geometry when what we're trying to figure out is why your God allows slavery.
Did I cut out or did you cut out?
I'm waiting for an answer. Why does your God allow slavery?
Why does my God allow slavery? So slavery is something we see in older times. servitude, and we see people also voluntarily doing it, and we see it also not being as we know it in America, slave, where people are raping the children of their slaves
So
and
we
doing
already
a bunch
covered
of
this.
different
The
other
child
things.
didn't volunteer.
I said people raping the children of their slaves. You're so
So
ready to
again,
talk, you're not even listening.
I'm not
You're not even listening.
I'm not talking about raping slaves. I'm talking about owning slaves. Stay on task. I'm saying
But wait, hold on, you gotta allow me to speak. You gotta allow me to speak if
did the child volunteer?
you're not a good listener.
You're not a good debater
You're not
because
a
you
good
can't stay
listener.
on topic. You think that what you're going to do is
Oh,
talk.
I get it. This is supposed to be a debate. This is not a conversation. Oh, my bad. I didn't understand the rules. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it literally says prove me wrong. So the way conversations and debates both work is you actually have to stay on topic, or else it's a waste of time, right?
It's a difference
So I
between
didn't
having a
say
conversation. You talk at people in the debate. You don't talk to people.
no. That's
Talk at
completely
them, which
wrong.
explains why
The
you're doing
goal
what you're
of a
doing. That
debate
makes
is
sense.
to have
I
an
get it.
actual conversation about a topic where you disagree on the topic points. Obviously, we're
But
having.
you also have to hear people out.
I'm trying to
Right.
hear you out, but I want to hear you out on the actual topic, which is why I'm asking you about slavery, not about rape. I'm asking about the child for the 5th time born into slavery. Why does God allow that?
And this, I'm getting back to the statement that I was making. So you can't tell me how to answer. You can't dictate how I answer. This is my answer, whether you like it or not. And it's on the topic. You just don't like it.
If you don't answer directly, I'll ask you the same
about
question 100 times till you
I'm
do.
talking about slavery right now. I'm talking about slavery right now. When I'm talking about slavery, I said it's a thing from elder times. Things that people used to do, indentured servitude.
So what?
People did it in different methods.
So what?
Now
Why
you
do I
talk
care?
about you say.
Does God
Is it
have
my turn?
to? Does
Is it
God
my
have
turn
to?
talk or no?
Does God have to allow laws that other people are doing?
God doesn't have to allow anything.
Could God say don't own slaves?
God could say anything.
Okay, so God could have just said don't own slaves. So why didn't he do it?
Why didn't you take a shit this morning?
Bro, I asked you 100 times. Either you have an answer or you don't. Why doesn't all good God say that you can own slaves?
Why did God make the sun this big?
Okay, so you don't have an answer. You can say I don't know. Say I don't know then.
That's not a good question.
Say all
You're
that.
not a good
Just say I don't know.
Even if I said I don't know, what does that do?
Do you
I
know?
can't answer for.
Do you know?
Let me
say yes or no.
Finish.
I'm not going to let you finish till you answer a single question. You haven't answered a single question yet. Answer yes or no to my yes or no question before you pivot. Do you have an answer for why God allowed slavery?
If I say yes or no, does that come along with an explanation? If I say
yes or no, you can explain anything you want to after you provide the answer. You can't explain
yes or no.
You can't explain a non-answer.
Hold on, wait a minute. After yes or no, I get to elaborate, right?
You can elaborate on your answer. You don't get to elaborate until you answer.
You're not even giving me a yes or no, and you want me to give you one. I'm asking you yes or no. After I say yes or no, do I get to elaborate on my answer?
The answer is clearly yes. I gave you the information you needed to say that you have the answer. Yes, you may elaborate on your answer after you give the answer, not before it.
Okay, cool. Ask your question again. I'm going to say yes or no, and then I'm going to begin to elaborate on that answer. Go ahead.
Do you have an answer for why God allowed slavery?
No. And the reason I don't have an answer as to why God allowed, created, or did whatever God decided to do is the same reason I don't have an answer for why you did whatever you did this morning or yesterday. I cannot sit here and tell you another man or any other things, intentions, or purpose behind what it is that they are doing exactly, only what it is that they did and how I'm responding to it. Because I cannot control what other people do. I can only respond to what other people do. That's my answer.
Cool. So back at the bar, God is all good, but he does things that are not good, correct?
God, who said God is all good? Who said that?
Do you believe that God's all good?
No, you say all good. No, he says he's evil. How could I say he's all good when he himself tells you that he's evil?
Well, we should
wouldn't be balanced.
We should have started with that point. Okay, so is he just?
I'm not a Christian. I thought I made that clear in the beginning.
Is he just?
Do I believe God is just? Yes, I believe God is just. I believe God is fair. I believe God is balanced.
Slavery just?
Yes.
Slavery, being born as a slave, being born into a household where you have no autonomy and they get to beat you if you don't obey, that's just.
That right there. Well, as far as the circumstances, right? The circumstances, people are born into circumstances that aren't necessarily, I guess you would say, fair to them, right? So,
So
for
that's not
example,
just then.
well, I just said that from the beginning
So
that God is
slavery
just.
is
The
or isn't just?
circumstances. I just said from the beginning,
I'm
God
just
Himself is
waiting
just.
for an answer. Is slavery
I'm
a form
giving
of
you a direct
justice?
answer. I'm giving you a direct
It's a
answer.
yes
Just
or
listen.
no.
I'm saying literally the answer right now.
Then say yes or
God,
no. Is slavery just?
bro,
It's
God
crazy that you
is,
can't say no.
bro.
Is
Why can't I
slavery
just
just? It's a
finish?
yes
Why
or
can't I
no.
finish answering? Why can't I just finish
Because you
answering? You
haven't
can't ask
provided
me
an
10
answer yet.
questions at one time. Why are you asking me 10 questions
I've
at
asked
one
you the
time?
same question 10 times. Is slavery
No,
just?
the first question you
Is
asked me
slavery
was when that
just?
God. You just asked me, was
Is
God just? Then
slavery
you moving, is
just?
slavery just? I'm going back to the first
Is
question you
slavery
just answered
just?
me, and then moving on to the second question.
I'm going to
That's what
ask
I'm
you
doing.
500 times until you answer. Is slavery just?
I didn't even hear you because I was speaking. I'm not going to allow
I
you to
know,
stop me
yeah,
from
because you
speaking.
can't listen. Is slavery just?
Is slavery just?
Yeah.
Slavery itself is just in that time period.
Oh, okay. So what makes it just then and not now?
In that particular time period was something that the people agreed upon to do. It had nothing to do with the Israelites themselves doing it. Other people that did not know the God that Israelites knew were also practicing in human servitude.
You keep lying.
So that slavery is
You're
exclusive to the
literally
Israelites.
lying through your teeth right now. So again, the child, the
Slavery is
child,
exclusive to
the
the Israelites.
child born,
Slavery is exclusive to the
the
Israelites.
child born into slavery didn't choose shit.
What the hell are you talking? I didn't even say that.
Children born into slavery don't choose slavery. I'm asking, how is it
I
just?
didn't say that whatsoever.
How
putting words
is
in my mouth?
slavery just for the child born into slavery? That's literally been the topic the entire time.
Yo,
slavery is the act of owning another human being against their will as property. I'm asking you, how is that just?
Hold on, you're jumping now. I need to clear. I need you to be clear.
You need to actually follow the words coming out of my mouth. The whole time we're talking about slavery and whether or not slavery is just. That's the topic. That's what we're talking about.
Why did you jump? Why did you jump to start talking about?
I didn't jump. You can't follow.
Choosing.
We've been talking about that literally the entire time. You're not paying attention. I'm talking about actual slavery, and you can't actually follow the conversation.
You probably need to go back to the Bible because you can't control yourself in your speech.
No, you can't control your listening.
That's part of your problem. You can't control yourself.
The problem is you can't actually track a conversation that you
so much now.
You are so unable to track a conversation that now you have to switch over to meta commentary, and we don't do meta commentary here. So again, I'll ask you for the 400th time, is slavery just for the people that are involuntarily enslaved? Those are the people I'm talking about.
It's a different question than what you just asked.
It's been the same question 100 times.
Oh,
answer it. Answer the question.
Oh, hold on, wait.
Answer
Which
it.
question? Say it again.
Is slavery
What's the next question you
just?
say? Say it again. Say it again.
Is slavery just for the person who is involuntarily owned as property?
No, and that's what I'm.
Thank you. That's all you had to say. Okay, so if the answer's no, if that is not a just thing to do, then God saying his people can do it means that he's telling them they can do something that's unjust. So that means God is doing something that is unnecessarily unjust. He didn't have to do it. He chose to do it.
It's my turn to talk now.
See, the way conversations work is like when I'm not talking, you should be talking, and when you're not talking, that's how I know I'm supposed to be talking.
Oh,
you
haven't been following your own rule.
You've made it quite clear that you're unable to have a conversation, which is why, if you notice all the previous callers, we didn't have this problem. We have this problem with you because you're unable to have a conversation and you're unwilling to have actual dialogue with me. You're unwilling to actually answer my questions. You keep pivoting away from the actual question. I've been
answering the direct.
I'm still waiting for you to answer my question on this whole idea of God giving the unnecessary law that you can do a thing that is unjust. So if God is giving an unnecessary law saying you can do this thing that is unjust, do you see how that's a problem?
I think he cut out again.
No one cut out. Your connection's the bad one. I got
All right,
fiber.
say what'd you say? What'd you say?
Do you see the problem with a God that says he is just and then says you can do a thing that is unjust?
Well, you're saying it's unjust.
No, you said it was unjust. You said owning children against their will as slaves is unjust. You said it.
Oh, so okay, cool. So now I'm going to be able to answer you, right? So I said God is just, and God gave something that was other people were practicing during that time. Slavery isn't
like you don't even
exclusive to the
listen to my
Israelites.
words.
I'm answering. I'm getting to right to your
You're not
point. Let me
answering
get there,
anything.
goddamn.
I'm
I'm answering.
student. This is why I'm
You
cutting you
don't.
off.
You know what I?
Just,
You know what I
just
think
shut
it
up.
is?
This is why I'm cutting you off because you don't listen to me. I responded to this twice. It doesn't matter if other people are doing it. That is irrelevant. We're talking about whether or not God needed to allow an unjust practice. It doesn't matter if other people were doing it. I've said it 3 times. Do you
Let me get to
understand?
the point.
Do you understand why I
Let
keep
me get to the
stopping?
point.
Do you understand why I
Let
keep?
me.
Do you understand why I keep stopping you every time you say it? Because every time you say it, I'm going to tell you I've already fucking addressed it. So if you're not going to say something new, you force me to repeat myself and cut you off.
Getting mad as shit. Hold on. I'm making a point and I'm trying to get there. And you keep cutting me off thinking that part of what I'm saying is the point. It's not the point. You just keep cutting me off in the middle. That's like me saying, you asking me where the broom is at. And I'm like, it's over. You see the chair right there? Oh, I'm not asking about the chair. I'm not telling you about the chair. I'm trying to show you where the broom is located at, where the chair happens to be. That's you. You're not listening.
All right,
Did you
go
fail to
go
see
ahead
that?
and give me your bad talking point. Tell me why God had to allow an unjust practice.
Okay, cool, good, be quiet. So back to what I was saying. Slavery during that time was something that was going on. It wasn't exclusive to Israelites. So that's not my point. So people having this law and being able to practice this was something just. They were being told to do it in a just way, unlike the other nations that were participating in it, not doing it in a just way. Now, the children that were born in the midst of this, they were given unto the master, whoever owned their father or whatever, but there were conditions regarding that. So when we were talking about that man having a choice, that right there is an unfortunate circumstance for that child. And I was relating that to be in other unfortunate
Then why does
circumstances
God
for
allow it?
people that are born in. Why does God allow? Why does God allow what?
See, you keep missing the point. Every time
Why
I
does
ask
God allow
you,
what?
every time I
asked
ask
you a
you,
question.
every time I
Man,
demonstrate the problem of your argument, you don't see it. It's right in front of your face.
man, why does
So
God allow what? I asked you a question.
why does
Answer it.
God
How does God?
allow you to own children against their will perpetually as slaves when he doesn't have to do it? He could tell the people not to do it. He didn't do that. This is the whole point, student. Pay attention. If God is telling you to do something that's unjust and he doesn't have to tell you to do it, meaning it's a choice, that means he's making a choice to do something that is unjust.
The point is, you keep thinking that it's unjust. I'm saying the practice within itself is not unjust.
You said it was
Then
just 5 minutes ago. You said that
no,
owning another human being against their will was unjust.
slavery within itself is not unjust.
Is owning another human being against their will just or not?
During that time, yes.
It was just. When did it become unjust?
During that time, yes.
When? When did it become unjust?
When the world started to stop practicing it.
When?
We see the laws begin to evolve all the time.
So the notion of justice is subjective?
Then say that one more time.
The notion of justice is subjective then.
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
Literally.
So you literally believe that it. So at what point was the African slave trade just?
Was the African slave trade just? If it was being no, because that right there was not about the laws of God. That right there was different. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about children, slaves being raped and different things of that nature. That's what I was
You
talking.
understand
You
there was
cut me off
laws
there
against
too.
that, right?
Laws against what?
If you actually read the laws, there were laws against like raping and killing your slaves. Now that doesn't mean that they were always followed, but there were laws against it. And again, anything that you would levy on the African slave trade, we would say was true of slaves in the ancient world, probably even in Israel. But are you suggesting that if somebody during the African slave trade, if they treated their slaves better, meaning they weren't, raping and harming their slaves, I mean, you could beat them obviously, but if they weren't like raping their slaves, then it'd be okay.
If they practice slavery under what's in the Torah, would that be okay?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yes, that would be okay. Yes.
Oh shit! There you go. That's all you had to say. Okay, so as long as that you're not like raping your slaves and whatnot, the African slave trade was okay. Cool. Thanks for letting us know that you're a piece of shit.
What are you talking about?
Listen, anyone who gets up here and says that it's okay to own slaves, like as long as you don't rape them,
during the time period where the world is owning slaves, yeah.
No,
that's your project. That's your own personal perspective.
I agree. It is my. I agree. It's my personal perspective, and it happens to be the perspective of like 2,000 people watching this right now, watching a student come up here and defend slavery. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm honest. I'm not as sensitive as you. I don't regard human life as much as you all do.
Yeah, you clearly don't have regard for human life. Do you have regard for women? Do you think it's okay to have women raped for the crimes of their husband?
I don't believe women should be raped at all. I just spoke against rape, so
well,
I don't know
why does God cause it?
That. Why would you say that again?
Why does God cause it?
What are you talking about?
Have you never read the books of Samuel?
Hold on. This is how I know you're not a good listener. When we got on this conversation, what did I tell you I'd adhere to?
Well, apparently you haven't read the book. Do you know that God has 10 of David's wives raped for David's sin?
Because now he has to go back there, correct himself. What did I tell you I adhere to when we first got on this call? I adhere to what?
You adhere to subjective morals. You just defined that right now.
No. I said Torah. Why are you going outside of Torah?
Oh yeah. Well, you said you were Jewish, so you don't. So you don't. Listen. So you don't believe. You don't believe the books of Samuel are true, then?
No. Why are you even over there? That has nothing to do with.
Sure. Okay. So why can you in Deuteronomy 22? What's the punishment for raping a virgin?
The punishment for raping. Hold on. Let's go to it. Is that Deuteronomy 22? You said
22, 28, 29.
Hold on. Deuteronomy 22. 22 and what?
22 verses 28 and 29.
Oh, it's not chapter 22. Which chapter is it?
Chapter 22, verses 28 and 29.
Verse 20 and 29.
If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives.
Hold on, the Tanakh must have the verses different. What is
Deuteronomy 22. The verses might be off by a verse or two, but the chapter should be the same. Also, your connection cut out. I think about the third time his connection cut out. I'm sure he'll come back eventually.
You can't hear me or no?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. Now, I was looking at the Bible app, and I think whenever I go off of this thing that I'm on, you can't hear me when I go off.
Right. That sounds about right.
Okay. But I just have to take your word for it. All right, go ahead and read it.
If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives.
Which translation are you reading? Because I know for sure in the Hebrew it doesn't say he violated her. I know that for sure. Look that up and prove me wrong if I'm wrong.
It says that he diminished her. The root word is ani. It's the same word that's used of Tamar when she's raped by Amnon.
Oh, when she was quote unquote defiled, as they say, defiled by what's his name?
Well, that's not what the word means, but Yes, it's the same story.
Well, let's look up what the word means.
I just
And I
told
have to just
you
take your
it comes
word
from
for
the
it because I
root
can't
word
do it.
ani, which means to diminish or to bring low or to, in this case, violate.
Defile, right? Because he
No,
defiled her.
there's a word for defile, and it's not the root word of ani.
And so what's the word for defile?
There's a couple words for defile, and give me a second to think of the ones that I'm thinking of.
You can pull it up on whatever you're looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could pull it up, but let me pull up the passage real quick. Deuteronomy 22, and we're going to be in 28, actually 29. And yep. It says humbled in the King James Bible for the translation, but it means the same thing. Humble, violate, bring low, diminish. Comes from the root word. Hold on, disappeared. Yep. The conjugation is ina. It comes from the root word ana, or ani if it's conjugated in a certain way. And it just means exactly what I said. To be brought low, to be diminished, to be violated, to be...
So what's the word for defiled?
To be put down. There's a couple words for defile. It kind of depends on if you're referring to like a defilement through sin.
I'm speaking specifically in the Genesis one that we were referring to. I thought I could have sworn the word defile was there, and I'm trying to see what that word is for defile.
Well, we're not in Genesis. We're in Deuteronomy.
But you gave an example of this similar to what happened to the daughter of Israel. That's why I was trying to see what that word was.
That's not in Genesis. The story I was referring to was also in the book of Samuel, when Tamar was raped by Amnon, the son of David.
By her brother. I'm talking about the woman that was raped by the Canaanite. Oh, where they say raped by the Canaanite, excuse me, but she was defiled by the Canaanite.
That's Dina. That's Dina. That's Dina and Shechem.
It says she was defiled, right?
Well, I don't know what it says. I haven't had the verse in front of me for a little bit.
Okay, but this is my point. It's similar to that. She was defiled because she was taken without the blessing of her father. Her father didn't give her away. She was taken.
Yeah, I agree. We agree here. This is a verse talking about a young woman who is being taken by a man by force.
By force?
Yep.
I don't believe that. Do you see anything in there that relates to rape?
Yeah.
As far as the Hebrew, does anything there say rape?
Yeah, tafaz means to seize by force. It's the same word used to refer to conquering cities.
I don't see rape being there at
There's
all.
no word in Hebrew for rape.
So there's no word for Hebrew. So we're taking what else does that word? Because you said seize, but I know that's not all that's there. What else does that word mean?
Seize means to lay hold of, to grasp, to take force of. That's why he's punished. That's why he's never allowed to divorce her as long as he lives. A couple that just has premarital sex can get married without a punishment.
Yeah, I wish I could look this up right now without the internet going on. If I do it, I know you're not gonna be able to hear me if I do it. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to take your word on it for right now. But I don't believe it says that there. But what were you asking me?
It does say that there.
What do you asking me regarding the verse within itself?
Well, what I'm saying is, according to Deuteronomy 22, verses 28 through 29, the punishment for seizing a young virgin and taking her virginity seems awfully light, especially considering if she's married. If somebody does the same thing to a married woman, it'd be considered adultery, and then they'd get executed, right?
And can you read that? Hold on. I just realized something. Can you read that verse again?
28 and 29?
Yeah.
Yeah. If a man...
Not that. Read verse 20. Didn't you read 20 in the beginning?
No.
I could have sworn, or just read it for me. Whatever you read, just read it for me.
If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver, to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. He's being punished.
How were they found?
We don't know how they're found. The
No,
same
no, no, no,
way,
no.
the
Not
same way
not
that
like that.
people, the same way somebody caught in adultery would be found. I mean,
No.
if somebody witnesses or there's somebody who sees it happening or hears somebody cry out, they could be found.
Not in that way. Not in that way. That's not what I mean. If, for example, if you took a hostage, you were robbing a bank, and you had a hostage, and I say, "Oh, look, they've been found." Like, as far as like, no, we're not catching them. We're catching him. What does it mean? They be found?
I'm sorry. Is it possible that they're going to be found together?
No.
How
I
are
don't
you?
think you
How are you
understand
going to
what I'm
catch
saying.
somebody taking advantage of a young woman if you don't find them together?
That's not. I'm trying to make sure I say
Are you
this clear
suggesting
so
they're
you
going to
get my
find
point.
both of them, but only refer to the one party?
It's saying, and they be found.
Yeah,
Are you saying
that's
are
what
you
would
saying they
happen.
be? No. Are you saying they being found in the act of actually having sex? Is this how you're understanding that?
Either they're found in the act or it comes to light, one or the other.
That's how I'm taking it.
Either
That's how I'm
way,
taking how it
somebody
comes to light.
finds. Either way, somebody finds that it happened.
That's my point. I'm taking it as they came to light. So if it came to light, it's not that they were found; it's that he was found to being guilty, because he's the only one that's guilty. If it were rape,
I agree.
they were
Yes, that's why he's punished and she's not.
that would be a punishment to her, giving her to her rapist. That would be a punishment.
That's the whole point. The whole point here is that he's being punished. He has to pay a fine to the father, which is higher than the average bride price, and then he's not allowed to divorce her.
And I'm telling you, the way I'm telling you, I'm understanding this, is that saying they were found, meaning that they both were guilty of this.
They weren't
It
guilty.
wasn't it wasn't rape. It
She
was
was.
something. It was
She.
something
It certainly
consensual in which
wasn't
she defiled her.
consensual.
It was something that she defiled herself in.
Certainly
This is how
wasn't.
I'm understanding this.
Well, you're not
If
reading it
that's how
right
you
then.
understand it, okay, you're not believing it right then. I mean, that's your perspective. It's just your perspective.
I mean, that's just what words mean. It says that he seizes her. Do you think being seized by a man by force is consensual?
Well, one, that word seize, I know that I remember having this conversation before. That whatever word is there, because I remember using that same word, and it wasn't in something in regards to it wasn't in regards to rape. We used that somewhere else. I can't remember. You remember where that was at? I can't remember that either. I
Words
wish I
have
could
a
call it.
semantic range. Tafaz means to seize, to take hold of, to capture.
Yeah, but they are also found. So if you're telling me he's the one being punished, no.
Yeah.
They are being punished.
No.
Because she's being given to her rapist for life and she can never leave him. That's a punishment for that woman.
Well, first of all, I don't think that's appropriate reading of the text. But second of all, you're making it worse. If you're saying God is going to punish her for being raped, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying why it makes no sense, because she would be given to
It
her
does
rapist
make
for
sense
life.
because women are property here. That's half the problem with the Torah is women are treated as though they're just a better form of cattle.
You're missing. I understand what you're saying.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just think you're wrong.
Okay, cool. The same thing. I think you're wrong. Now, that's what I'm saying. It would make no sense you giving her to a rapist and calling it his punishment. That's not his punishment. That's more of a punishment for that woman than it is for that man.
I agree. That's why this is a horrific law, because it says that if a man seizes a woman and lies with her, that he is punished by paying a fine and then never divorcing her. That's the punishment for him. It is technically a punishment for her, but the chapter is full of horrific punishments for women. Have you read the punishment just a couple verses prior, in like verses 14 to 21 for women?
You go ahead and read what you're talking about. What's the context on what you're talking about?
So there's a test for a virgin, right? So Deuteronomy 22 is very concerned about whether or not a woman is a virgin when she's been sold as a virgin. It says, suppose a man marries a woman. Let me put it on the screen for everyone else. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They will fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Again, when the man does something wrong, it says that she shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Again, God punishes women for men's crimes.
Oh, okay. So explain your point right there. How is that woman being punished?
Because she's being forced to remain with the man that is falsely accusing her of not being a virgin when in fact she was a virgin. This idea that you can never divorce this woman is a punishment that is only used on men.
So I don't see this as a punishment. That right there seems like a genuine thing to me, because that's an embarrassment and a shame to that man in that time if his woman was not a virgin. So he did that out of sincerity, is what it appeared to be. And for his punishment for causing embarrassment, even though that wasn't his intention and he had sincere intentions, he is not to ever put away this woman for the embarrassment that he caused her and her family for thinking that she was not a virgin.
Right. This gets to the, well, first of all, you're wrong, but this gets to the even better point, which is, remember,
course, I gotta be, of course.
In verse 13, why does he think that she's not a virgin?
Because some women do not experience, I should say, I don't want to get too vulgar. Some women do not experience their first time the same way. So maybe he thought she wasn't, based off whatever it is he experienced in there. You got to think about what a man needs to go through, and especially in that time to even have a wife. There's a procedure of courting that he has to go through, get the blessing of the father and everything else. And then on top of that, it's announced to the community. So it being announced to the community that he's about to take this woman as his wife, even when they're betrothed, it identifies that woman as his wife. So he went through a whole process of everybody knowing he's getting ready to marry her and everything else, paying a dowry, all of these other things, just to get to that point to want to embarrass her, embarrass himself.
It's a lot of words to not answer the question.
I just literally answered.
My question is, according to verse 13, why does he believe that she's not a virgin?
That was the first thing I said. I said because
you didn't address it yet. I'll give you the answer. The answer is she doesn't bleed. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her. So if you marry a woman and after you enter her and you don't think she's a virgin, obviously because she didn't bleed, here's what you do. You follow?
Does it say tokens?
It says token, and I'm still in verse 13. The question is, what is the man expecting when he goes into her as evidence of the virginity?
And that was the first part why I said I didn't want to get too vulgar with it, but women experience their first time differently.
You still didn't answer the question. According to verse 13, what is the expectation of the man?
I literally just said it.
You didn't say it yet.
I just said it. I said I don't want to be too vulgar. But the first thing
you can be as vulgar as you want. I'm asking you to. It's like a 2-word answer. Maybe 1 word.
You said it yourself.
What is the man? What is the man? There we fucking go. He's expecting her to bleed. It's about time.
Listen, bro.
You don't actually address questions. Okay, so
I'm giving good ass questions. You just don't like the fact that I'm able to.
No, you're dodging easy questions. The fact of the matter is you don't want to have an honest dialogue, which is why you won't answer honest questions.
We're building good. Keep going.
So it says, suppose a man marries a woman and after going into her dislikes her. So he's expecting her to bleed, is he not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the guy goes into her and she doesn't bleed, what's the next step?
What's the next step?
Yep.
To her not bleeding?
Yeah. What's he do?
He said that he didn't believe his woman was a virgin.
Yeah. And then what happens?
And then the father brought forth the tokens of the virginity.
And?
Hold on. Now back right there. We got to pause it right there.
Well, it doesn't say tokens.
Oh, hold on. Go back to the verse where the father is presenting the evidence. because not every single woman bleeds her first time.
I know you're going to get to the point
so-
eventually. So the question is,
hold on. I just asked
what
you
is
something.
the
What does it
evidence
say the
that
Father's
they
bringing
are?
forth?
What's the evidence that they're told
What
to
is-
bring?
What does it say the Father is bringing forth?
We both know what the answer is. It's the fucking sheet.
Bro, I'm asking you to read that part back slow. Just read it through again slow, since you don't like to just read whatever you just read.
Here
read it through
is
again
the
slow.
evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the evidence of the virginity is the sheet, right?
Can you do me a favor and go back up a few verses?
Buddy, I'm going to need you to actually answer a question. According to the verse we just read, is the evidence the sheet?
Go back up a few
I'm not going to do anything until you answer my question. According to what I just read, is the evidence to be presented the sheet?
That's one of them. Now go back up a few
Okay.
verses.
Is there another evidence mentioned?
Can you read it?
Is there another evidence mentioned?
Isn't it the best thing to read the text to see?
I've read the text 4,000 times, which is why you won't answer the question. Is there another evidence mentioned?
Let's see.
Yes or no?
The same thing.
Do you know? Do you even know?
Yes.
Okay, so there is. Okay, great. Now you're going to show me where the other evidence is. Okay,
read it.
Which verse?
Read it.
The father of the young woman shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, what was the evidence?
Wait, I'm sorry. I was too busy laughing with them. Read it back again.
You're too busy not listening.
Yeah, laughing.
The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The only evidence ever mentioned here is the cloth.
What verse? Let me ask you this. What verse did you start at from the very beginning?
Verse 13, and we've read it 5 times now.
Okay, now where does the whole conflict begin?
The conflict begins when he goes into her, and it's clear that she doesn't bleed.
No, what verse is that where the conflict
Verse 13.
begins? Okay, now what verse is it where he presents the cloth to the elders?
17 and 18.
17 and 18. You just read from 13 down to 18.
I've read all of it. Were you listening?
That's not what I asked you. You just read.
It's crazy that you can't actually address what's being read.
Whenever he's proven wrong, notice what the hell he does. Yo, you just read 13 down to 18.
Give me the verse where another form of evidence is mentioned.
Dude, I can't see it right now.
Okay,
I'm asking you to
that's right. You don't have a Bible.
13
That's
to
right.
18.
The Christians never bring their Bible to these discussions. I'll
I'm
read the
not-
whole thing, and then I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. You do the same dance that the Christians do.
God damn.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man, so on and so forth. So was there a piece of evidence ever mentioned besides the sheet?
Yeah. See,
what was it?
It says token. It's tokens. What translation are you reading from? So I know exactly.
I'm reading the NRSV, which is a good translation, and I know it's a good translation because I actually went to school
Christian translation.
I actually went to school and learned Greek and Hebrew, and it's going to say roughly the same thing in most of the Jewish translations.
Okay, so you can look it up right now, a Jewish translation right now, right?
Are you in the 1917 Tanakh, or are you in the 1995 Tanakh?
No, I prefer the 1917.
Oh, let me get you the latest one.
You said give me a what one? You said a what one? Did he cut off? Oh, you might have cut off.
All right, Deuteronomy 22 in the Jewish Publication Society says, he has made up charges saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and flog him.
Verse 17 says tokens or not.
Not. So he's made up charges saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. I'm reading from the latest edition of the Jewish Publication Society.
And I said I prefer the 1917.
Of course, yeah, you prefer the one that sounds the best to your ears. I get it.
Right. This is what I said. Yo, you could tell he don't be talking to people for real. Like, you could tell who we talk to. You could tell. Because he don't actually talk to people, bro. Yeah, okay, cool. But
why would I read the 1917 over the latest Jewish Publication Society Tanakh?
Because the 1917 seems to be more accurately translated and it sounds better as well personally.
How do you know it's more accurately translated? Do you know Hebrew?
I know bits and pieces. Yeah, I study Hebrew from time to time.
Can you name a verbal stem?
Wait, do you? Hold on, do you?
Yeah, I learned it when I was in school. Can you name a single verbal stem?
You say name a single verbal stem?
Yeah. Do you know what a verbal stem is?
No, I don't. You can
okay, so then you don't know Hebrew. Fine. That's all you had to say.
Wait, hold on. First of all, I just told him I didn't, but he's so busy trying to show off with his audience. That's what I'm saying. You could tell he don't really talk to
I don't have to show off for my audience. My audience already knows my background. You're the new one here that doesn't know what's happening.
I know what the Gesh, I know in the Kud, I know about the gutter rules and different things of that nature. See, I know of things like that. I even know about the what's it called, the Sophite and all that. I know about things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So I'm familiar with it, but the first thing I told you humbly, even knowing all of that, even knowing all of that, wait, even knowing all of that, I said, no, I don't really know it. But you're surprised yourself right there, but I even said any of that. But it's cool. We can go ahead. Let's move forward with the conversation. I'm enjoying it.
Right.
We're enjoying
I don't think you're enjoying it as much as you think. So
we're enjoying it.
So the fact of the matter is, the evidence of the young woman's virginity is the bloody sheet. That's the only evidence mentioned.
No. In your translation, that's the only. Ours says tokens.
Okay. So what is it?
So you can feel comfortable.
What's the other token?
The fact that's the point that I was going to make. Now, cool. Now I got somewhere where I can talk. The fact that it says tokens and what it is that we're reading here and what I'm reading here, that it would suggest that there's more than one because not every single woman. Let me finish. God damn. This dude can't stand when somebody.
I've asked you the same question 5 times.
Can't stand when somebody is talking.
I'm trying to get you to tell me what the other thing is besides the sheet.
So I'm gonna continue to speak.
Keep in mind, it's a one-word answer.
I'm continuing to speak.
You could say a testimony. You could say a bloody pillow. You could say some blood on the ground. It's like it's literally a one-word answer. What is the other thing?
The fact of the matter is that tokens would need to say more than one thing because not every woman believes their first time. So it would need to be another way of going about proving that. So whether it was whether there was a physician or whatever that would be able to, I don't know, test.
After she had sex?
Well, as far as the
how do you test somebody's virginity after they have sex?
Because you can also see if the hymen was broken. Because not every man.
That's irrelevant.
So wait, hold on, wait. So not every man is equipped the same, which is why she may have not bled.
I agree, but
that's a good. That's a good point.
Only 43% of women bleed, which means only 43% of women actually bleed the first time. Which means the sheet is completely useless. The only evidence that's actually mentioned in the text is a completely useless piece of evidence.
What?
The only evidence that's actually mentioned in the text is a completely useless piece of evidence because less than half of women bleed their first time.
So it's useless?
Yes.
Because how does that make it useless?
Because if you didn't bleed on a sheet, it will never be evidence that you're not a virgin, ever.
Which is why there are tokens. Unfortunately,
name one
in your translation. I just said that. I just said a physician that can test to see whether or not the hymen was broken, because
That's
not
not
every
in
man.
that's not in the text. You have to invent that.
Oh my God. A toilet isn't in the text. Should we not use that? Like, what the
You're
fuck?
just
Like,
adding
does not
stuff into
every
the
little
text that
thing
you
doesn't
want
have
to
to
be in there.
What does that mean? What does that mean? That's
So
why it
so
says
you're just
token.
adding stuff to it. Show me in the
No,
text where it
token.
says
No,
that
I
you
didn't
can
add token.
investigate a woman's hoo-ha after she had sex to see if she's a
did.
virgin.
Wait, hold on, wait. I didn't add tokens. You just lied on me. I didn't add that. You're saying I
No,
added
no, I'm
something. I didn't
talking
add that.
about your interpretation of what you think a token could be.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Right now we're brainstorming.
That's what I'm asking for. Yeah.
I said that's one. I said a physician could be one. That's the first thing to test to see if the hymen was broken.
What's the
That's
Hebrew
first
word for
thing.
tokens?
I would need to look it up. I don't have it. Like I said, I can't go off of here to look it up.
Well, why are you
Because when I
insisting
give
that
you
why are you insisting that we use the word tokens?
I said because that's what it says in the translation that I'm reading from. Why are you insisting
Right,
that we use your
but I'm asking you what word is actually there, because I don't see anything in here that would lead me to believe that there are tokens.
What are you taking as tokens? What are you taking as that? Are you saying you have
You're the
the
one.
plurality of it, or
You're
you saying
the
the word token itself?
both.
Okay, so what's a better word for you?
I don't think the word is even in the text.
No, what's a better word for you?
No, I'm saying the word doesn't exist in the text.
You're telling me I can answer a question. What's a better word for you to use right there? What's a better word?
No word.
Huh?
If there's no word in the text, there should be no better word to be there. The correct word to be there is nothing.
So what does it say there? It says evidence in the translation you were reading, right?
My translation says evidence, but the actual translation doesn't say that. It says, and he has made up charges against her. I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity.
And evidence has to be singular, or can it be plural?
Oh no, it certainly could be plural.
You're not gonna like that. That's a good point. You're not gonna like that.
Is it plural though?
It can be plural. Evidence can be plural, or can be singular. Which one?
I'm saying it could be both.
Oh,
but
so
but
damn,
what evidence was listed in the verse? Was it one thing or two things?
The most popular and presentable thing was the cloth. That was the only thing that was brought forth.
Okay, yes, and the thing that's brought forth in the text is the thing that is useless, because it can never determine if in fact she was lying ever. All it could ever do is be a superficial idea of whether or not she was deflowered. It can never actually exonerate her. Like if she doesn't bleed on that cloth, the cloth has nothing to do with whether or not she was innocent.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You're saying it's useless because it only works less than half of the time, 43%, I think you said, of the time, right? So if something cures you 43% of the time, or does something 43%, it's useless because it doesn't do it 100% of the time?
It doesn't cure you. That's the point. The goal of bringing the sheet, hold on. The goal of bringing the sheet is to prove her innocence or her guilt. But whether or not there is blood on that sheet isn't good evidence. And remember, if there's no blood on that sheet, they can stone her to death.
Correct.
Okay, so based on the evidence provided, whether or not she bled on a sheet, and only less than half of women actually would have bled on that sheet, fact of the matter was, the guy that went into the woman, and then because she didn't bleed, suspected maybe she's not a virgin, that guy would then have to have the parents present the sheet. If there wasn't blood on that sheet, then that guy could have her stoned, based on evidence that is bullshit.
That's why it's not an immediate thing. This is something that's also to talk about. It wouldn't just, okay, hey, look, she didn't bleed on the sheet, let's take it. Or that's not happening that immediate. It's not happening like that. This is why I believe the evidence is plural and tokens is a good word to use there, is because there would need to be an investigation done if the woman did not bleed, knowing that not every single woman doesn't bleed her first time, and clearly other women may have experienced this. This is not as exclusive.
Well, again, the problem that you're having is that there is no other evidence. You can't inspect a woman and determine she's a virgin after she's been deflowered. Some people don't even have hymen. Some women aren't even born with hymen. Some people have hymens and they don't bleed. There's a million ways in which somebody could end up not bleeding on the sheet, and there's no way to know what is actually the case.
Now that right there is true. Not every woman is born with a hymen. Every woman bleeds. All of these things are true, which is why. That's what I'm saying. It's not an exclusive case. So there must be something established for these people to be able to go about and trying to figure out why he believes that
and
she's
it's the sheet.
That can't be the only you.
That is the only thing listed.
The points you're making yourself, like just common sense wise. If you're saying more than half of the women aren't going to bleed, clearly it's not an exclusive case.
It is because they didn't know that. They didn't, when this was written, they didn't know that. You're trying to suggest that the text can't mean what the text means because we know better nowadays. They didn't
How would
know
they
that.
not know that? There's hundreds
They
of
didn't know
thousands
that
of them
back
there.
then.
They all had sex. They've been having sex.
They didn't know that because there are other cultures already doing it. You think the Hebrews were the only one doing the sheet test? A bunch of cultures in the ancient Near East were either executing or divorcing women based on whether or not they bled on a sheet. This was a common thing that people did back then. There are still cultures today that do it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you think that those women weren't realizing they weren't bleeding when they were having sex prior to this law even being invented?
We have no idea what was in their brain while they were having sex, whether or not they knew they were bleeding or not. What we do know from history is that so many women were afraid of being killed because of these types of laws that they would literally sneak in bloody sheets or they would sneak in packets of blood.
That right there is neither here nor there. That's not the question.
What is, because the way these laws work is that if you don't bleed on the sheet, you're going to get stoned.
That makes no sense because
I know it doesn't make any sense. Yes, you nailed it. You finally figured it out.
Nah, years prior, the women standing there hearing this law know they didn't bleed when they had sex for the first time.
They don't care if they hear the law or not. They're not given a choice in whether or not they're going to follow the laws of their household.
Gosh. What's the next thing, man? We can move on. We could do agree to disagree like everything else. What's the next jump?
Well, you haven't found a single token of virginity yet.
Well, I just said there's not one name. You can sit there and have.
You agree, okay? And the only one named isn't a good evidence, is it?
No, I think it's actually a good evidence. You saying
it's not good evidence.
Once again, it's the clearest and most popular and easiest thing to present, which is probably why it's said. But evidence, as you already
evidence that fails more than 50% is bad evidence.
You said evidence does not necessarily need to be singular.
Evidence
definitely can be plural. In fact,
evidence that fails 50% of the time is not good evidence.
Whenever you go into a courtroom,
he's like he's not even listening. Evidence that fails 50% of the time is not good evidence.
Why is it he always overtalk? That's how you know.
Because you don't listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Student, I need you to listen to words coming out of my mouth. Evidence.
Too many Christians.
I'm going to say something, and I want you to address the words coming out of my mouth. Evidence that does not work 50% of the time is not good evidence. Address that claim.
I don't have to. What are you talking about?
Okay, because you can't. Thank you. That's all you had to say is you can't actually address it. Okay. So being that the best evidence you have fails more than 50% of the time, that means it's not good evidence. Which means
you got to talk to more people that can actually talk.
There's a guarantee that women that are innocent are going to get stoned.
Okay, move to the next topic. Let's go. What else can I?
No. There's a guarantee that women who are innocent can be stoned here, isn't there?
Say that one more time. Is a guarantee?
There is a guarantee that there is a percentage of innocent women that could have been stoned given this law.
There is a guarantee that there are innocent women that could have been killed given this law.
Yeah, the way it's worded, if you don't provide a bloody sheet, the man can have you stoned. What prevents him from doing it?
No, because you're going back. Now we're going in the merry-go-round. No.
What prevents him from having her stoned?
Evidence.
What evidence?
Aside from the cloth.
Name one.
This is what I keep saying. We're going in the merry-go-round.
You can't do it. The text doesn't name an evidence because there is no other evidence. If there was ever other evidence that would have been valid, more valid than the bloody sheet, it would have just fucking mentioned it. But it didn't mention it because there's no way to know if you've actually married a virgin. It's a target no one can hit.
Witnesses, physicians.
Witnesses to what?
Well, I don't know what. Witnesses as far as the community, as far as ever seeing her with anybody testifying.
How can you witness every moment of a person's life?
Oh my gosh, this dude doesn't be quiet at all, bro.
I'm addressing the point that you made, which is why you won't let me do it, because you're afraid of me addressing your fucking point. How do you witness every moment of a person's life? That was the question.
Secondly, you asked a question in the middle of me saying.
Answer the question that's addressing your point and quit crying. How do you witness every moment of a person's life to validate that they're still a virgin?
That's what he said. He bring up bullshit and they try to do it like that. That's how I know. Move on. Come on.
And answer the question.
Nah, no.
Stop being a coward and answer it.
No, I'm a coward. He's trying to rope me in. No.
You're going to answer the question or I'll move on to an adult that will.
Bitch, I don't care. Fuck you.
Okay. There he goes. Well, he thought he was going to do something, but there he is. Sarah, I just got your message, by the way.
I was dying in the comments. Like, oh my God, let me at him.
Yeah, he's a fool.
Yeah, that was bad.
But he was really on YouTube. He couldn't have heard you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're right.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate.
Ugh.
But, he did what we would typically hear from most believers. Excuses.
Well, yeah, that was, yeah, I don't know how you stay with a guest that long who isn't able to, like, logically address a train of thought. Like, I can't.
Right.
You have more patience than I do.
Yeah, it is what it is. Well, listen, guys, it's midnight. I have to be up in the morning. I can't stay up late. But guys, if you're not following Sarah yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. Make sure you're following Sarah. Find her at Leaving Faith on YouTube and TikTok. And I've got to blast through some super chats and get my rear end in bed. Mindful Barbarian says, student is a bootlicker for his God. Sad. He needs a lot more education. He did say that his God wasn't all good. He was okay with that fact. And then when we went to whether or not he was just, things kind of fell apart. Atheist Trucker says, did student's mom fall for other kids are doing it? I don't think so, actually. But Sarah, you might have missed that part of the conversation where he said slavery was okay because other people were doing it. And then he said the African slave trade was okay as long as you didn't like rape your slaves. It was a pretty rough conversation.
The kid you were just talking to?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, pretty typical stuff. Atheist Trucker says, it was okay back then argument shows us how weak and impotent their God is. I agree that God simply couldn't just tell them not to do the horrific shit is a crazy, crazy argument. I totally with you. Question from UOF says, does Amos 9:11-12 really say that it's grafting in the Gentiles like James says in Acts 15? No, I don't believe that's my reading of it. Amos 9 does have like this idea of like peace and harmony where God's going to take care of shit after he destroys Israel. But I don't think I've ever read anything in Amos 9 that would really be classified as the Gentiles being grafted in. Let me pull it up on the screen. It says, for I will command and shake the house of Israel among the nations as one shakes with a sieve, but no pebble shall fall to the ground. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, who says evil shall not take over and meet us. On that day I will raise up the booth of David that is fallen and repair its breaches and raise up its ruins and rebuild it as in the days of old. Now, there is a passage in Isaiah chapter 66 and chapter 56 that talks about the foreigners and the nations coming to Yahweh. And there's other passages too that talk about it. So there's definitely Zechariah 9 or chapter 8 as well. Definitely talks about the Gentiles coming in, but not the way that the New Testament paints it, not through some goofball dying on a cross. Not at all. Gus asks, thank you for the super chat, Gus. He says, what's your take on drugs and the Bible? I recently heard that drugs, psychedelics were part of a religious culture. Some of the stories do make more sense that way. I agree, actually. So I mentioned this earlier, the temple at Arad, there was a temple in Judea. It seems to be part of the Yahwistic cult. We tested resin that was found in the incense burners. By we, I mean archaeologists, not me. And they actually found that there were cannabinoids in the resins in the incense burners, which means they were getting elevated while worshiping the Most High.
Nice.
That's all I'm saying.
Is it also true that John, when he was John at the island, is that there's like a bunch of mushrooms on the island?
It's speculative. So we know that there are psychedelic mushrooms on the island. What we don't know is the state of the island 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, what we know about ecosystems and how they age, it's not like out of the realm of belief that they had psychedelics then.
Yeah. We would explain. Did he write Revelation? Is that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would explain Revelation a lot.
Explains a lot. There's a lot of shit going on there that can be really easily explained away by psychedelics. Noah, thank you for being here. Says voluntary slavery. They were okay. They were into kinky stuff. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You missed that part, Sarah, where he's basically trying to wish away the involuntary slavery of the children in Exodus chapter 21, verse 4. Nicole Swainston says, one of you came to debate and one came to play. Dodge the question. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He came to play. I came to have a debate. And atheist black woman says, Kangs with no kingdom will say anything. Shit. That's cold. But you're on it. I really wanted to ask him if he was a black Hebrew Israelite, but I didn't want to get buried into that conversation. And I just seemed like a waste of time. The serpent that God framed, great names, is slavery was fine because they enslaved people better. What the fuck kind of dumb argument is that? That was his argument. As long as you enslave people the right way, it's okay. And Truck Driver says, sorry, I think we covered that.
Oh yeah, we did that one.
Golok says, does this cult member have ADHD? Justin, you have patience of a fake saint. It's late at night and he was getting a little bit annoying. So I don't know how much patience I had for him, but I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to be patient. Josh says, ignorant, pathetic fool of a guest. How silly. I think that's about how I would describe it. Fierce Interaction says, thanks so much for supplementing my Friday night entertainment, enjoying the cooking, playing video games, and burning some old flowers. Hail Doug. Any sage in those old flowers? Henry says, I admire your patience. Well, Henry, thank you so much for supporting. I really appreciate that. And guys, while we're rattling off some of these super chats, make sure you're following Sarah if you haven't already. We should be recording another episode of our Bible study soon. So look forward to that dropping.
Have we released all of them? Is there one still sitting somewhere?
I think we've released all the ones we have so far, which means we need to record.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to record soon, guys.
Right. Yeah. We're going to make it happen.
Definitely.
Johanna says, no wonder the Jews didn't want to convert to Christianity. They probably figured out their religion was restrictive enough. Why go from bad to worse? Actually, that's a really good one. We already read that, but it's even good the second time around. Sorry about that. Stargate Master says, I had no idea there was a horizontal stream. You do now. Earlier, I went to the store and had to leave my phone screen on in my pocket to listen in. Thank you. Well, listen, on the horizontal stream on DZ Debates, you can just lock it, put it in your pocket and walk away. It'll keep playing. You don't have to worry about the vertical stream shutting it down. So, and Acme Hero, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, as a rock, Doug is both horizontal and vertical. That's true, isn't it? Holy shoot. Let's see if I'm trying not to lose track of these. Vinny, I'm with you. I appreciate the sentiment. He says that was brutal. Just have my cash. Well, thank you, Vinny. I really appreciate that. Sometimes doing Doug's work is rough, and they can't say what Zakul said, which is, hey, grape and slavery are bad. Why is it so hard to say? I think it's because and now my TikTok live stream is restricted because we've been saying the no words. But I think we all saw that coming.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're still on TikTok.
I know. It says your live content themes your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and have been restricted. Reason: regulated goods content.
Was that my fault?
No.
Discussing fungi.
I mean, maybe. It says your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because your live does not comply with the For You eligibility standards under community guidelines reason discussing drugs or regulated substances. So
I'm sorry. That's my bad.
It's going to be okay. It's really going to be okay. Oh my gosh. Sorry that I apologize. I kind of got backed up on some super chats with these long conversations. TM says, so if it's all a lie, why did they make it up and propagate it? It's real simple to control people. I mean, that seems to be the case, right, Sarah?
Yeah. I mean, you could say the same thing for like, why do cults exist ever? You know, you are able to prey on vulnerable people to then control them.
Right. Yeah, I agree, actually. And PJ says the amount of YouTube profits is really concerning. Yeah, it is. But like you have to reach, like if you're a YouTube prophet, you're probably trying to reach people that are undereducated, underserved, and you want to reach the poor countries, and you can do that with the internet. You don't even have to travel. It's harder. For example, like if you live in Canada, like the Christian population there is not all that great, right? Now you can dupe people here in America, but I think in America people are starting to get wise to it, right? But if you dupe a bunch of like needy believers that have a lower level of education, you're more likely to have a higher success rate. So the internet is really great for con artists who don't want people present to actually test their claims. They can doctor the videos. They can trick people who don't, they're low information people. It's just a breeding ground for, tricking people. Meg says he may have not been raised in the religion, but he certainly was taught by his church and research to believe double and triple prophecy. Oh yeah, referring to Rudy. I think you're right, actually. I think he had some programming. Johanna says, if you were in darkness for 10 years, you must have been in solitary confinement in a very cruel country. That would be the case. And I agree, TM says Christianity makes moral dunces. And Rock Hard, thank you again for another super chat. Rock Hard says, in a previous live's recommendation, I started reading the Bible with sources revealed. Oh, I love it. With R.F. Freeman. Yeah, Richard Elliott Freeman. It says, my mind is actually blown with the reconciliation of double issues in the Old Testament resolved. Yeah, and Sarah and I have talked about this as well. Like once you see how the multiple sources from the Yahwist and the Elohist, how they just smushed them together, it makes all the doublets and the duplications and the contradictions way more sensible.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
I agree. That's the only way I can make sense of it. And Jim Nasty says, Kermit needs an espresso and a mic. Oh, yeah, referring to the prior caller. He was asleep hardcore.
Oh, no.
I did it bad. Valerie says, too many people use the church to steal monies, cheat, etc. You're not wrong, actually. We see so much of it. Sarah, when you were a Christian, did you run into people when you met them that you're like, oh, this is clearly a con artist?
Not in person. I think let me correct that. Not at the time. So like when I meet people in person, I tend to assume everyone's telling me the truth all the time because why would anybody lie? But then in hindsight, like, I think that was a con artist. But for the most part, I think the believers that I actually interacted with were sincere, even if they were actually causing harm. They were trying to do something good, but didn't.
Phil Fun's with us. Good to see you, Phil. It says, God's ways are higher, like bath salts higher.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you for that. And Kay, thank you for the super chat. It says, love you, Justin. Have a wonderful stream. Well, thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. And thank you for supporting. And Hinky Bottomsworth, interesting name. I like that. It says, much love, but your mic levels are harsh when you yell. Oh, well, unfortunately, I can't hear me when I yell. So I apologize if I blew your ears out. Sorry. All I can do is apologize. Tyler, thank you for this.
Get it together, Justin, and don't yell.
That's really the problem. Sometimes I let people get under my skin. Tyler, thank you for the 666. It's got introduced to you on AXP and Planet Peterson. Love the content, and you are insanely knowledgeable. Appreciate you, my dude. Well, Taylor, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. And WAXP, guys, and also Planet Peterson. Valerie says, I love the show already. You had better be on point when you come on this show. That I think that's a fair point. And Johannes says, here's our protection money. Thanks for the free choice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And Johanna coming in again says, what does the distance between the sun and the moon have to do with slavery? Literally, that was a topic that literally happened in a conversation, Sarah, where we were talking about slavery and it came down to the distance between the sun and the moon.
What?
It was an avoidance tactic to not answer simple questions about why God allowed slavery.
Sure.
It was crazy. It was a crazy pivot. Space Lord says, wow, you think geometry is wheel. wake up, sheeple. Oh, shit. I didn't know that geometry was just made up by big math. Jeez. No one told me.
You know what? Of all the conspiracy theories, I might buy this one. Like, you tell me there's really a perfectly 90-degree angle. I don't believe you. It's fake. Pi goes on for infinity. Come on.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You don't need all the digits, though.
What? I mean, why are they there if you don't need them? If you can do the math without all the digits, then they're useless digits. And maybe the number actually ends.
Because it depends on how much resolution you want in your calculation.
All the resolution.
You need infinity digits then. Valerie says, sir, you're getting emotional instead of making points. I don't know if you're talking to me, Valerie. I could have been both, though. I typically make points, even if I am emotional. And Jim Nessie says, student wants to focus on your whole. Did he guess? Yeah, we didn't get around to the fact that he thinks that they're going to be inspecting women's holes to see if they're virgins.
Oh my God, that's what I was trying to get on. I was like, let me on.
Sorry.
Tell you how ridiculous that is.
It is ridiculous, actually. Valerie says, so you follow people blindly? I assume you're referring to the guests. You know I don't follow people blindly. And Johanna says, wife and child abuse are okay with God. That's the case, isn't it? We've seen plenty of verses that are basically suggesting the same thing. And Eris, I agree with you, Eris. He says, this guy is a biblical Hebrew or Black Hebrew Israelite, and Thinker roasted him on slavery subject, and he avoided talking to her about it. He couldn't handle a strong woman speaking. They never can. They're terrified of women speaking. But yeah, I'm glad to hear Thinker already cooked him. He's definitely an overconfident apologist, but well, what are you going to do? At least he was familiar with the text. Like, I feel like he's read it before. Most of these apologists never even read the text. Like, they have no idea it's there. Angel says, this man says he openly recognizes the Torah, only has 5 books to read, and still doesn't do it. Well, that probably is the case. I can guarantee he hasn't read all of it. Josh says, guess is too dumb, irritating fool, not convincing. That solid take, actually. And Mike from the internet says, why do folks on the losing side of an argument do the same type of laugh? It is a weird thing. Like, I've never, I don't
It's like a defense mechanism.
Yeah, what is that?
I mean, you're feeling embarrassed and incredulous, and like laughing when you're uncomfortable is a pretty typical response.
I could see that. El Crocky, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, appreciate your hard work, brother. Well, El Crocky, thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate the support. And Johannes Bram says, then you shall take the fools to school and turn them into smoke on your live stream for a pleasing odor before Doug. Tectotus 2925. Loving that one. And this guy says, maybe this guy thinks sees is the same as consent.
Oh God.
You know, we had that conversation about seizing a woman is actually consensual. This is one of those things. One of those things. And Jim Nessie says 18-year-old Hebrew Israelite pathetic. I think that was the case. I think he was a young Hebrew Israelite that thought he knew everything because he doesn't actually know anything yet. And Johanna says, it's too bad that men don't have a hymen which records how many women they have slept with. Yeah, that's crazy. Actually, we didn't even get around to the part to discussing, like, even if she was lying, if it would be a just thing to execute her. But somehow I assume he'd say it was okay. And Eric says, for some reason, I believe that he's a Kanye and Andrew Tate fan. This guy is a POSFF, as Joel puts it. Women stay away from this guy. I agree, actually. If you're willing to do what he was doing with these verses, I can only assume that he's red-pilled. Like, he has to be some form of red-pilled. Carnegie, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says, if you read it slow enough, it will magically mean something else.
I was there for that.
Listen, if you squint and say words don't mean words and read it only in your favorite translation and don't know what the original words are, it can say a lot of things. Joanna says, God is imaginary. He hasn't a clue about female anatomy. How much more proof does one need? You don't need much more than that. I think if there was one passage in the Bible that could demonstrate how silly the God is, I think this is probably one of them. I don't know. And Johanna says again, Justin, we, your audience, love you. I appreciate that, Johanna. I really do. I really do. And Valerie says, talking to someone in your background is a lot sassy? Oh, yeah. Referring to the guest who was talking to his friends in the background rather than actually addressing the conversation. That's because he was up here to play. He wasn't up here to discuss. Walking Dad says the most valuable of all talents is that of never using two words when one will do. Thomas Jefferson. So that's actually my point. Like, I don't know why people feel the need to tell stories when a two-word answer is all you need. It's such a weird reflex, isn't it?
Well, it's what's been done to them, that, like, I know this seems bad, but let me totally tell it, like, frame it in this way and make you feel good about this bad thing rather than just looking at it.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, when they start telling a story, what they're giving is an excuse, not an answer. That's
right. I mean, here's my personal experience. Here's how I feel about this thing. And I know God, and God wouldn't mean that. So even though it looks like God's saying that, he's not really, because we're buddies.
Yeah. Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you so much for the super chat. Big W says, DM me, man, if you don't want me to keep spreading the gospel. But Kraken Elite equals cheat sheet. No, that is the gospel truth. If you're subscribed to the Kraken Crew Elite, and I'm sorry I didn't get the subscription set up on the horizontal stream yet, but anyone subscribed to the Kraken Crew Elite has access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And my friend Rock Hard for Doug has actually made his own Bible with tabs using the cheat sheet. So it's a great tool. Moly. I'm excited. Yeah. He showed me a picture of it. It's awesome. And Johanna says, it's a good thing that women were smart enough to bring along a little vial of blood on their wedding night. Yeah, a lot of women did, actually. Yes. Or they would sneak sheets. If you read the Talmud, there's a situation that they describe where they have to start using witnesses to prevent people from sneaking sheets in and out that shouldn't be there because obviously people were doing it. And that's why it says in one part of the Talmud that the Galileans don't do this anymore. They got rid of the practice. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, please drop this human pile of poo. Praise Doug. Well, we did eventually. He was up for a while, but Wilfred said no rule for marriage. So what's a prenatal? Hold on.
Premarital?
I think that's supposed to say that. Yeah, so what's premarital sex? Yeah, so we kind of touched on the point, but like there's no punishment for premarital sex. Like if you have premarital sex with somebody, you just get married. And you just fix it by getting married. That's all. You pay the bride price and you're good to go. But he didn't want to entertain that. Fen, my friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, we're brainstorming and now we see the process for every apologetic. Use your imagination to produce any possible excuse. Apologetics is a field of excuse invention, and apologists are inventors. That's 100% accurate, right? I mean, the goal of apologists is to say, well, it's possible as long as this other stuff not in the text is true.
Yeah. It's doing science in reverse, right?
Exactly.
Like you start with the conclusion and then you go finding evidence to support your conclusion.
1,000,000%. And Bucky says, is the 11th commandment, thou shalt not answer the question being asked? It is with apologists. Which is weird. Like if I was on somebody else's live stream, like, and they were asking me questions, I would just I'd just answer them because like I'm on their live stream, right?
Well, not everyone is as logical or polite as you are.
Well, perhaps. And Katrina Todd says Wilma Dick Lift is actually Wilma Dick Fit, I think. I'll have to double check. I think Wilma Dick Lift is the name. But it's possible that my eyeballs can't read the little letters correctly. I apologize if I read it wrong. YouTube Punk, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, and Rock Hard, thank you for gifting out 5 Deconstruction memberships. Big W. I really appreciate the support and for helping others get the cheat sheet. And Johanna says, I'm sorry for the restriction on TikTok. My bad. No worries. Fine. Hey, listen, we get restricted on TikTok every time we go live. That's how it works. T-Maz says, bring up Matthew 16, 27, 28 with Ruby next time. We didn't get to the lies of Jesus when I talked to Ruby this time. He's going to come back, I'm sure, and we're definitely going to hit the lies of Jesus when he comes back. It's a good suggestion, T-Maz. Wolfred says, so how do they get married with no law or clergy? Well, I mean, you paid the bride price. It was a transaction. It was like going out to purchase cattle, right? You, just like we see with the patriarchs, they went out, they sought a woman, and then they paid for the woman, and they took the woman home. That's all that you have to do, you know? It's horrific. And I think this is our last one. Johanna says, does apologist mean making excuses? That's literally what that means. Right? You're apologizing for the shit in the text. And Noah, I think Noah sent another super chat, says, Grape Kit, feel free to call me up nights like this. Oh, that's actually a really good point. You are a nurse. You listen, next time we have that happen, join in our guest box, Noah. We would love to hear your take on whether or not you could determine, and Sarah as well, whether or not you could determine someone's virginity after they've been, entered.
Yep. And the answer is nope. Of course you cannot.
Of course not. Of course you can't. No. Acme Hero wants to weigh in. Acme says pi equals 3.1415. All other digits are silent. He agrees with you. I'm wrong. Guys. All right, guys.
I know it up to like 5926, and then after 6, I don't remember any of them.
I've never really needed them, so just it is what it is. But I mean, Wilfred, good question. Wilfred says, "How does marriage covenant between a man and God?" Well, I mean, in the Old Testament time period, it really wasn't. Like in the patriarchal time period, this idea that you're making a commitment or a covenant is because you would enter into a legally binding agreement, and all legally binding agreements were done before the priest, and they would invoke their gods as witnesses as well as human witnesses to hold them accountable, right? So this whole covenant idea is just because in the ancient world, all contracts were guaranteed by witnesses and by deities that would hold you accountable for breaking the covenant. But this idea that like marriage is this beautiful ceremony where you come together and all your friends are there, and like that was something that developed later in history. You don't find that in the earliest portions of the Bible. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Who's live that we can go raid? Is anyone live right now? Someone's got to be live.
Someone said Mezzo in the comments.
Oh shit! I bet he's streaming to the Deconstruction Junction too. Hold on, because if he is, I want everyone to go over to the Deconstruction Junction. He is.
Something happened, and
All right, hold on. Let me put him on the screen for everyone who don't know. All right, listen, we still have 600 people almost on the horizontal stream and 770 people on the vertical stream. Joel is live, not Joel, Mezzo is live right now on the Deconstruction Junction channel on YouTube. It's Deconstruction Junction. I don't know if you can see there you go. Deconstruction Junction. He's live right now. Let's go raid him. Let's send him a big old Doug and Justin and Sarah raid. Let them know that that we're coming. How many people are watching right now? I got 130 people watching. I mean, guys, we got to bump this thing over 200. Let's all jump over to Deconstruction Junction on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, you can find them at Mezzo_WS, I believe. Let's go jump over there, say hi. Let's start chirping in the comments. Let's give them a raid, and we'll see you again soon in a little while, a couple nights maybe.
Thanks for having